Holla, wait a minute, I'm back. Got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to act. They can't imitate or replicate what I do, it's a rap. I'm turning up, the price went up, yeah, you can do the math. Let's get it, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to round 2, day 2 of the PMSL Americas Spring 2025 season, where we've got 16 of the region's best teams here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to duke it out on the battlegrounds to see which 3 will have the right to move on to the Esports World Cup in July. Round 2 kicked off yesterday, and we saw some new faces at the top. 9Z still clinging on to second place. However, we've got the Wolves, and we've got Loops rounding out our top 3. And today, Day 2 begins of our second round, where we have all the teams battling for those head start points that they're going to need to take into the finals that are coming up. Now, as we've seen, we've got points that are just barely separating teams, so those head start points are crucially important. But it's not just me today. I'm Powerbang, I'll be your host, but I've got my friends coming in. Mustache Dave is back on the desk, and we're bringing in Hot Jukes today to bring you guys all of the PMSL Americas action. Gentlemen, how are we doing, Hot Jukes? Welcome to the broadcast, my friend.
Let's go, baby, man. That intro music got me hyped this season. I'm so stoked to see some of these squads bang it out here, to see who's going to go to that Esports World Cup. I've been twice already, and it has been incredible every single time. So I know these teams are fighting to their absolute maximum to make it there.
Absolutely. And Dave, dude, yesterday was bananas. We saw some of the most crazy PUBG Mobile action that I've seen in quite some time. And every single point right now that's on the line matters, because it could be the difference between going to Worlds or season over.
Yes, sir. I love me some bananas. Everybody knows that about Mustache Dave. He loves bananas and he loves mustaches. And hey, I am just happy that round 2, we're starting to see North America show up on the top leaderboards. I'm talking about the Wolves, baby. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about as well. The Wolves showed up in a big way for starting week 2. Round 2 kicked off with the Wolves looking like a different team. We heard in interviews yesterday that they were feeling more confident. They, really kind of looked at themselves and felt, this is a team that, we have the talent. We just have to play like it. And Hot Jukes, they were pretty incredible yesterday.
Oh, yes, they were, baby. Getting that chicken dinner in game 2 with 15 eliminations here on this side of the map. You love to see it. Now, this is the squad I am really most looking forward to seeing progress here, because we need to see that team from the US of A make it to the Esports World Cup. It is my absolute dream here. So I got a chance to actually talk to the squad a little bit earlier. I talked to Juancho, and he said that, man, you know what? Ever since that the team has adjusted to him playing more in the front line, He's been feeling way more comfortable. Things have been feeling a lot more smooth now. So it's good to be able to see the squad make such an adjustment and actually have success with it. So yeah, the Wolves, I mean, look at this. Look at this compared to their day one performance. These guys crushed it here in round 2, and hopefully they can continue the same because they need those head start points, PB. They need them.
100%, dude. Look at this comparison. This is day 1 of round 2 versus day 1 of round 1. Round 1 on your left, and that was their best day of the entire round. And you can see the difference, Dave. It's completely striking.
Yeah, they had a really good come up, and that's what you like to see. You know, when we go from round 1 to round 2, you want to continue to see those improvements for these teams that are just hungry to improve every single time. Hey, Hot Chicks, next time you talk to Wancho, I've been trying to put in a good word. I want the whole squad to, you know, grow out some mustaches so we can fit mustache coops. But look at that. Look at that. Oh, hey,
yeah,
I'm
baby.
jealous. What?
Oh, yeah,
where's
baby.
my jersey, man?
That's right. I got it in my size too. Can you believe it? Let's go, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
I want to hold
That's
this in
clean.
Saudi
That's
so
clean.
bad. Come on. Let's go.
Let's go.
Nice
Well,
looking
Hot Chicks,
jersey.
we can see who you're pulling for today. Well, we also had some impressive consistency from the likes of 9Z squad out of LATAM. Finished second after round 1 concluded, and they picked up 12 head start points to take with them to the next stage. Remember, the scorers restart this week, and teams started fresh yesterday. And so 9Z had an incredible, performance. We're going to dive into those stats shortly, but you know what I'm remembering as well? We had an incredible player from 9Z, a new pickup. His name's Remix. And Dave, Remix went head-to-head with a new player from Alpha 7 yesterday. It was completely incredible. And I want to take a peek at that because that was one of the best heads-up fights I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, this had to have been like one of the cleanest, just straight-up 4v4s we've seen here so far in the tournament. And, well, Squash, Remix, like you're saying, the 2 new additions for both of their respected teams, trying to make a name for themselves, you know, trying to show up here and really put a stamp on why they belong on the squad here this season. And regardless of who won this, I think just overall, look at the tournament, both these players, you can really tell that they have been gaining that synergy. You know, it's always a tough thing to have a new player. You're the only new one on the squad. Like, how do you mix? How do you match with the squad? But looking at both players, I feel like they're just firing on all cylinders, and you could tell, you know, they're here to game here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. I mean, when it comes to Remix, yeah, he may be new to the 9Z squad, but he ain't new to PUBG Mobile, baby. This guy has been in so many different teams before. I mean, I think I've seen him in Titan Series Season 0, you know, beasting it up. So I'm glad to see him pop off here now, and to win a good 1v1 against a new member of Alpha 7 in round 2, it's gotta feel great. So, I mean, obviously, round 2, this is all about just getting those head start points and just leveling up your game, your cohesiveness, right? And that's what I love about this, is because you're gonna have a good idea of what these teams are gonna play like in the grand finals. I mean, sure, some teams are gonna make some adjustments, but I mean, if you're sitting already and starting to make plays like that, you know it's gonna pump your squad up, getting ready for those big moments coming up here soon.
So a little bit of an experiment, right, from Alpha 7 as well as 9Z, putting a new player into the lineup before they go, hopefully, to Worlds. And I would say the experiment's going quite well. Remix right now is sitting at number 3 overall in the tournament as far as elimination leaders go, and Squash sitting at number 4. So speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a peek at our overall standings, because we got to figure out what is the situation. Hot Jukes, Loops crushed it on day 1, but there were 5 other teams beside them to also pick up a chicken dinner. So the point spread is pretty wide right now, and no one really looking like a guarantee to move on and get those bonus points.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much anyone's game at this point. I mean, the teams at the bottom obviously have to go crazy to even compete with these guys at the top. I'm just glad that we're going to get to talk at least about one team from the US of A, and that's Wolves, right? I think we're going to be doing a lot of talking about Alpha 7 tomorrow. As a matter of fact, probably later today. So I don't think anybody's really too worried about this squad, especially of how they performed in round 1. But yeah, for all these other teams, you want to be able to put those big head start points up, because you don't know how it's going to go in the grand finals, you know, and those points really, really do give you a lot of leniency if you have a bad start, for sure.
Absolutely. We have Xforce down in 12th right now, and Mustache Dave, my friend, we have a bit of a player update coming out of Xforce. Not one that we want to hear, but it looks like Fate, who has been one of the strongest players from the squad, is out with an injury. Got a little hand injury here. So I don't know if he's going to have to sit this one out, but we definitely are going to keep eyes on it. Fate has a hand injury today. So that's the report that I'm hearing here from Xforce. But with that, Hot Jukes mentioned that we were going to talk about Alpha 7 probably likely later today and as this round continues for sure. But why don't we take this opportunity to look at two of the other teams currently in the top four, one of which having an amazing day in the Wolves, as well as Influence Rage, who also picked up a chicken dinner yesterday. So Influence Rage versus Wolves. Will pop up that head-to-head here for you in just a moment. We'll take a peek at those stats, but Influence Rage, an incredible performance yesterday, and they seem to only be picking up steam as the day went on. Mustache Dave, we saw them pick up, I believe, a W on Miramar, but man, this is a team to watch out for sure.
Yeah, they got, 17 total placement points yesterday, 33 elims when we're looking at Influence Rage, and you got Little Boy Law, LaRosen, Diego. We've seen some standout plays from that particular squad. I would like to see them kind of tune up their rotation just a little bit, because there were a couple sketchy moments where they might have lost one or two of their squad mates on the rotate, so it left them down a member come that late game. But another team that I know you were cheering for pretty much since the start of the tournament, PB, and I'm happy that they're up here, is 9Z.
We've got ourselves an interview. It looks like Fate is in the lobby. He's going to play, but perhaps maybe nursing a little bit of a wing. We've got a interview with Fate. We're going to go to him now and get the skinny.
You okay, Fate?
I'm swole.
Yeah, you want to tell him? You want to tell Sour Patch what happened last night?
Tell him, bro.
These two got into a fight, and then Fate won, and then Fate punched the bed because he was all amped up, and he hurt his hand. Yeah, I went downstairs, I came back up, and these two were out of breath. And I was like, what happened? And Fate's like, my hand. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Anything you want to say?
It is what it is, bro. I won 1-0.
Who's helping you out?
Mia from IG, she's a really good friend.
All right, I see what's going on here. Mia from Intense Games helping him out. Fair enough, but priorities may be a bit in question here, Hot Jukes. I don't know what's going on here, but Fate gonna suit up, gonna play, gonna tough it out, but perhaps maybe a bit of a detriment on the battlegrounds today for Xforce.
I know what happened real quick, TB. What happened is Fate swung at Valak after talking that trash about 3-point, and he missed him, and he hit the wall right there, broke his hand. So I think what was happening is Fate was sticking up for his boy right there. Hot Jukes.
What did he pull, a pinky string? I mean, this is ridiculous, dude. I mean, nobody wins when you punch a wall, right? Or was it a bed frame? Ridiculous. Well, what can you say? I mean, you can pull a hamstring, you can get turf toe in different games. Here, you punch a wall and you're in trouble. So hopefully Fate just shakes it off. You know what I'm saying? After that that good medical treatment that we saw right there, and is able to play today. Come on, Fate.
Great updates here from Fate for sure. So let's dive into another topic next. We got to talk about the strongest team in the lobby after day one of our round two, and that's Loops. They looked absolutely incredible yesterday, putting out a ton of pressure, and obviously 9Z seemed to kind of be ramping up as well as kind of the match went on. Both squads have looked pretty good overall through this tournament so far, but round two seems to be incredible so far for both, and they're hoping to keep that momentum going. So Loops being led both by Vitin and Rafinha, both in the top 7 right now in elims in this second round. They've been absolutely crushing it so far, but 9Z having a lot to say about it themselves. The squad from Mexico looking like one of the most consistent in the lobby thus far, currently sitting in second place in round two, as they have been basically this entire time, Dave.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that we're starting to see other teams, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Of course, we are only on day number 2, But other teams are really taking advantage of trying to get as many points as possible while, and I say this, they got a win yesterday, but Alpha 7, they're underperforming, right? Underperforming. So I think that's really cool to see other teams like Loops taking advantage of that. Loops yesterday on Erangel, 24 total eliminations. So that was really their map, 16 placement points over the course of those 3 games. I think Loops and both the Wolves truly taking advantage of the back-to-back-to-back Erangels. Like game 1, Erangel, they had a solid performance, and they just continued on with that momentum. And that's what you want to see.
Of course it is. We've got ourselves game 1 coming up in just a moment. We're starting off on Sandhawk as we get ready to do the jungle for game 1. I like getting that one, get the guns warmed up and the players rocking and ready to go. And obviously the top 3, as we mentioned, will be moving on to the Esports World Cup starting this July 24th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So make sure you guys bookmark that and get it on your calendar. Esports World Cup is what all these teams are striving to get to. And not to mention picking up a little cash money on the way. But again, the top 3 are going to be the ones to move on. So with that, we're getting ready here for Sandhawk. Got to get some predictions from you boys. We've got Hot Jukes, newcomer to the desk today. You've been watching the tournament. Who's standing out to you so far, and who do you think is going to be taking home this first map
You
today?
know what? I got that Wolves jersey, baby, so I got to go with the Wolves. Come on, let's go ahead and see them crush it here in game number 1. Get those points because they're going to need it because you know Alpha 7 are going to be coming in hot today.
Whew. Well, I like the call, my friend. We get that jersey on over there. Mustache Dave, what about you? Who do you got for game 1?
Yes, sir. Yesterday, I picked Loops all day long. Today, I'm going with 9Z PB. Game 1, 9Z.
That's a solid choice. I've been riding them pretty hard as well so far, but I'm gonna go with a different one today. Pick a team that hasn't picked up a chicken dinner yet this round, and that's Royals of War. I feel like they were super aggressive yesterday, kind of following up with timely third parties and winning those fights. Just losing a player here or there that ultimately had them shorthanded going into those final circles. So I'm going to go with Royals of War 19 Esports here for the first round. We'll see if they're able to take advantage of position and maybe get an advantageous position in the zone. So we will see here, but the action has kicked off. Day 5 here is live. This is the second day of our second round. Hot Jukes, my friend, take it away.
Let's get it going, baby. Round 2, day 2. And we need to see some of these teams pick up the pace here, Dave, because those head start points, I mean, at the end of the day, we've seen how effective they are. They definitely do make an impact. Now, they're not guaranteed automatic first place because you got a bunch of them, but boy, do they help big time. So you got to be able to start showing some progress here and now for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. You got 2 rounds and then you got the finals, and in both rounds you're able to get those head start, those advantage points. And honestly, for Alpha 7, if they get first place both weeks, that's 30 points. Jeez. Right off the rip, which is huge coming into the finals, which is only 3 days. And the last day, I'm sure it'll get spicy because we got them smash rules, baby. We look gonna smash it. So it is going to be exciting. So to be able to have the opportunity to get some of these points now to kind of offset that risk during the 3-day finals, that is the name of the game here today, PB.
I gotta say, Dave, we've got some goofy zones again. This one's way up north here on Sandhawk, and you love to see it, but man, I feel like, you know, looking at drop spots, it's always north, it feels like, in these circles lately. So the teams that are dropping in the south, they really are going to have to fight and work through the traffic to get that advantageous position in zone. But here we are yet again. We've got some nice loot going on here from ROW. It's my pick to win this round, but I don't know if that's going to happen, but I like their spot on the map right now. Hot Jukes, you know, do you think these circles are just predetermined? Is it scripted? What's going on?
I don't know, man. But you know what? The more I've seen like Sandhawk style play, I see a lot of teams, like really, really high-end squads, take that nice northwestern side of the circle, because if they do take that island and the zone goes in that direction, they're so well set up for the game. Like, they're going to be putting up points pretty much guaranteed. So I'm not shocked to see a lot more teams kind of favor that side, because Sandhawk, these zones, I've just been tending to love to go to that north side.
Yeah.
Got a nice little loot up sesh going here from 9Z Remix. I want to see if he can put together another great day. Honestly, Mustache Dave, this is one of the players so far for me that's been a bit of a surprise. Like, I know it's not a surprise that, you know, he's a solid player, but he's been a top 5 player at America so far, and that's no small feat, my friend. And I don't know if I would have thought Remix coming into this on a new team would have delivered that type of performance, especially with teammates like Colgoat.
He's been grinding for years, grinding for seasons. I mean, all that practice, all that hard work, and now you're here at LAN, Hot Jukes. I mean, that is exactly what you want to see from a player. To really be able to excel under these pressure situations. But we'll get back to that because VicTech, Rose of War, this is your team, PB. They sprung the trap. This is going to be the Wolves over here, losing one member early on.
Poncho.
Luckily for them, Aragons is going to stay alive. That was a close call there, but they'll take the early point. Got a little first blood here on day 2.
Look at this, shoot to survive. Shoot to survive, putting in some work on this island. This is a really good opportunity for them to put up some big points here because like I was talking about a little bit earlier, right? If you're a team that lands here on this island, if you get that northern circle, you are supposed to be putting up some serious points. So I'm glad that we start seeing them make it happen. A lot of action here at the start. And I think I'm not surprised at all because a lot of these teams, when they see a circle like this, you got to head there pretty darn quick.
Gonna be VIOUS Gaming. They did get a winner chicken dinner yesterday, and then after that kind of fell off, if I'm being honest. So it is good to see them in game number 1 already kind of picking up where they left off on that win that they were able to accomplish yesterday. They're going to be a mid-pack team today, sit pretty good on the overall leaderboards, looking to maintain that. So it does look like David was thirsted though from Royals of War, who are going to be the team all the way up here to the north. They got the ocean to their backside, so they're really just looking in. But Rose of War, as we've been talking about throughout the weeks here, you gotta always keep your eye on VIP. VIP love coming in late, love coming in from the blue. Always that surprise factor here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely pulling out the surprise factor. And when it comes to Rose of War, they're currently in 13th place. I think this is a good opportunity for them to really practice that aggression, because one thing that happens is if you do not perform well in these, first 2 rounds, come finals times, teams are not going to respect you. You know what I'm saying? They're going to go ahead and get a knock and thirst and realize who the team is and just hard push you. So you got to stand up for yourself. I think if you're a team like Rose of War, shoot to survive, pop off here now, make a statement and show these squads that, hey, you know what? You mean business. Business.
Well, boys, Wolves got a player knocked and thirsted. Rose of War got a player knocked and thirsted. 9Z, are they next, Dave? Those are our predictions.
Oh my, you're right.
9Z, yeah, they're all the way down there in Camp Charlie. They are going to be kind of playing this one slow. I do see Savage Esports near them as well, but 9Z, they might have a good opportunity to kind of make their approach into the southern half of the circle. And try to avoid, those sight lines to clash with Savage and Team Liquid. Xforce over here. Xforce over here. Big chilling in a good spot. But over here, 9Z. They got the scooter. They're on the rotate here. They're on the rotate.
It's going to be a long one. That's
Love me a scooter rotation. Those are the best.
Scoot take.
Don't
Scoot
shoot.
tape.
Don't
tape.
shoot. Oh, thank goodness.
The scoot tape.
Oh yeah, this is how to do it, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, this is how you do it. Get on that good old scooter and put that wrist all the way down and just hold it there. You know what I'm saying? Full send on over. I'm glad we didn't see him shoot, because that's one thing a lot of these teams need to avoid is, you know what? Don't be shooting teams in the blue on rotation unless it's completely obvious, like you can get a full squad wipe, because all it's going to do is just put you at risk, losing players. It's going to delay your time getting into circle, especially in a zone like this. I mean, yeah, heading up even more to that northern side. Now it's going to be a little bit tough for those teams like Intense Game. They're going to have to be able to cross that bridge pretty darn quick. But yeah, I want to see 9Z and just take their time, find a position in the circle, then start fighting.
Who did that yesterday? Mustache Dave, where they just like randomly fought by themselves.
Had to been, I mean, VIP. You could say VIP because they're always the ones out there just in the blue fighting. And I actually like their approach here this game, and we talked about him yesterday. Every single match we see VIP, they're constantly improving on their timing, right? Week 1, they were so late on the drop and the rotate. Right now, they dropped, they got that loot, and they had the game plan go north, and now they find themselves in a really good position. But kind of going back to the 9Z storyline, Hot Jukes and PB, they are all over the place. Looks like Kolgo might have gotten a vehicle, and now they're doubling back to Camp Charlie. They got me scratching my head, but we'll get back to that because Team Liquid here, PB, making the push.
Huh. Team Liquid's been getting into the thick of it, but it hasn't always gone their way as you might expect, and they're taking on Influence Rage right now, who's been riding a bit of a heater, honestly, but they got Little Boy down, and they've got the early advantage. Teams have traded so far, and it's now a 3v3 at the moment. Law waiting for Mythic. Mythic gets a grenade in through the door, does more damage to himself than the opponent. He's going to have to back off for a bit of a heal. Cardozan gets knocked from the roof as Lorenzen gets a nice peek there, and now the tables have turned. Team Liquid on their heels a bit, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, they are. Yeah, Influence Rage are kind of stuck right now. Lorenzen's going to be that big point right there up top of the roof. He's going to have to keep applying that pressure. If he gets knocked, though, Influence Rage is going to be in some big trouble. Cardozan's completely stuck by himself. I don't see him getting res anytime soon here. Because Lorenzen, yeah, he's got those 2 members of Team Liquid on lockdown. Let's see what Mythic can do, though. Mythic with that knock onto Law and the Thirst.
Wow, that's huge
play for them.
That'll turn that fight right around.
And look at, Diego getting a nice knock on to Chief. Now you can see Influence Rage. They got the upper hand big time.
Unfortunate that the Thirst did happen onto Law because they are playing this one pretty well here. Looks like Ayala, now the last one alive behind the boulder, trying to make up their mind. They're going to have to clutch this one out. Looks like they're going to be swapping over to the grenades. We got 2 in hand, but we are by ourselves right now. I don't know, Hot Jukes. The 1v3, is it possible?
I mean, anything's possible for sure, but it ain't probable. You know, I think Ayala should have probably just sent it with his squad a little earlier, even though he was in a really tough spot. I think you got to full commit with your team. At this level of gameplay, it's pretty much all or nothing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we'll see. We'll see if Ayala can possibly sneak a point away. But yeah, I think it's an unfortunate situation here for Team Liquid, PB.
Ooh, Savage Esports getting gunned down by Alpha 7 on the drive-by here. That's not where they want to be, but Alpha 7 will take it. Some free points as the Savage Esports squad goes by, and that is not the only squad that spots them out. VIOUS Gaming from the other side as well. Savage Esports, they're getting picked on a little bit right now. They're down to just 1 member left standing, but it looks like they will be able to get a reset, except Alpha 7's going to crash and collect those points. It's up to Snacks right now to see if he can hold them off.
Man,
they backed off. Look at that. VIOUS Gaming also rolled up as well. So those 2 squads are going to fight, and Savage Esports is like, thank you, gentlemen, for giving us a moment here to breathe. Dave.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they still spent 11 minutes looting and then just straight up YOLO sending it to this position without really scouting when I'm looking at Savage. And now I believe Alpha 7 trying to take advantage of that. Savage losing 2 of their members here. They might lose more. They're going to be sandwiched between 2 different teams. Alpha 7 on the outskirts of the new play zone, using their vehicles, repositioning them, making sure they're safe and sound. Next circle did pop, so we are going to have some water in play. The circle kind of shifts a little to the southwest, and well, Alpha 7 probably going to look to clean this one up here and kind of play the edge over here. Hot Jukes.
Yeah, Alpha 7, I like the fact that it didn't really full commit to that fight. It wasn't because they couldn't win it, it's because of the timing of it. They realized that, you know what, if we do go for this send, we're most likely going to get third-partied and be in trouble. So, hey, you could even show the best of the best when it comes to fights, showing patience and showing that high game IQ, and it's going to work out for them.
Elim. Fate getting some nice shots on the board. No Elim so far for them, as they're going to be just chilling. VIOUS Gaming, a team that has been in the action here since the drop. Only 1 elimination point going their way, but they're going to have a nice little off-center position here in the foothills. They got some vehicles. They got some tall bushes to work with in the high ground here, but for the most part, probably going to be content with their current position here.
Xforce getting geared up right now to potentially fight. We got VIOUS Gaming up in the hill looking down. You can see them on the mini-map kind of looking at each other, so that's interesting. But here comes 9Z trying to take advantage of a very weak VIP squad. Remix coming out the windows, getting the finishes right now, and VIP in serious trouble. They've got one member left with like 5 HP, so not the start they were hoping for today. A great day one for them in round 2, but VIP Esports are going to have to regroup after Sandhawk does not go their way, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, tough start for them. And then, you know, that's the nature of Sandhawk. You never know what's going to happen here. You just try your best to put up as many points as you possibly can. And unfortunately, they are out early here. But you know what? With Sandhawk out the way, they'll be able to warm themselves up in Aaron Gale. Now looking on over here to Paradise Resort. Got Alpha 7 looking to sneak up here. You can see Revel. He has a good idea where this team is. But I don't think they're going to plan on getting on any fights at all. Waiting for the circle to pop first.
Yeah, AGG, they were really consistent yesterday when it comes to finishing in the late game, showing up in the late game with the whole squad alive. They just couldn't really close it out. But look at this new circle. The island finish is a possibility. iNCO, big chilling on the island. We'll have to see if that pays off, as it does look like Savage finally rotating into the area. And Alpha 7 going to be taking them out here. Possibly Carrillo gonna be pulling up, DBS in hand. It's locked and loaded. We're gonna be letting them slugs rip. But look at this, Revo with the grenade steal. My dude's like, nah, I'm at the top of the MVP leaderboards. Thank you, I'll take that.
Dude, Alpha 7's
they got
fight
pushed.
Decisions are insane. They always pick the right time to fight. Yeah, look at this, Vitali.
Yeah, they got pushed. VIOUS Gaming actually crashed their compound, and now here comes INF Hot Juice.
Gotta soak up them points right now. This is a very, very tough circle. So if you can just dominate this island and take it completely, you know you're gonna be soaking up some serious points. So Vitali, look at that. Look at that player cam. So stiff. Peeks out. Oh, not gonna see it. Oh, he went
No.
Unfortunate.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
Bye-bye.
That's 12K.
That's okay.
He's done. All right, so Alpha 7 moved into Paradise Resort just as the zone kind of hard shifted away from them. It goes to the island. iNCO Gaming was the team that made a play for it early. We'll see if that pans out from them. They're able to hold off the others, or if the zone even continues to go there. But a smart call from them, and now squads like Alpha 7, who were kind of edging in, they've got to fight their way in. So we'll see as they do just that. And you know, if anybody's got to fight their way in, you know, Alpha 7's got to feel pretty good about their chances. Although they get connected. Look at the laser beam from M2M. Squash just taken out of the car. That's a tough break right there for Alpha 7.
Oh, are they going to make it to safety? Oh, still alive. Alpha 7, yeah, they're just trying to find a spot into this next zone. Meanwhile, Loops are battling it out in the midline here. Let's see. Gusta, some great shots here. More teams get knocked out. This is a very, very tough circle. I want to see this next zone go right on the island. What do you think, guys?
I hope so, man. I hope so. I want to see some water in the zone. I want to see some swimmers looking for placement points. I want nothing but chaos here in game number 1. Baton, 1 grenade left. Molotov as well. You got Shoot to survive right beneath them. Here comes the Wolves with the full push. They got the high ground advantage. They got the DBSs. They're about to drop down and let it rip. Casper doesn't even know what's coming. The drop down. There goes Casper. Darklight, though, with a nice defense. Now looking uphill. Here comes Doran with the save and the clutch revive right there.
Did you guys notice out in the middle that Influence Rage had taken over that center island from iNCO? iNCO is gone. Influence is out there knocked. I saw that they lost a couple of members, so the ownership of the central island here in the zone has changed hands now a couple of times, and it's kind of a battle for that. I would love to see that finish, to answer your question, Hot Jukes, because I always love me a nice swim when the game is on the line. It looks like Loops, though, continuing with a strong performance, already up to 6 elims and a full squad still still left in this one. Intense Game also with a full squad. We also have Xforce right now with a full squad as well. So they look to be turning things around here to start off day 2. And you love to see it. I hate it when teams that are trying to build momentum go out early and they don't even have a chance to fire their guns, Hot Jukes.
Oh, man, I love it too. I'll tell you what, man. Anytime that you got me and Dave on a Sandhawk game, somehow there was a ridiculous amount of water in play. And it is true to this day. I love to see it here. Now you got, oh, look at this. You got Carrillo. He made it to the island. He's playing it very sneaky here. And he's got some huge sight lines. Playing out those smokes, using that terrain to his advantage. Trying to soak up some more points there for Alpha 7. And Influence Rage don't even want any of this right now. I think they're just very content with their position. But Carrillo, he wants some action here. That nade looks good. Oh, and it chunked Loras in pretty good.
Great nade.
And the
Molotov
molly?
follow-up. Yeah, he's pushing him off. He's pushing off his bungalow right here.
Toxic.
And he got it. Oh, they actually got third-partied.
Didn't matter.
And he got the steal, though. Carrillo gets picked up for the point, and now he's just got to find Little Boy. He does, and he hits the shot. But he gets gunned down on the third party, so the position not secured by Alpha 7, and it's all up to Revo now on the sidelines there. He does not make the cross. Carrillo almost with a beautiful play, but he at least got a couple more points for his team, Hot Jukes.
How did they even get there and take that away from Influence Rage? That is insane. Every other team is just playing the edge right now. The island is completely
It's free
open.
and clear.
Yeah, no, completely
Wild.
clear. Alpha 7 knows that for sure. They definitely got the comms knowing that the island is free. So let's see if one of them are going to be able to try to make that swim. But you got a lot of fishermen here on the edges here waiting for anybody to jump in that water.
Little pre-fire action right there. Going with the DBS is waiting for Xforce to make the push, but just too much to fight off here as a squad mate not really in a position to defend and provide that support because he's swimming right now, which is it's an okay play. You know, we're looking to get some placement points here in the island. Like we're talking about, it is free and clear. Nobody's going to be there. So we got two solos eyeballing the island, knowing that it's clear. Then you got IG on the shorelines here, probably going to clash with Xforce here very shortly. Looks like Xforce, they do have the high ground though, so I feel like they're going to have the advantage over Intense Game here.
Yeah, I think we see...
One would think.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you think, PB?
No, I was just going to say, Adrian's on the point there behind that rock. I don't know that they know he's there, but they're both playing very cautiously at the moment. These solos, though, could play a bit of a factor. You've got Baton in the water getting ready to come out, potentially. Revo sees him, but both of these guys, it's like, which team do you want to suit up for, Solos? And that might play a factor on who ultimately takes the chicken dinner here, because, you know, you got to think it's going to be either Xforce or Intense Game.
Yeah. Either or. Revo's got a very cheeky angle, though.
The circle, though, Hot Jukes.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I was wondering if we're going to see Revo, you know, jump in the water, hard swim all the way to the backside, and then finally take that island. But I understand why he stayed there for so long, because he had some pretty darn good sight lines to see anybody that would be possibly swimming. So he finally does make the jump the second that zone pops. Baton is also on the swim. It's a swim race, guys.
The backstroke.
I was just going to say,
versus Revo.
Dave, is it possible the Solos win this? What? I didn't know you could do that.
It might be. Xforce, though, just getting beamed from above. Revo, 5 grenades, getting a nice little knock right there. Cooking up a grenade. Silence better. Watch out, because that grenade's getting FedEx right to his doorstep. Revo
Are you
with
kidding
the
me?
grenade. This is a 1v1.
What was I just saying? You gotta think that these two full squads are gonna be the ones to take it. Well, look at me. How dumb does this commentator appear right now? Both the solos are the only ones still alive, and we've got a heads up 1v1 Wolves versus Alpha 7. This is a rivalry that I'm loving to see develop, Hot Jukes.
It's not just Wolves versus Alpha 7, right? It's Baton versus Revo, of all people, the MVP himself. So if you're going up against any player in the world, that's probably the one player you don't want to go against. He has the island and the position. This should 100% be an Alpha 7 chicken dinner. He very, very rarely loses one of these.
It's the final boss, Dave.
Knows where oh, actually, Revo's kind of looking. Doesn't know where he is yet. Revo, top 10 bush here. Got the
That's
camouflage. Baton still kind of wrapping around. The intel's not there yet, but yeah, totally agree. This is the final boss of this lobby. So Let's see who comes out on top.
I still can't believe in a 1v1, v4, v4 that the two ones are the ones to survive. Not only that, they didn't even have the greatest positions. That like they made Revo had a decent one because he had that cliffside there get to the island by doing the swim, but these guys, he might be able to get that grenade in there, and oh my goodness, connects with Baton. He's only got a few hit points left, and he has no idea where that came from.
Look at that scramble. He's going back and forth, being like, what happened? Where'd my health go? And Revo's just like a shark on land. Throwing some more nades. Good to see Baton did get that heal off, so that's good. Now here's the rear set. Oh, Baton has the zone to his back. He's going to have to make a big play here. And never mind. No play necessary. It's all nades, baby. Alpha 7 with the big chicken dinner to start things off.
Hey, unfortunate for Baton there. Never really got a feel for where Revo was hiding. He was in the bush, camping it up. But hey, that's what you need to do sometimes to get the win. And oh my goodness, Alpha 7 picking up the victory. Both of those teams. Not only was it unlikely that the two solos made it to the final circle in the last 4 teams, it was unlikely that they even got there in the first place. If you rewind all the way back to the very beginning, Wolves got shot out of the car. Remember that by ROW? Yeah. And so they played that whole game with 3 players. And not to mention Alpha 7 trying to make their mad dash from Paradise had 2 gunned down as they were trying to get there as well. We saw Squash get lasered out of the car by M2M. So just very, very unlikely candidates there, but 2 of the best players in this lobby, especially Revo, getting a well-deserved win there for Alpha 7. And boys, Alpha 7's on the board already here in day 2, round 2. Dave, reactions from day 1.
Listen, the island was wild. We had iNCO, they were occupying it. We had Influence occupying it, VIOUS Gaming occupying. I mean, that island switched hands so many times right there. And then finally at the end, there was nobody there. Everybody there was just eliminated. And then we had the 2 solos, battling it out. So I cannot believe. I can only imagine if iNCO or one of those other teams managed to stay alive. Like, that would have been a really solid win for them. But it was such a challenge, I guess, because all those different sight lines on those cliffs. And if you just poked your head through a window, there was a team looking right at you, Hot Jukes.
Dude, I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, even looking back to that zone, I mean, Alpha 7 had the worst position going into like stage 5. I mean, they were all the way over there in Paradise, and the zone hard shifted onto the island, and they still won the game. And I think that's what makes them just so dang good. Anytime they got their back against the zone, they're gonna push teams and just pick them apart piece by piece. Rebel, I mean, finishing it off in style, taking down Intense Game as well. I knew that it was going to take too long before we were starting to hype up the squad.
Okay, let's take a peek at the stats real quick, boys. Revo with 7 eliminations here in our first game today. To put this in perspective, let's rewind to round 1, right? Over the 3 days of round 1, the man put up 59 eliminations. Second place for that week was 30, so he nearly doubled up the entire lobby. Then, fast forward to day 1 of round 2. He only had 4 eliminations yesterday. And we were wondering, what's going on with Revo? What's going on with Alpha 7? We had confidence that they would get it back, get their groove back. But today, 7 elims nearly doubles up what he did all of yesterday so far. Boys, we still got 5 games to go today, and Revo already feeling it, Dave.
Yeah, hey, listen, just saying, I saw 2 of those snatched away from the teammate with that grenade at the end, but it's all right. We'll let it slide. I mean, you want to be at the top. And I have to assume, the MVP prize pool, we're all sharing it. So, I mean, when one person gets it, we all get it. Alpha 7, this was my fear yesterday. For everybody else in the lobby, once when Alpha 7 get going, Hot Jukes, there's no stopping them. So I'm hoping, listen, I love Alpha 7, but for everybody else, I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping somebody can kind of put a stop to that Alpha 7 snowball that we saw in week number 1.
The good news here, though, is when you see Alpha 7 with 21 points here, the teams that they're chasing are the Wolves. It is Loops, and both of those teams putting up double digits here in game 1 as well, so that the gap isn't going to close tremendously here. 9Z fell off a little bit, did not finish on the first page, but that's okay. I'm sure they'll pick things back up, but overall, an incredible first match on Sandhawk, and honestly, that was probably the most surprised that I've been inside of a PUBG Mobile game. Just normally, like, you look at the map, you see the zone, the circles, and you're like, oh, this team's got an advantage, or, you know, this 4v1, clearly the 4 are going to win. All of a sudden, like Xforce, I barely even saw them get eliminated. Their full squad evaporated in the final circles there, and all of a sudden we're down to solos. So why don't we check out the overall standings and see what this first game does to our overalls, and we'll see Alpha 7 shoot up that leaderboard into the top 3. They are now challenging the Wolves for second place. Loops Esports still on top, 94 points overall. They've got a comfortable 25-point lead, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I think if we're being realistic, you know, Alpha 7, in reality, they're not chasing anybody. You know, I think everybody is just chasing them at this point. Sure, on the leaderboards, they're in third place, but I think it's only a matter of time before we see them back in that first place. This team is just a cut above the rest the way they've been playing, you know? So I want to see some teams kind of try to put some work to kind of stop that momentum going, because like Dave said, when Alpha 7 does get started, they are pretty impossible to stop. So I still want to see teams like, you know, Wolves, Loops, put up some big points on the board so that way they can get some of them head start points. But if someone doesn't stop the squad sooner rather than later, PB, these guys are going to walk away with 30 points in the grand finals. That's crazy.
We got Xforce down in 8th place as well, Dave. Shout outs to them for making it all the way as far as they did. It was a pretty big contrast from yesterday's performance, so maybe they found a new a new game plan here for the second day. Injury, it didn't seem to affect them too much over on Xforce.
Yeah. It looks like they did swap with VIP Esports too. I was commending their rotations and how quick they were in game number 1, but then we saw them in that rotate, kind of send it to a centralized position and just get annihilated. But GG's for them showing up that late game. Kind of just like you said, PB, disappearing though. When they jumped off that cliff, they all just kind of vanished right there.
Where did they go?
They probably thought the same thing, but I think showing up in the late game with all 4 alive, that's a huge come up here for them.
Well, game 1 in the book, Sandhawk is officially done. We turn our attention next to Erangel, but before we do, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Shoot to survive. Survive, putting in some work.
Wow, that's huge.
Play for them.
That'll turn that fight right around.
And look at, Diego.
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. It's the PMSL America Spring 2025 League Play season. We're here in round 2, and we just kicked off our first game on Sandhawk. It was bananas, as we talked about moments ago. The Solos, the name of the game, as Revo gets the victory for Alpha 7. And boys, I'm a little concerned. Alpha 7 taking the first game of the day, doing it in a match that they should have never been in, quite honestly, and they somehow find themselves in a goofy zone with the winner chicken dinner. What does this mean for the rest of the day, Hot Jukes?
I mean, sounds about Alpha 7, to be honest. I mean, what else can I say? This is what they do. When their back's up against the wall, they are the team that prove that more often than not, they can make something of it. That's why they're the championship team coming into this, right? So it's really about just trying to stop them. And it's hard because if you don't finish them out completely, they're going to heal back up and take you down some way or the other with one player or two. And that's what they do. So when it comes to Alpha 7, it's full steam ahead. Honestly, I don't see them slowing it down. I expect to see them on top of the leaderboards here. But if we get surprised, that's great. What else can I say? I gotta be honest.
Can't say much. It's expected, I suppose, from Alpha 7. Revo back with 7 elims in the first game. Again, remember, all of yesterday he had 4. Nearly doubles that total in just game 1, Dave. As we move to game 2 on Erangel, we got to be thinking about which teams legitimately have a chance to add significant head start points to that total. A couple that I'm looking at right now are Loops Esports, Wolves, and 9Z. When I look at not only the team's performance, obviously great. They're sitting, in the top 5 right now, all of them comfortably positioned, but I'm looking at the individual performances as well. Vitin, Nilzada, and Rafina from Loops, all of them in the top 5 for eliminations in round 2 so far. So they've really stepped up their game. 3 standout players. Then you've got Doran from Wolves sitting at number 2 right now, and Remix from 9Z sitting in 4th. So those teams looking incredible. If you had to give one an edge right now, which one are you going to go with?
I'm going to go with just based off of what we saw yesterday on Erangel, and that is Loops. They were the most consistent when it comes to placement points and elimination points. So we're going to be playing this map back to back 3 times right now. Loops currently in the lead. They got a nice little cushion between them, the Wolves, and Alpha 7. And I want to see them maintain that lead here because I want to see another team finish this week with those 15 points at the top. You know what I'm saying, fellas?
That'd be nice.
We do.
Nice.
I feel like there's a few teams right now that definitely have a good shot that continue to make waves, right? We mentioned Loops. We've got 9Z, Alpha 7, obviously. Wolves. We also got Influence Rage. They're a team that continues to kind of up their standard. They're winning fights that, they're having. We saw them push iNCO out of a fortified Central Island position last game, and that was after they went head-to-head against Team Liquid, and ultimately they took a bad situation, they turned it around, and they got the squad wipe. Now, on the flip side there, Team Liquid, this is a team that in the past, this was a dominant team from Brazil. It was them and Alpha 7 that were head and shoulders above everyone else. And unfortunately, Team Liquid just has not delivered so far during this qualifier. We're in 9th place right now, so I've got my eye on them to, improve things going into this game. We'll see if they can do it, but you guys at home, make sure you grab that Amazon gift card on screen right now. Get yourself a nice little treat, courtesy of Amazon and PUBG Mobile. So with that, Hot Jukes, we head to the game. Give me your prediction, Erangel. We got map 2. Who's it going to be taking home the winner chicken dinner?
You know what? Why don't we see some Team Liquid action? I like the fact that you called them out because you're right. These guys were one of the top dominant squads going into this before. But yeah, they've seemed to not have that same kind of pizzazz that we've seen. So yeah, we want to see that chicken dinner now. You know what I'm saying? I want to see.
We need that pizzazz.
Yeah, come on.
All right. Team Liquid, a solid pick. They haven't been winning those squad fights, man. They're going head-to-head with teams and just dropping them. I don't know what the deal is, if they're playing a bit disjointed. But with that, Hot Jukes picks them here for game 2. Now, Mustache Dave, do you agree, or are you going to go with another team?
I was going to go with them, too, and I feel like they're going to have a military-based circle here to kind of help them. But, nah. I'm going with the Zarky Bros, man. The a.k.a. VIP Esports. This is a team that I've been really impressed with their improvements here, and we saw them on Erangel yesterday show up in that late game just so close. All it takes, in my opinion, is one good team fight to really get it going. And we heard in the interview, PB, They already got the vibes. They already got the confidence. So if they can get a chicken, that team is going to be unstoppable. But what about you, PB?
I'm going to go with Influence Rage. I like the way they've been trending. They seem to get stronger and stronger, and they've been winning fights when they're going up against another team. You can see them on the map here next to S2S, next to iNCO, and those are two teams that they've tangled with quite a bit as of late. So we'll see if that is something that they do yet again. Now notice on the map you've got Alpha 7, finally, Central Zone. They are going to be able to stay home for once instead of have to do these crazy round-the-map rotations. Alpha 7 finally getting Zone Blessed to start off the game, and that'll be interesting to see how they convert and if they're able to fortify and defend a position versus have to attack and try to infiltrate a position, which is what we've been normally having to see from the Hot Jukes.
Yeah, that is true. So, and the thing is that they're very good at doing that, you know, so now to see them just be able to chill, let's see how it plays out for them. You know, it's going to definitely be a little bit of a change of pace, I think, because you're right. I mean, North George drop, any that circle goes any other way, they're going to have to be, you know, taken off pretty quickly here. So you can see the, I mean, they know this map like the back of their hands. They know exactly which loot path they're taking. They are going to be hyped and ready to go here. We're going to see Juancho, the legend himself, hop on in, get on that rotation. And I want to see, it's going to be interesting to see Dave, if the circle does go up to Zarky, what VIP will do. I kind of want to see that happen. Not gonna lie.
I want to see it happen too. Listen, you drop there 99 times, that 100th time, it's going there. So let's see.
It's not like Sandhawk. You know what I'm saying?
Let's see if that pays out.
Goes to Zarky.
Let's see. It might, man. We just had that. Hey, you and I, we're on the cast today. You get the crazy zones, the crazy finishes. I mean, that's just what we do. By the way, I got to ask you, PB and me, we want a Wolves jersey, Hot Jukes. What's happening here, man? How do we get the hookup?
I'm gonna tell you right now. I did not just get a Wolves jersey, right? I got a Wolf? I got a Wolves jersey, hand delivered by the man Juancho himself to the door.
Wow. Did he sign it though? Did he sign it?
Oh, I didn't get him to sign it. What was I thinking? Oh my gosh, dude! I'm throwing.
You're throwing.
So you know why? Because I want him to sign it in Saudi at the PUBG Mobile World Cup coming just around the corner next month. So hopefully we can see him make it to the top 3. I want to see that USA flag there, you know. And of course, you know, someone from the Americas, I'm always going to be rooting for them to win it. Alpha 7 obviously going to be the heavy favorite after winning it last year. So they're definitely going to always have my heart, you know. But Wolves are a team I've been rooting for. I want to see them pop off.
So what you're saying, me and PB are just out of luck then with the jersey front.
You don't believe as much as I do.
Gotcha.
In the Wolves. So you can't have, you have to believe at a very high level, and then you get the hand-delivered jersey.
How do you feel about that, PB?
I feel like I need to buy a Juancho a house right down the street from me.
There we
what
go.
I'm hearing from Hot Jukes here. So
do it.
That's the way to get a jersey. A very, very, very expensive jersey, it sounds like. So yeah, hey, pretty cool. Hey, you buy this house, get a jersey for free, right?
That seems about right in this economy.
Where are the papers at?
Oh, look at these shots. Shoot it. Come on, David. You can do it.
No inspection.
Sees a little. Yeah, right? Little buggy moving down there. He's like, oh, yeah. Easy shots. Doesn't pull the trigger, though.
Valak.
Hovercraft.
The hovercraft, dude. Man, I remember in Titan series.
Xforce loves them some hovercrafts, dude. They love them some hovercraft.
I want to see some crazy hovercraft wins here today. That'd be nice.
They've been using them. We haven't seen the same ridiculous hovercraft plays that we saw in Titan series to qualify for this tournament, but teams have certainly realized the value of this big hulking beast of a machine. Makes for easy transports and lots of cover in the late game. So teams have, if you have a hovercraft going into those final circles, you're almost guaranteed a top 3. So that's something that Xforce definitely knows, and you'll see them packing all kinds of hovercrafts, Dave.
Yeah, and we actually saw, I mean, that's such a great point. Like, just getting that hovercraft increases your win chances by like probably 75%, honestly. Because we saw the Wolves pick up a hovercraft yesterday on that military base ending, and they got the win. They got that winner chicken dinner. So I think Xforce, one of their strats is always trying to get 2 hovercrafts, though. They like to rock the duo hovercraft comp, and well, didn't see that yet. We always see them with 1, but not 2. Maybe that's what they need, that second one to really get them over the hump. But talking about Alpha 7 gonna be setting up here. Mafioso's still out there looting, but we're gathering some intel right now, Hot Jukes.
Oh yeah, just big chilling right now. Keep an eye on Influence Rage. Not a worry in the world. Alpha 7, so we don't need no hovercraft. All we need is some M4s, baby.
Yeah,
That's
they don't
all
need
we
the
need.
hovercraft.
That hovercraft is OP. It's really, really strong. I mean, because yeah, you get pretty much free rotations cover, and at this level, utility and resources are just so dire, right? Towards the end, everyone's out of meds, really low on ammo, and if you're able to bring that hovercraft to end game, someone's gonna have to like blow through almost all their ammunition to try and blow it up. So really, really strong, especially if you have 2. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
That's the play.
This is interesting fight brewing right now. You can see, look at the mini map. They're just so close to each other, and honestly, the Alpha 7 player is a bit extended. I believe that's Carrillo in the front, and if they realize he's there, which I think they just might have, heard some shots being fired, and Lorenzen's definitely on guard at the moment, going prone. This could get a bit interesting, because how does Alpha 7 support Carrillo if they crash on him? I mean, there's going to be very minimal support they can offer from the position they're in, so maybe try to push him out with a bit of firepower, or hope that they just retreat. It looks like they are coming up to join him right now, so we'll keep an eye on that. So we go over to Octi. Octi's been super clutch so far this tournament. He's had multiple clutch situations. Excited to watch him today and see if he's able to pull another one out of the hat.
They need it, that's for sure. 17 points on the board. If Octi can get a really good play going, he could definitely hype his squad up to make something happen. I wonder what Influence Rage is going to do, though, because, yeah, with Carrillo so overextended, you're right. If they don't crash that house, he's in big trouble here. But I think Influence Rage don't want to get into a fight because they know everybody's going to be heading towards their position. The next circle pops. Oh, boy.
So
the
close.
plot has thickened.
So close. Almost getting that Zarky, man. I was really hoping the crystal ball was working here today, but I got to change those batteries here, Hot Jukes. VIP, though, they're still going to be in the north. They're going to be chilling, kind of backfilling Alpha 7, which they tend to do a lot here. And yeah, kind of going back to your point, INF now on the move because that position no longer in play. VIOUS Gaming going to be cruising right behind them as well. Looking at points of interest, though, PB, looks like Royals of War going to be occupying the very tippity top of Mount Everest right now, which I'm feeling it, man.
I'm feeling it, but they better hope for a delivery of loot because they've been up there since the beginning of the game. They couldn't have looted that much in order to get there when they did. So keep an eye on Royals of War, and if they're able to get a quick, decisive victory for anyone else that joins them up there, certainly there's going to be a battle because there's always a fight on the top of Everest. But we'll keep an eye on that. We noticed Mafioso taking a quick southern rotation across the bridge from North George to get Alpha 7 further into the circle. So I'm watching that northern part of the of that South George section to see which teams are actually able to get in there safely. But Team Liquid on the rotation now as well. They're coming from the south, and they are just about to run into Xforce. One shot fired, and the whole team just turns around. So a little nice warning shot from Xforce there. I don't know if they were shooting at somebody else, but Team Liquid's like, nope, we're gonna back off.
No,
Zarky.
No. They should be able to get a pickup. Oh, Squashed is actually pushing up with the grenades, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to push it here. I mean, they definitely realize that there's nobody even near this position, so it's a fight they can take, but they are so separated from each other. So I think Revo, if he gets a knock here, yeah, if he gets that knock with that nade, he's definitely going to send it. But I think right now they're just trying to apply pressure just to kind of say, hey, stay away from us.
Stay away. Yep. Yeah, now we got other teams rotating, AGG and both iNCO. So we're going to be adding two separate squads in the mix to North George right now, and that's why we start to see the call. Looks like Mafioso sending it across the bridge to provide the support to his teammates right now, PB.
Absolutely. This is a fight that I'm interested in seeing too, because I feel like all tournament long VIP has just been following Alpha 7 around. I don't know if it's like purposeful, but every time Alpha 7 rotates, VIP rotates the same path just like a minute later. So now that they're on top of each other, I'm not surprised per se, but this is an interesting fight that we honestly haven't gotten to see happen quite a bit just because of how early Alpha 7 typically rotates. But now with them both kind of being given the zone in their, you know, their home parts, their drop zones, now we're seeing them come together for the first time. And you'll notice that Alpha 7 is still north of the circle up here. They are still up, and they've got to get all the way south across that bridge. So that's going to be an absolute cluster on that southern part there. That's why I was saying we got to watch that northern part of the circle where right now it's United 4 Gaming. So that's going to be a tough one for sure.
There's that
we'll get that off the screen now that the map's gone away. But no, I'm keeping my eyes glued to that part of the circle. Going to be crazy.
Yeah, and kind of going back to your Alpha 7 VIPs, it's like you got two dogs. You got a big Mastiff, and then you got that little Chihuahua. You know, the Mastiff puts up with the Chihuahua, but when the Chihuahua gets too close, sometimes you get the bark back, the bite back right now. So we'll see. It looks like Legend was taken out and thirsted from the side of VIP. AGG now going for that rotate over there to that east side. iNCO probably going to be doing the same thing, but totally agree. Love the breakdown on the map. Both those teams, they're going to be fighting for that bridge here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, they are. They're going to be fighting pretty quickly. Alpha 7, always so good when it comes to fight timing. Yeah, they were keeping an eye on them, but they said, you know what? We're out of here. We got to get into this next circle.
Look at how tight that rotation is.
Yeah, I mean,
all four of them just bang, bang, bang.
Not messing around here. And I think they're actually going to be able to make it to South George here pretty safely. No one's guarding it. Free
United 4
rotations,
taking their eye off the ball here. I'm honestly shocked that you know, it's not a common rotation because you don't see a lot of circles up here. But the bridge, think about the two southern bridges, right? Going to the southern military island. You can't ever get across those for free. There's always a fight there. There's always a squad camped. And in, you know, a situation with 16 teams left alive in that circle, the zone edge touching that part of the southern part of the bridge, how they got across for free without a shot fired is beyond me.
It's crazy. It's crazy. They do not mess around. Rolls weren't messing around either. Here they go. On the push, and they're going to get third party here as well. The Wolves are right behind them, and they're going to have plenty of coverage in this fight. Rules of War need to finish this out as soon as possible. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Savage Esports barely able to survive there.
Yeah, you see the scatter. Both the Wolves and AGG were like right over here looking at third party. This one, they heard the shots and they both just scattered in their own opposite directions here. Going to be allowing pretty much Savage Esports to put a last stand over here. Worlds of War, we hear the sticky bombs. They're looking to flush out this member. They're looking to take this position, and they got to do it quick because the AGG, they made a U-turn, and now they're back in the area here, Hot Jukes.
Uh-oh. They have returned. So yeah, Rolls of War. This is actually the really terrible building to hold because if anybody gets that hill on top of you, you're in deep trouble. You can see Monte right here just holding down, trying to survive. Yeah, yep, Fran spots him. Oh, but they got iNCO behind them. They got to focus on iNCO first, 100%. Do not even look inwards. Take care of iNCO. And yeah, it looks like we see All Glory Gaming making a mistake of not wholly clearing out their backs first, and they got picked apart because of it.
Melgar.
They got a decent position now, though. Melgar trying to get this clutched out. He's got to fall back as he sees 7-8 in the background there popping up. So they've got a nice little stack going on. And their stack's better than All Glory Gaming stack is, you know, he's got support, but way off behind him right now. And so 7-8 goes to get an angle. Vitaly pops up and just gets a free one. Finds him with the grenade out. And Fran is all that's left now for All Glory Gaming. 7-8 takes the angle, but doesn't land the shots. And we've got an opportunity here with 1v1 now with Fran and Vitaly trying to survive and see which team will go later. But Royals of War, I don't think is going to let either one of them survive.
Yeah, now they realize that, hey, you know what? There's so much fighting behind here. Let's take the hill and get some points out here. Wolves with the push, though. On to 9Z. This is a huge fight here. Baton gets taken out, though, and the Wolves go down.
Wow.
That was a really impressive push there from 9Z. Did you see how, like, when the Wolves player was trying to get an angle, trying to land a shot, there was no one. It was like a bunch of ghosts. Absolutely no angles at all. And the second he took his eyes off the entrance, he gets shot there from a shotgun.
Nice warehouse right here. They're going to be able to get that loot. The Wolves, they tried to get here in time after that next circle pop, and they avoid the sightlines of Shoot to Survive. They avoid the sightlines of Worlds of War. but just couldn't make it into here. It was already occupied. Unfortunate for them. So we'll have to keep tabs on how 9Z, how they can perform now. They got a pretty solid position in the circle. They got the whole squad alive, and they're going to be looted pretty well right now. So VIOUS Gaming down here in the south up against Shoot to Survive. We got Big Bob getting that last minute heal off. Going to be swapping, taking the shots. High guard. Chunking up some of the bullets right there, but this team, Hot Jukes, they are just all scattered right now, unfortunately.
Yep, just completely scattered out, just trying to literally shoot to survive. Just get some points on the board. Dark Light, yeah, only one elimination. Not the best play, that's for sure. Looking inward to this circle, though. Look at this Rolls of War. Trying to hold this edge. David's got this perfect hill right here. He's got a really, really good position. That nade could do it. Oh, but he gets taken out at the worst time. VIOUS Gaming, gotta send it.
So I got Fran too, the solo from AGG PB. He's coming over here. He's looking for the third party.
He wants it. I don't blame him. Oh, he spots out Aragods. Aragods lands the shot zone. Igor gets knocked here from VIOUS Gaming. Nunez also down from Ayala. So VIOUS getting it from multiple angles right now, and it's up to Marlon to try to make it rain for them. He's the last player on the team, but Fran does get into the mix right now. Now he's getting third party. Things are getting crazy from many different angles, and Fran's about to get it in the ear. He does. Aragods, the one that survives. He maybe has an opportunity to help. Nope, he's not going to make it either. So there we are. Play zone plays a factor, but Royals of War out of here. We got a few teams now looking like they are really, really strong. I want to watch if Alpha 7 actually gets this circle. You guys saw them get in on the bridge when this whole area was occupied. But if they end up getting that thing to go west, I'm going to be so impressed with their positioning.
It's ridiculous.
Those fields were
How
deadly.
do they find such a good position after that rotation? And they get it for free. That's the crazy part, you know? Another team that we haven't really mentioned here is Loops, right? They're on top of the leaderboards here for this round. They have held this spot the entire time. They have not had to move a muscle. So they already got 2 eliminations. Let's see when they're going to start turning things up a little bit.
Solid spot. We saw him taking some shots at those fields down there, trying to third party moments ago. But here comes Team Liquid. They're sending one of their squad mates to wrap around, get behind Xforce to get those grenades. And Team Liquid doing a good job at just straight up opening us up with their utility. Ayala, though, was tagged, was taken down on his knees. Cardoza trying to go for that heal. Chief getting the revive. Alim, though, that sticky bomb in hand. Free point on the second story with the DBS here. So it does look like we got a straight up 3v3 as both sides did lose a squad mate here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, INF got eliminated
circling
there.
Hot Jukes.
Yeah, let's see what Valley can do with that. Let's see if we can make something happen. He's got the angles here. He's gonna take it though. He's gonna take those shots.
Got the Bison. Swap into the pump here. Oh, Alpha 7 with the third party from downtown. That's going to be setting Team Liquid back a peg, and Valak still behind the wall. Is going to be making the call to go in. There's one. Got the confirmation. Popping back to the hovercraft for the safety here. The thing is, Valak is the last one alive. Alim going to be bleeding out on the second story and making the call to just send it here. Are we going to get the pickup? Team Liquid, they got the grenade.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Wrong side of the car that he got out. I don't think that was on purpose, but hey, saves him for a moment. But Mythic realizes what's going on, and there's no longer time for the revive here. He's going to get pushed. Mythic doesn't have any HP, though. He can't push at the moment.
Yeah, those stairs are going to be in the crosshairs, right, of Alpha 7. So Team Liquid really need to use their grenades and Molotovs to try to flush him out. Or just a quick 1-2 right there. Taking their loot, taking their position here in the edge of the play zone, Hot Jukes.
Got him. Team Liquid being able to make out alive there. That's pretty good. Yeah, because right when the fight started, we saw Ayala knocked. That was from Alpha 7 off the rip. So they had that pressure on them the entire time. For them to be able to win that fight, considering, was really, really big there. They got a good spot in this next circle, so that is good for them. Alpha 7 are going to be playing that edge, I think, to the last second. They don't care. If the zone goes away from them, they'll push that in there. So right now, they're just going to be sitting pretty as Loops getting a little bit more of a central position here.
5 full squads still alive at this point in time. And look at this. We've got 9Z in the compounds to the south. We got Loops in the compounds to the east. Team Liquid, the only squad that's missing a member right now. And I got to say the same thing, Hot Jukes. That was an impressive fight win against Xforce. The way it started, they had a member knocked, and then they were able to somehow take the fight regardless. I thought it was another one where, oh man, this just fell apart again. They weren't able to storm the compound. But to come out, still breathing, still alive, and they've got 3 members left to actually give this thing a run for their money. So lots of players still alive, considering that there's only 6 teams left.
Yep. My question is, what is Alpha 7 going to do here? Are they going to just commit to this hill and just try to shoot at everybody that moves? Or are they going to go down that line and possibly push towards Team Liquid? Right now, their biggest threat is this team right here, United 4 Gaming, putting on that pressure. And meanwhile, Revel just eating these points alive right now. From that high ground position.
Yeah, United 4 Gaming and both AGG were 2 teams that consistently showed up in the late game yesterday, but they just couldn't pull it together. They kind of folded underneath the pressure here. Next circle does pop, and well, they get eliminated. So Loop's still going to be in a great spot to possibly gatekeep IG. IG now in a difficult situation. Do you push towards Loops, or do you push towards Alpha 7? You see them in their vehicles starting to make their approach. Revo on the high ground with the M4 4 times. He knows they're coming, PB.
Alpha 7, an intense game. Starting to look at each other a little bit here. Intense game. Started to rotate towards Alpha 7. I'm like, oh, gentlemen, what are we doing? And then they peeled back and took some cover. So I'm curious to see Alpha 7 if they crest the hill here and force the action. Revo's feeling good right now. I will say this man is warmed up at this point. Remember, coming off a game where had 7 elims, and in this game he's doing equally as awesome, 470 damage so far, and you know that number is about to go up as well. Here come the grenades, and that's right behind Silence. Look at the arms on those Alpha 7 boys, man. They can chuck those nades.
Yes, they can. I think they wanted to avoid this fight here, to be honest. I think they were waiting for the circle to kind of help them decide where the fight will go, but intense game, they want this fight here and now. So let's see if one of these nades can connect. Look at Mafioso.
Look at the angle by Mafioso here.
So disgusting.
Goes to the off angle, gets the opening knock, and now you can expect a push here from Alpha 7. But look at this in the background. Loops also gets gunned down, and Revo sees it, takes down Nilzada, and that's not going to stop Alpha 7. They are still coming, and here comes the barrage of grenades.
Right there to the dome, the shotgun, and that's how it's done. Loops looking to backstab IG, and we saw Nilzada actually getting tagged over there from Revo. There goes IG. They're taken out, but Alpha 7, they're not done. They know there's another team over here. Loops, they are going to be a little bit separated to take this fight. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, they're focused. They're lasered right now here. Hot Jukes, they're locked in.
Yes, sir. Now they, and look at this. The second the zone switches, they're like, all right, change plans, guys. Now they don't really have to worry so much about Loops until about 30 seconds. Then they're going to have to worry about them because there's not really anywhere for them to go unless they try to, you know, send it towards Team Liquid. But every other team's going to be staring right at them here. Oh, they're going to hit that rock. They're going to hit that rock. Yep, they're going to edge their way towards Team Liquid here. Healing up, getting ready to go. 15 seconds on the clock. Let's see what Alpha 7 can do.
Possibly some preemptive smokes maybe could be used up there. Loops has got a compound. Team Liquid will have a compound. Maybe. It's like right on the edge of the circle right now. Alpha 7, though, they're stuck on that mountaintop, but I got to give a huge tip of the cap to them. Intense Game was riding a very strong game. Intense Game took down Influence Rage. They had secured the hospital. They looked really good. And the second they started moving towards Alpha 7, it got a bit dicey for them, and they're quickly eliminated. And now the team goes down. Look at the angle by Remix. He's posted up at this vehicle, and he has completely thrown Loops for a loop.
There we go. Remix putting in the work, Hot Jukes.
Oh my gosh, that split was disgusting. 9Z knew that rotation was coming their way, and they set up perfectly for it. The trap has been sprung.
Jeez.
Goodbye, Loops.
My goodness, Loops.
That was crazy.
They're gone. 9Z, 8 eliminations right now. Alpha 7 with 8 eliminations as well. We got 3 teams left here. Kogo did get knocked out, looking for the support from his squad mates. Chief, though, from the window with the M4, let it rain down hell onto Alpha 7.
If those are those shots right there that we just saw, Dave, those are the type that you have to land on Alpha 7, or it's going to be an Alpha 7 victory. Now, Carrillo finally gets knocked by 9Z. 9Z able to land those shots, and now momentum swings in the favor of 9Z. Milos from the background also getting into Team Liquid, and now holding on by a thread is Alpha 7. They've got just 2 up, it looks like, at this point. 1 is knocked at the moment, so it's up to Squash. But the blue zone catches Liquid off guard here. It's going to force them out. So they are right on the edge of the circle. This looks like it's 9Z's game to win, though, Dave.
9Z with the numbers advantage here. Squash up there. Trying to get the pickup. Revo's crawling. Mythic knows something's cooking over here. We see the smokes. Revo might be able to get behind that tree to give Alpha 7 the duo, but regardless, I mean, look at that terrain, just an open field, and you got 2 different teams looking in your direction, Hot Jukes. I don't see Alpha 7 making it out of there alive here, even if they get the pickup.
Dude,
they're giving them the pickup.
I don't think it matters. 9Z are winning this. 9Z, they're playing this so perfectly. You got Remix with these disgusting off angles. Milos gets a knock there onto Revel. Alpha 7 is completely cooked here. The zone is going to be cresting them any second now. They got every player in the lobby staring right at them. So, yeah, Alpha 7, one of the best teams in the world, but when you're in a spot like this, there ain't much you can do.
Dude, if they win this,
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, they've had all 7 of these other players
There goes
just
the blue.
firing at them full auto, and they've had a player knocked each time. So Smoke Wall is out. It looks like they may actually get off this position and over to new cover. What is happening right now? The rotation's in from Liquid. 9Z doesn't see them, but Liquid does. So Mythic sees them, and Team Liquid definitely knows where they're at. So this is crazy third-party action right now. We've got a real standoff going, Dave.
Looks like Kolgo focusing on Team Liquid, letting the grenade just rain down from above. He sees the smokes, providing the soft cover. But Team Liquid also have these vehicles, Hot Jukes, that will be blocking some of that damage. But it does look like Kolgo, one of the grenades did land, and it did get a knock. So here's the call. Pop in the buggy, make the send. Rias already in the front lines, crawling on up. Looks like Kolgo second guessing the buggy push here. Looks like the whole team, 9Z, we're creeping and crawling up here.
This is ridiculous.
Alpha 7's still alive. That's wild.
They're still alive, and they have now
With
put
utility.
themselves in a good spot, like a
They've
very
got nades
dangerous
still.
position.
This is crazy, Jukes. They've got nades still. So if they get close enough, they know exactly where these other teams are. Expect Mythic to have a nice little rain shower drop in on him shortly if, they stay in that same spot. So here they come. 9Z lands. Mythic is down, and now Ayala's out, and it's up to Alpha 7 in a 2v4. This has gotten wild.
It's a Revel. What's he gonna do? I mean, 9Z has all the coverage. Squash needed that knock, and he's not able to do it. He's just spraying blind here, trying to get a lucky hit. It's not looking good, but 9Z, look at this, 11 eliminations. This is their game to win. They just gotta finish Alpha 7 here. They have to.
You know where they are. Squash. Couple of Molotovs gonna be tossing it behind the tree. There goes Remix. Squash turning his attention to Reyes, but 9Z, their numbers advantage just too strong for Alpha 7 to overcome, and 9Z walk away with 13 eliminations, plus the winner chicken dinner.
My heart was pounding after that one. What an insane end. Alpha 7 had no business being in that fight. Down to their last man, low HP behind a tree with 7 people full auto firing at them, and somehow, some way they make it into the top 2 and a showdown with 9Z. I feel like if that was a 3v2 instead of a 4v2, Alpha 7 takes it, but man, valiant effort from them. 9Z, though, they did not place in the first page last game. Here they are coming with a storm back chicken dinner victory, Hot Juice.
That was huge. That was a huge must win for them. Yeah. I mean, Alpha 7, the reason why I'm just even mentioning them is just seeing them, their tenacity. Why are they so hard to take down, guys? It makes no sense to me, but I'm glad that 9Z still, they realized who they were possibly facing. They didn't mess up. They took their time and were able to get a must win chicken dinner for them. A great game overall.
Pretty insane stuff for sure. The teams that have high expectations continuing to top the charts. We saw Team Liquid, we saw Loops, we saw Intense Game, we saw Influence Rage, all towards the late game there. So again, I think there's some favorites. I think the top half of this lobby really starting to distinguish themselves, and as we play for those advantage points going in to the finals for PMSL Americas, all of these teams doing their absolute best here to try to secure the biggest possible head start they can. And Revo here, he is on a different wavelength today than everyone else. He's absolutely crushing it, Dave.
Yeah, that shot right there, Nozada was trying to get the third party, and Revo spotted him from way downtown, actually getting the laser beam on him, telling him to sit down. But Alpha 7 creeping and crawling, getting that second place with those 9 eliminations. Obviously going to help them on the come up when it comes to chasing down that first place here once again. But 9Z PB, that's a team you've been looking at. Hot Chicks? Yeah, Hot Chicks?
I was about to say, can we talk about that 9Z, like that play by Remix there, that trap they set up? I mean, that was so beautifully done. They knew a squad were going to possibly rotate, hit that broken wall, and Remix was just back there waiting for him the whole time. Cleaned him up. Beautiful play.
That was Loops on the entry there, trying to take down 9Z, and I feel like Loops had a bit of momentum and clearly is the top fragging team this week in the whole lobby. They had good position. When the zone started to go away from them, they were like, okay, we got to rotate. We've got to try to breach another position here and kick somebody out, give them that eviction notice, and they thought 9Z was going to be the target. Well, 9Z knew what was coming. I don't know. I mean, that had to be a pre-planned trap, but it was a very bold, brazen move that you could easily say if it didn't work out, like, what were they doing? But it did work out, and Remix is able to hold the flank. They have both their team on both sides of this other squad, and they just made look 9Z so difficult. But they, again, continue to be one of the strongest teams in the lobby, and I'm so happy that I picked them last week as a team to kind of get behind because they have not disappointed at all, Dave.
9Z on the come up. Colgo, Remix, Milos, Reyes, all of them putting in an equal amount of work. Reyes with 5 elimination points going his way. This team warming up, and I'm all for it here, PB.
Excellent. Well, we've got 2 games in the book. Erangel has been begun, and now we are going to be bringing 2 more of those Erangel matches coming up in just a bit. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute.
Wow, that was beautiful. And we got telestration now? That's insane.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And welcome back, everyone, to the PMSL America's 2025 Spring League Play. We are in round 2, day 2 action as we just finished our first Erangel map of the day. Intense final fight came down to Team Liquid, Alpha 7, and 9Z Globant, with 9Z taking the winner chicken dinner. And that is just another stellar performance from the 9Z squad from Mexico. Dave, these guys have been killing it all tournament long. They finished second in our first week of league play, taking 12 advantage points to the grand final, and now they're looking like they're trying to do it yet again here in round number 2.
Killing it. Not only that, I mean, they got a couple players on the come up for the potential MVP slot too. So definitely a team that is a good contender to represent our region heading into the finals and hopefully that next land that we keep chatting about. And also this last game had to have been one of the better performances for Team Liquid as well, right? Yeah, they didn't get the win, but they did get the top 3 podium finish with 7 eliminations. And it's crazy to say, but like that's been a rare phenomenon here so far. Team Liquid always eliminated pretty early or the mid game. So I'm happy that we're starting to see them start to pick up that slack. They had a nice little crash this game. The teamwork, it was there. The third party got the better half of them, but I do like that we're seeing Team Liquid show up here as well.
Team Liquid, an impressive performance in our second game of the day. Let's check the stats for those game 2 and see kind of how we ended up. It was, again, 9Z finishing up on top. Once again, Remix leading the way for the team. Colgoat with some impressive elims as well. We also have Reyes, who has been silent but deadly. 5 elims coming here. Really balanced performance from the squad. You can see the damage across the board. All of them with 519 or more damage. That is a really, really scary squad with every single person doing their part, Hot Juice.
Yeah, scary is the right word here. I mean, this is what I love to see. If you're going to see a team that could possibly make it to the World Cup, teamwork is going to make that dream work, baby. You got to be able to have almost one brain, right? I mean, you see how Alpha 7 plays. It's like they all know what to do at the same exact time. I love what 9Z did in this last game. It gave me so much confidence in them. That set play that they had there against Loops was gorgeous. Even there towards the end against Team Liquid and Alpha 7, we saw Remix head outside of the circle, outside of that comfort zone, right? To put himself in a very beautiful off angle and was able to dominate from that position as well. So yeah, consistent damage overall. These guys are playing as a team, and to be able to do so in such a short amount of time is so impressive. Yeah, all these players are great individually, right? But when you put all 4 together, you really don't know what you're gonna get until the big show happens. And we got some contenders here, boys. We really do.
We do indeed. The 9Z squad looking very scary. Alpha 7 has showed up in a big way today so far. First place in the first game, second place in the second game. Will we see another top 3 from them as this day continues? My gut tells me yes. These guys are looking very polished, very sharp, and clearly a bit upset about a weaker, day 1 of round 2. So I'm looking at them to keep rocketing their way up the standings. So they'll be challenging for the top, but again, remember, it was Loops ahead of both of those teams. Loops, again, finished in 5th place for the second time today, but another decent elim performance from them. They had 10 in round 1, or the game 1 today. They had 6 in game 2. So Loops, despite not, getting the chicken dinner, they're making it difficult for teams to catch them, Dave.
Yeah, Loops, the zone here in game 1 and game 2 really getting the better half of them. Because we saw that shift that went towards the south, and they had 2 options: go north towards A7 or go south towards 9Z's compound. So it was just a challenging decision to be had right there. But kind of going back to the A7 topic, PB, that you were talking about, these are back-to-back games where they don't even have the whole team alive in the late game, and they're still getting the placement points, still getting the elims. Game 1, they had a solo. This last game, a duo who I know Jukes and I were like, they're dead. They should have been dead a long time ago, but they just continue to survive. And I think it comes down to just all that experience and discipline here, Hot Jukes, that this squad has.
They're so difficult to extinguish. They really are. They always find a way to put themselves in good spots no matter what. I mean, like what we saw earlier, right? We saw them go from North George down to South George for free. No problem in the world, right? Just saying like, oh yeah, normally people camp us out, make it a little bit more difficult. Nah, we're just gonna go ahead and head right up in here into this beautiful position in circle, right? We saw those last two players. I thought they were dead to rights. Like they weren't even gonna make it to the next position. But no, they're like, let me just go ahead and throw some smokes here. Everyone's gonna suddenly start focusing on each other and we're gonna be able to walk up there for free. And that's the thing is that if you give these guys the tiniest little bit of breathing room, they are gonna capitalize it in a very dangerous way.
They really are, and a couple of common threads there have been, yes, they've not gotten their zone position really, and they're getting their shorthanded, but one of the common threads I see is the player that is still alive is Revo, and that is a guy that, you got to respect, and he makes things happen for Alpha 7. So, as we get ready for game number 3, we got another Amazon card to throw your guys' way, so make sure you keep an eye out for that as we fly in here to map number 3 today. It's Go. We're heading in to the forest once again to see if Alpha 7 can get another chicken dinner or if 9Z perhaps can repeat. And to kind of summarize the overall as we head in, it's still Loops on top right now with 100 points. We've got 9Z in second place with 86, Alpha 7 in third with 78, Wolves fourth with 69, and Influence Rage rounds out the top 5 with 59. So again, things are tight, but it's starting to kind of get a little bit extended because these top teams continue to perform well game after game. So quick predictions, Hot Jukes, I'll come to you first. Who do you think's taking this one in game 3?
I got to go back to the Wolves, man. They need to start picking up the pace here. They're starting to get passed up. I want to see them with some good points going into the grand finals. You see them dropping right in the middle here of the map. So hopefully they can pull out a big chicken dinner.
And Dave, what about you? Who do you predict that will take this one?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Team Liquid. I really like that they had a really come up match this last game, and the 7 eliminations. Hopefully they get the circle this time around, and we're looking at a Team Liquid win here, PB.
Absolutely. One thing to keep your eye on right here is Alpha 7 has switched their drop location. They are not going to Georgia Pole, the plane path too far to the east, so they will go to Lipovka. And that'll be an interesting deviation because every single game we've seen teams come from Georgia Pole, or Alpha 7 rather, has come from Georgia Pole and rotated around to the north, up towards Lipovka and south. This time they'll be coming straight from Lipovka, and the zone has gone over to the west where no teams are at. So early rotations may pay dividends here for some of these teams. And as we take a peek at the standings right now for round 2 over on our right-hand column, Brazil looks to be, really dominating right now with 6 teams in the top 8 right now. But we've got the Wolves at number 4 currently, and 9Z crushing it up in second place right now. 9Z honestly looks like the only team that's consistently challenging in the squad fights, but Loop's also hot as well right now, Hot Chicks.
Yes, sir, indeed. And then Reyes goes down early. Oh, so tough for 9Z.
Tough loss.
Tough loss. Especially last game, he had, 5 eliminations, I believe, going his way. So
he did.
Yeah.
That's too many. Against the law, you'll have to sit out a game. Enforcing the penalty is ROW.
Real quick, too. Man, they did not waste any time. Oh, there we go. Big Tex hopping his way away.
It's the horse buff, you know? you ride horses, and you get your buff. Come on, bro. This guy needs to go do some equestrian, start jumping over these hurdles because that was not the way to do it. But Victex, we're going to excuse you guys this time because you did put up an early one against a very, very strong team in 9Z. But, man, we got to work on the horseback riding.
Yes, they do. And their rotations are a little bit tough here. They're going to be split looting, just trying to find something here for this next circle. But things are going to definitely get interesting here. Yeah, 9Z losing a player early on was wild. We're seeing a bunch of Brazilian flags up on top, like you mentioned there earlier, PB. And I'll tell you what, I know 7WG is stricken with shock. He cannot believe it. He did not expect any Brazilian teams to be on top.
He thought they'd all be last.
That's right. Well, you know what? Brazilian teams are always going to surprise us. Always going to surprise us.
7 made a bet too, right? I think that's where you're going, PB. I think 7 said he'll dye his hair pink if North America doesn't
That's
finish
where
on
I
top.
was going, huh? I feel like there's a little bit of deflection in play right now. Yeah, that's totally where I was
what
going
you're
with that
gonna say.
next statement.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna ask you about United 4 Gaming. They've seemingly had some decent positions, in the circles, but unfortunately for them, they just haven't been able to execute. They've let people through. Like that last game is a perfect example.
Yeah.
They had that bridge choke point kind of locked down from a positional standpoint, but unfortunately, Alpha 7 just marches right on through, and with that, they were able to ultimately get second place, but United 4 could have locked that down well before that, and we'll see if they continue to have those types of, little errors along the way, but, we'll see what they're able to do.
Yeah, both United and AGG, All Glory Gaming, I feel like are kind of in the same boat. Yeah, we've seen some glimmers of light, from M2M, Melgar, with some nice individual highlightable moments when it comes to like a 1v2 or just straight up 1v1s, but just the overall team synergy, in my opinion, is a little bit lacking between both those teams, because we've had good examples where like United, they had a compound, they saw like 3 teams rotate past them, but they didn't get any eliminations to boot. They kind of let teams rotate for free, and it bites them in the butt because they make it to the late game, but since they didn't take out those teams that rotated past them, now those teams, there's a high chance that they're going to be gatekeeping moving forward, and that's where they kind of crumble essentially. So I think United 4 Gaming, AGG, they should work on being a little more proactive, a little more aggressive in the early to mid game to try to, get some points on the board and not leave it all the chance come late game.
It's great points.
Oh, yeah.
Got a demo derby going on here between Coops and his teammates driving around out near Pachinki. So we did see Alpha 7 rotating in the north part of the map. And, one of the things that I'm also looking at this game is shoot to survive. So far, not much surviving has been going on, but they've been shooting a little bit. And early on as well. So this is a team that I'm hoping can kind of get some momentum going for themselves and for the region. But it's kind of now or never for them if they want to secure some points, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, for sure. It really is. If you're going to start, making that path all the way up to the top, it's going to have to be right here and right now. So I want to see some hyper aggression from them. I don't want to see any of this like separate play. We saw them do that a little bit earlier, right? Just kind of putting some players in some different spots, trying to hold on. That is just no longer valid at all. I mean, you see the top squads like Alpha 7, they commit to the fight completely. Like they are going to be all gone, or they're going to survive with one player up, get the win, and then res everybody right afterwards. So I think that's the kind of play style we need to see from Shoot to Survive if we want to have any hopes of them making it, the good amount of head start points in the finals.
Certainly, the move is not to give a team like Alpha 7 a head start themselves. They've already secured 15 head start points, and if they finish in third, they're going to add another 9 to that total. So that would be 24 head start points going into the finals. And if you're only able to secure 3 or 4 yourselves and you're spotting 20 points to Alpha 7, that is not where you want to be. So this, stage of league play is crucial, because this is where it gives you a little bit of that grace, right? Where, hey, we have a bad game. Maybe the head start points you're able to accumulate, that gives you kind of a free pass for that particular game. So every single point matters, and you never know if it's going to be the point that, keeps you from going to Worlds, and that's what every team here is trying to do. There's 3 that move on to the Esports World Cup in July. And right now is the league phase where head start points are gathered, and they'll take those into the grand finals here in just a few days' time. So with that, the next circle getting ready to come in, and this is a really interesting one because all of the teams grouped up in the center right now, the whole northern portion is basically empty. Wow. And this is really, really crowded right now. I'm very curious to see where everybody tries to find a home. And looks like iNCO up north has a really nice opportunity to secure a lot of ground with no one at their back, but I don't know that they'll realize that, so we'll see where they settle in.
It's gonna be a tough rotation for sure. I mean, that northern side, I'm not 100% shocked. Ruins can be a little bit tough, especially if the zone strays away from it to rotate away from, so I can understand why so many teams are heading towards that south position. But yeah, you're right, it is a big opportunity for iNCO to capitalize on considering that there is nobody up there at all. You can see loops. The shots are starting to get popped off right now. Everybody just rotating into this next circle, trying to find that place they're going to hunker down on. And I'm not surprised to see loops over here by Pachinki, just popping some shots, letting people know, hey, this place is already occupied.
Wancho!
Let's go.
Are we
Gets
getting
the run over on
stinky and Pachinki though? That's my question. We had a city finish on Miramar yesterday. What are the odds? Over under? We're heading to Pachinki here, boys.
Maybe. It's looking good right now. But I would say the odds are poor. It always goes where I don't want it to go, so I'm thinking we're probably destined for a ruins finish.
Yeah, I'd say about like 64.9% repeating, of course.
It's a good reference there, Hot Jukes. I like that. You know, I will say though, I don't hate a ruins finish. I know the teams hate it. It's really hard to play, and honestly, whoever's there first kind of has a really big advantage. But it's kind of fun to watch because there's like random stuff to hide behind and weird angles and interesting sight lines for sure. So I wouldn't hate it if it went up to ruins. So that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take some of that. I think honestly, anywhere the circles, this is a really, really good zone overall. These teams know it so well. We're going to definitely see some action no matter what. City finish would be pretty wild, though, Dave. I will agree with you there.
Appreciate it, man. So let us know in the chat where we going. Ruins. We got 2 for ruins and 1 for Pachinki. So we'll have to stay tuned with that because right now the Wolves are going to be a little south of Pachinki, receiving some gunshots from Team Liquid on the high ground. Team Liquid have a nice little spot to call home. Nobody really around them for the time being. We got 9Z. They lost a squad mate earlier on, got the run over. First player eliminated. They're going to be playing nice and slow down in the south. Milos already has a position in a vehicle, pretty much just waiting to see where the next circle goes. But Coops, looks like the hovercraft was blown up. Going to be using it as cover right now.
I like what Coops did there. He committed so much just to protect that vehicle because that warehouse position is so dominant if the zone goes there, right? If it goes there, you got nothing to worry about. You're going to be putting up some serious points. If it goes away, you need a vehicle in order to leave. Otherwise, your whole team is getting deleted. So I'm not shocked to see Coops commit so much effort just to save at least one of his vehicles.
Pachinki is still in. You can't even hardly see it, but here we are, middle of the map. I think we get it. It's gonna be a Pachinki City finish. We're going there. Calling it now. I don't know if that's actually gonna happen, but I'm excited about it. Law goes down. Alpha 7 starting to build that momentum. They get their first elim on the board, and he's about to run into the rest of the team. You see Lil Boy on the retreat. Influence Rage is like, nah, we don't want none. We're gonna back off, give you guys the position. And Doran now getting into it with Octi. That's not good for Savage Esports. Octi is the last player that you want to go down first from the team. Really severely limits their chances, Dave.
Yes, and Savage, they already had a spot in the southern part of Pachinki, and it looks like Doran was able to spot one of their players, knock him down, and then regroup with his squad mates who are going to be occupying that compound now as a 4-man unit. And that's pretty much dead center when it comes to this new circle. So even if we head towards Pachinki into the late game, it's a great spot to possibly catch some teams off guard. You have to assume a squad might opt to actually crash this building that the Wolves are holding down. So Wolves, they are just straight up on defense mode right now, and they're going to let the eliminations come to them eventually.
And now I bring you the great battle of Potato Hill. Hot Jukes is narrating.
Here we go. As you can see, we have a wild iNCO Gaming going into the blue zone to leave Potato Hill and possibly make it to safety. And it looks like Vitali may be doing the same exact thing. Bumping buggies, very important on Potato Hill. You know, sometimes you have to cheers the buggies for good luck. And it looks like that's exactly what they did. Vitali sensed it. Shoot to Survive sensed it, and they said, we are out of here. Very well done. And that is the end of Pachinki with Jukes. Oh, never mind. Potato Hill is getting lit. Here we go. Bob! Straight to the ground.
The great General Klaus calls a retreat, and the insubordinate soldier Bob says, alas, no more, to battle we go. And into it goes Shoot to Survive. Klaus back on the scene. But Fate from Xforce has rolled up as well, and Shoot to Survive is not doing much surviving once again, Dave.
You know what? They got Bumpin' Buggies the soundtrack there, all right? And that's a win. But Xforce with the third party rolling up onto Potato Hill, trying to backstab iNCO. Meanwhile, intense game over here in a heated engagement with Worlds of War. Got the shotgun. VicTech with Bison. Gonna be popping out. Yeah, gonna be mowing him down. IG eliminated. Popping back to the Potato Hill engagement. Looks like Xforce, they pushed out, took some shots, and then doubled right back because the new circle did pop. And, well, Pachinki is still in play, but Xforce, they're going to need to reposition now, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, they're going to have to take off here, possibly into Pachinki. There's not very much options for them. They can try to go up that hill, but we're seeing already so many teams. Keep an eye on it here. So you got Team Liquid there on Pachinki Hill.
There's three distinct battlegrounds happening right now, and one is on each peak on those hills south of Pachinki, and one is in the dip. You got Alpha 7 and 1 here. They're battling against VIP. These guys are always tailing each other. It's so funny, but VIP about to get it here from Alpha 7. Frady looks out the window, connects with Revo, and gets the flush. That's a huge swing of momentum for VIP.
Got the P90. That's all they need right now is the P90. But Squash knocking down the door with the DBS. Squash needs to get the heal. Here comes the support from VIP. Frady still in the front line. Going to be pre-firing that P90. They know he's up the stairs. Squash, though, one grenade, and that's it. Frady ready to go. Squash looking at the doorway. Knows he's right behind this wall. Has the advantage. Got a nice little slug to the dome right there. Got the confirmation. Frady not able to unleash the P90 bullets, but all these windows. Loops from behind. Going to be cleaning house right now, Hot Jukes.
Alpha 7 can take it down. They still got 5 eliminations there, so they're going to put some more points on the leaderboards. But out of all the teams to take you out, you don't want Loops, because Loops is on top right now with 101 points. So good on them to be able to put up a little bit of extra pressure onto Alpha 7 to get them thirsted out. Meanwhile, Influence Rage, Diego heading on over to the shack.
What an
and that's
angle
exactly
that
where
was.
he's staying.
For Loops to get those shots through the window like that, that was a really impressive heads-up play from them to secure another point. And then Influence Rage finishing off Carrillo on the hill. Alpha 7 takes an early exit here, not before taking 5 with them. So not all is lost, but off to a storming start right now is iNCO Gaming.
They got the grenades.
iNCO's got 7 right now.
3 points. Trying to make something happen with that shotgun. Oh, finally busts up the M4, but he is not able to get any of those angles off. Xforce making it happen here, but look at the pressure from every single area. Ayala headshot through the smoke. Team Liquid finally starting to put some work in here.
Putting in the work. Savage
Esports
with a quick little drive-by right there. 3 points like they're on me, and next thing you know, they're already gone, but they're taken out. Savage Esports going to be trying to get the heels up in time. They're right there on the edge. iNCO right to the south, and VIOUS Gaming still with the duo. But like you said, the pressure from Team Liquid overlooking all 3 of these squads, Hot Jukes, might just be too much to handle. Tally, couple grenades. We're going to be tossing that one out to Savage Esports, and here comes 7-8 with the DBS popping his head up, but the grenade landing right at his toes, PB.
It was a self-knock. Monty just knocked himself with the grenade. So, you know, hey, maybe iNCO helped him out a little bit here, but Savage not doing anything to help their cause. Vitali on the push gets the flush, but it's down to just him as his teammates are wiped out. They've got 8 eliminations, though. So, all in all, a great game for iNCO. Now it's, looks like VIOUS Gaming on the push. A little bit of cover found right now from Vitali. And we'll see if he can get the heal off. No, he can't. That was a perfect grenade right at the right time. Wipes him, and iNCO's out of the lobby now. Things are starting to shape up a little bit. 10 teams left, but there's just sightlines on sightlines for days, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, Team Liquid have all the sightlines. They need to start racking up some eliminations here. They only have 2 so far. Ayala gets the knock, and he's putting a lot of damage out, but he's got to start hunting down some of those finishes, because this next zone is going to pop, and then Team Liquid, they can't afford to be using all their resources in this position. So yeah, Ayala pushing it up here, gonna start applying even more pressure.
Oh, Mythic is in the thick of it, pulling up, and the smoke's popping out with the shotgun crashing into the buggy, but getting the quick confirmation right there. Gonna be forcing VIOUS Gaming to evacuate their area, and they still got Chief on the high ground, kind of playing that oversight too, which I truly love.
I want to see where Wolves are at on the map right now.
Yeah.
Wolves are
They gotta be
dead
the same
center
spot.
right now in the compound. They are safe. They have the best position in the zone, but they haven't really been able to get any angles on anybody, so they're sitting at 0 elims still. Everyone else really busy right now. United 4 Gaming, the only exception. They're also in the city of Pachinki at the moment. Everyone else is fighting in the open, and I feel like this over here where Team Liquid is at was a bad spot to pick for that first engagement, because I think 4 squads in a row died in the same general spot while everyone else just rained lead down upon them.
Loops just sweeping the edge right now. Comes a nice little grenade. Hey, you could take this, Royals of War. You did a good job this game. You got 4 elimination points, but you got a whole squad of Loops looking right on top of you. Royals of War down to just a duo. Let's see, cooking it, tossing it with the fadeaway. Didn't get that roll, and Royals of War, they got the shelter right behind them. They got the burnt out US, so they are just sandwiched right between that for cover, and gotta keep eyes though. Remix going to be overlooking this engagement, looking to pick up some additional points here. So Royals of War, they're out of luck, fellas. They got 2 different teams looking at them. Loops extra thirsty right now, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not able to get these finishes off. There goes Mythic with a run over, and now just like the snap of a finger, look at this. Team Liquid, 8 eliminations. They were tired of just, you know, pitter-pattering here. Just a couple little damage. Now they got those limbs to back themselves up. You got Mythic behind the rock with the off angle. He's going to be giving his team all the intel they need. And he's got Wilson. Oh, yeah, almost takes those shots, but does get hit by a loop. So now Team Liquid's going to have to slow things down a bit and wait to see where this next zone takes them.
Loops are still tossing grenades, by the way, PB, to Royals of War.
Yeah, what they did was beautiful. They smoke walled this area to basically block the sight lines coming from here so they can isolate the squad in the shack below. They did it. They took them out beautifully. But the interesting thing is 9Z got caught sleeping a little bit, looking over towards Loops. Team Liquid surprises them, catches them on the flank off guard, and with that, Remix able to clutch here.
Yo!
And actually takes the fight. Remix coming up big in this one, and Team Liquid is out of here.
Wow. Full going Remix just taking out Team Liquid right there. Team Liquid still walking away. 8 elimination points, sure. But that right there, the teamwork, you had Colgoat from above and Remix just pretty much getting all their attention at the end right there behind the burnt out vehicle, using it for cover. 9Z, guys. 9Z. Heavy contender in this lobby.
I'm telling you, Remix is no joke, man. This guy has ascended here with this new squad. He is showing up like we haven't seen him do in such a long time. Against some of the best players in the world, too. Getting now some more angles for the rest of his squad. Loops on the push. Now that they finally don't got to deal with the Worlds of War, that took a whole lot of time. Oh, you can see this. Yep. Easy shots.
I'll take
One
it.
nade is going to get the finish for
here
sure.
we go.
So the call there's a boulder, open field. That's our spot. That's what United for Gaming said. Oh, we're going to, yep, good spot. There
Here's
it
a
is.
free one.
Let's take that same rock.
Let me
Same
get to the
rock,
same
baby.
rock.
Let's go.
There it is. And that's what I was talking about. They show up in the late game and kind of just fold.
What a
underneath
lovely
the
rock of
pressure.
death.
Yeah, 2 of my squad mates just died at this rock, but guess what? I'm going to that rock, baby.
I'm different.
I got
wasn't.
this.
I'm different. The interesting thing was Loops had
Loops
that
going to it.
whole ridge covered. So really good spread from them, raining down fire from 2 different main angles. And now finally the Wolves are on the move. They're headed out. It's a 4v4 v2v1. So Wolves with a full squad, Loops with a full squad. Loops with a bit of momentum. Wolves have yet to fire their weapons. So we'll see who's able to come out on top here. And I'm not just going to pretend that it's going to be the full squads, because as we saw in game 1, it could be VIOUS Gaming that wins this.
Let's see what happens here. Don't they have one player behind them, though? Yeah, it is. Yeah, look at this. Menor taking his time. The blue zone's
I
gonna
don't
start
care that he's
chunking
solo
him.
in the blue.
I don't even know he's here. I don't think so.
Yeah, but Doran's
Oh,
kind of
actually, Doran is looking this way. Yeah, they know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're done, man.
Oh, he's just gonna
Fourth
heal
place.
it up.
Fourth place.
Hey, you know
I'll
what?
take
Heal
it.
strap, baby.
Oh. Hey.
Silent but deadly.
Hey,
You don't see me. You don't see me. Oh, he sees me.
Ah. I had to do it.
That was
Good
the right play,
call-outs.
though.
Yeah, I mean, what do? You
Yeah.
didn't get zoned. He stuck in an open field, did the best he could. Now it's Wolves, Loops, 9Z, all three teams dominant so far in round 2. These are 3 out of your top 4 at the moment. So this has got big implications for those points. As we take a peek at the zone and see what it's going to do, who is going to get blessed. It's right in the center. So honestly, it's 9Z that has the most work to do. They're stuck on the outside looking in, whereas Loops has control, Wolves have control. And we'll see who is able to exert the most from it. Yeah. And I'm curious to see, though. I'm not going to count 9Z out. Remix and Colgoat, 2 of the top players in the lobby. If anybody can do it, these boys can, Dave.
I would love to see Remix and Coops just 1v1. That would be great. But yeah, I'm looking at 9Z, like you said, Colgoat, Remix. They got that synergy. They are a deadly duo. Remix rocking the Tommy gun as well. Coops did some scouting on that ledge moments ago. Sent it a little center here. Going to be overlooking Loops, and that's going to open up the back door for both Remix and Colgo. They each have their separate vehicles here. So I believe Wancho and Doran might have heard that.
They called it. You could see Coops had a nade cooking. He was about to throw it and engage Loops. And then Remix on the top makes, or not Remix, but Juancho hears them, makes the call that, hey, we got activity, and Coops immediately puts the nade away, hauls butt back, and now they're going to try to take on 9Z, it looks like.
Smart play. By the way, big up for Wolves to leave that warehouse when they did. Even though it's still in circle, they realized we want to win this game, and it's not going to happen inside this warehouse. Let's take off. Let's get a dominant position on this hill and start fighting it out. But right now, they are kind of stuck between 2 plays, right? Yeah, do we take on 9Z first, or do we deal with Loops? 9Z, the obvious play here. Colgoat saying, yep, it's time to fight. Let's get after it. But Wolves with this hill, there's not much they could do. They don't want to expose themselves to a third party.
Oh, here comes Loops. Loops is rotating in behind 9Z right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now Zada
like
did
that
the
Wolves
same
getting
thing
crazy.
last game too. The same thing when he got beaten by Revo. So looks like this time it might work because Colgo and Remix they're just lasered in right now on the Wolves.
So a lot of
The situational awareness from all of these players, it's like a pendulum, right? Where the momentum goes one way and then swings back immediately the other. But Coops with the opening knock on Colgoat. Now it's up to Remix, but the Wolves are on the prowl. 4 of them head up the hill. Doran takes damage. Loops coming in from behind. We're going to see 9Z get sandwiched, and then a face-off with Loops and Wolves. Things are getting a bit interesting now as Neil Zada's on the push, Dave.
Coops with the P90, they're winning this, man. You put the P90 in Coops' hands, that's it. That's a GG. But Remix still going to be alive, going to be taking off the backpack. Make their profile a little bit lower in the grass right here. Both teams definitely aware there's still going to be a member up here, but they also have to keep in mind there's a whole other squad right across the way. Stage 8 right now, Hot Jukes.
Very interesting. Yeah, I don't know if they realize that Remix is. I think that the Wolves have a good idea, but after so much time has passed, they could definitely feel that, you know what, Loops is going to be the biggest threat. But Loops is definitely keeping an eye right there. Yeah, they know that Remix is there. They are waiting. So things are going to start tightening up here. I think that none of these teams really move until stage 9. Yeah, I think we're going to go all the way to the end here. And we're just going to hurry up and wait. Unless we see some kind of crazy angle that maybe Coops is able to find. He's pushing himself on that tree. That's very dangerous.
Remix keeps pulling the pin in that grenade. I'm waiting to see if he lets it fly.
He did.
Looks like he sees Neil Zada back there. Lands a grenade. It chunks him pretty good. Neil Zada says, we're going to have to back up. I don't know that he's aware Vittini is right in front of him right now.
When does Remix pull the trigger, though? That's the problem. The zone is starting to push him out. Yeah, that's it.
Never.
Yep.
Never pulls the trigger. Now it's a 4v4.
4v4.
It is Loops versus Wolves to wrap things up in game 3. Both these teams desperately need the chicken. Big implications if Wolves can take this one, as it will potentially put them back ahead of Alpha 7. but Loops trying to maintain that dominant position, and this would do a lot to secure them those huge advantage points heading into the finals.
Both Juancho and Bidden fighting for the same high ground over here. Crawling up here. Looks like the other 3 members of the Wolves will be grouping up, looking to wrap around. Rafino, we saw moments ago, has 1 grenade, has 1 Molotov. There goes the initial toss of the utility. Rafina in the smoke, still managing to survive. But they're pushing him out right now, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I think the Wolves are doing a great strat of just grouping up together. They said that, hey, you know what? Loops are super spread. Maybe we can get a 1v3 situation. They got to be careful with those nades, though. Yeah, one bad nade.
Molly.
Or even Molly can be troublesome, but it's really difficult to land on this kind of hillscape here. Juancho! They didn't see the 3-1 coming. Juancho with the off angle puts in some work, but Niels Dada slows down their momentum with that nade onto Doran. 3v3 action. Juancho, it's really up to him on this off angle. He's got to make a play.
It's Vatine's time to shine as well for Loops. He's doing the same 3-1 split, and at any moment he can peek his head over that ridge. We'll see if he impacts the play. Wolves are going down one after the other, but so are Loops. It's a 1v1. Vatine versus, it looks like, Juancho. Now he's got Coops back in the fight as well. Now we got 2 up for the Wolves. And where is his health bar? There it is, finally. You couldn't even see it.
There he goes.
And it's Wolves taking the victory. Dave, this is a much-needed victory for the North American squad.
Much-needed victory. You put a P90 in Coop's hands at the end, close range like that. They only walk away with 5 eliminations. They were holding down that compound for pretty much the entirety of that game. They defended it, and it was great. Hey, showing up the late game with 4 alive, you can't ask for anything else, honestly. So GG's to the Wolves. I believe they got a win yesterday too, right, PB? If I'm remembering correctly. So 2 wins. Yeah, 2 wins so far in round number 2. That's great for North America.
It really is. The Wolves with the second chicken dinner. They're the second team to do it after Alpha 7. So actually, no, 9Z picked up one as well. So really impressive game, though, for the Wolves, as they are one of 3 teams now with 2 chicken dinners, and both of them on Erangel as well. So that's a map that they're starting to stand out on a little bit. And big tip of the cap to Juancho there with that off-angle play at the end of the game to secure that victory for the Wolves. That was a huge opener. And an action started off early in this one. Shoot to survive, getting into it early with iNCO here. They got a few elims, but they were eliminated early. Once again, the North American squad struggling to find any momentum. And Xforce getting into it as well, also being eliminated.
What a nasty fight.
VIP, Alpha 7, once again, Dave, get into it.
I know, the squash is just becoming a one-man wrecking ball. The whole team popping off without a doubt, but we're starting to see squash just no fear when it comes to breaching compounds with the DBS. We saw the same thing yesterday. The situational awareness from that player in particular is just on another level, and this was a great one too. Remix with the Tommy gun, taking out Team Liquid right there, Hot Jukes.
Woo! Beautifully done there, man. I mean, this play towards the end was just absolutely insane. I gotta give props to Remix too. I mean, Remix just applying that pressure constantly from that hillside until the zone finally pushed them out. But the Wolves, baby, they do end up the victors right here. I love that 3-1 split that they did. They realized that, hey, you know what? This Loops team is a little bit too spread out. Let's work as a team together. They can't beat us 3v1, and it's true. They definitely couldn't. So Wolves all day. I'm finally happy that I got at least one prediction right. Let's go.
Congrats to Hot Jukes on the correct prediction. Coops picking up 2 elims in that one, but Juancho with the big 3. And when it mattered, too, to open up the fight at the end, that off angle coming in to catch Loops off guard gave Wolves the upper hand, and they needed it because their whole squad got pretty much eviscerated right there, and it all came down to Juancho. Coops somehow survived, had like literally no health on the hip, on his HP bar. Barely could see it, but Wolves getting the chicken dinner, and that's going to do some interesting things to the rankings. We'll check on those here momentarily. But Loops, once again, makes it into the late game. Yes, they don't get the chicken dinner, but they do finish second, and they have more eliminations there. and more points. So 17 for Loops. That doesn't help anyone close the gap on them. But perhaps Wolves with a first place finish and Alpha 7 nowhere on the front page. Maybe Wolves catch up and take over third place. We'll see in just a moment, Dave.
Yes, sir. And we saw the same thing yesterday, too, for Loops. They got that second place, a lot of elims to go with it. And they pretty much followed it up with a winner chicken dinner. So they're primed. They are looking good. They are feeling good as we head into the second half of today. So I got my eye on Loops to possibly get that winner chicken dinner, but so happy that the Wolves coming out on top. Low elims, but that win is definitely going to help them. You get those 10 points for the win here. And because before this, we saw them slide down, right? They slid down just a little bit, and it looks like they're going to be overtaking Alpha 7 here after this match, PB.
Just 1 point separates the teams now, and interestingly enough, it's not often you see Alpha 7 with an arrow going in the downward direction. So Wolves doing something that no one else has seemingly been able to do thus far, and that's catch Alpha 7, but it's only for a game. We'll see if they're able to maintain that lead moving forward. 9Z, another decent round there. They're going to finish with 97 overall, but they're still 20 points behind Loops, who's making a strong case to get those 15 head start points, Hot Juice.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. Yeah, Loops looking really, really solid here. I mean, even when we don't really talk about them, right, they're putting up points regardless, right? We always see them in that end game one way or the other. Last Erangel, they got blessed with Circle. This one here, they did a great dominant position here on Pachinki Hill and waited out towards the end. So even though they didn't even get the chicken dinner, they ended up with the most points. You know what I'm saying? So if you're Loops, a Loops fan, you're definitely hyped up for sure. I think if you're a Wolves fan, you got to be excited as well, man. I mean, they really pulled out a chicken dinner right when they needed to.
They really did. All the Brazilian teams in that left column right now, which is strong performance from the region as expected. 9Z Globant, the top LATAM squad here in round 2, sitting once again at number 2. The Wolves, the top NA squad, sitting at number 3. So again, things are pretty close at the top, and they're pretty close in the middle of the pack as well, but we've got 2 distinct groups forming at this moment in time. Gentlemen, we're through 3 games of play. Any surprises so far that you've seen through the gameplay so far today? Start with you, Dave.
All I know is last week, Brazil, like, hey, VIOUS Gaming, tighten up. You know, you need to be on this side of leaderboards. Now, the whole first page leaderboards, all Brazil across the board. So everybody else, yeah, we got 2 teams up there, Argentina and USA. But everybody else, Hot Jukes, they need to step up, man.
What do you mean? That's my biggest surprise. I'm so shocked Brazil was on top. I didn't see that coming at all. You know, what can I say? But you know what? I'll tell you what. Brazil dominating. We saw that coming. Let's be real, right? But none of them saw Juancho coming. That's all I'm going to say, baby. That's the big surprise. Let's go. Juancho moving to that front line. And now we're seeing Wolves on top. Let's go.
Well, big plays coming in from Juancho as he leads Wolves to their second chicken dinner of the round. With that, we're halfway through our second day of round 2. About to kick off another match on Erangel. But before we do, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Liu, tem cara comigo de ajuda agora.
Mano, segura um pouco, Lau.
Nossa, tô sem cura, velho.
Tu me tira das costas, mano.
Tá travando muito, velho.
Tomei capa, mano.
Caí também, velho, já era.
Ah, eu sabia que vocês iam perder.
Relaxa, galera. Esse aqui é o novo GT30 Pro da Infinix.
Como que esse velhinho faz isso?
Brabo
A
demais.
situação de clutch 1v3 não erra nenhum tiro, tá acertando todo mundo.
Ô, louco, vovô. Matou 3. Que isso? Como ele tá fazendo isso?
Esse vovô é insano. Eu acho que ele é pro player aqui. Winner, chicken dinner.
Ah, ganhei! Agora eu vou deitar, chega.
E aí, vai encarar? Com o GT30 Pro, até o seu avô vira uma lenda.
And welcome back. We're 3 matches deep into our day 2, round 2 action of the PMSL America Spring 2025 League play. It's been the Wolves, 9Z and Alpha 7 taking home chicken dinner so far today. And dang it, I want to hear from one of these players. Dave, Hotjukes, Remix has stood out to me as a standout player so far this tournament. We're going to look more into his stats here shortly. But why don't we go to Sour Patch and hear from the man himself?
All right, guys, here we are with Remix, which is one of the, to me, surprise players of the tournament, with, to me, one of the surprise teams of the tournament, 9C. This is the roster, and you always, of course, you think it's going to play good, but you guys are doing great. How are you guys feeling? It looks like you guys are, like, just very confident right now. How are you feeling?
Nos sentimos bien, ya que hemos estudiado algunos errores que siempre nos han costado en el mapa de Ángel. En Sanhok, pues nos complica más la rotación, ya que el garaje nos facilita poder rotar, pero se lo dejamos a Team Liquid para no evitar esa pelea en el early. Y pues la confianza que tenemos es tratando de terminar esos errores chiquitos que nos hacen perder partidas.
Yeah, he says they're feeling confident. They started some things that were going wrong in Erangel, in Sandhog. They left the garage for Team Liquid. They said that they don't want to fight there anymore, and that they're feeling very confident. They're starting a lot of things. You told me already that you wanted to go to 9C to get more of a chance to qualify for PMGC. Does it look like you're going to have more of a chance also to win a PMSL?
Es interesante, sería bueno, no los hemos planeado en la mente de quedar campeones, pero obviamente es mucho esfuerzo, ya que también de contrincante tenemos Alpha 7. Hay muchos equipos también como Inf y G, son muchos equipos. Entonces, pues eso está en nuestra mente, pero vamos a ver qué pasa.
Porque están allá arriba, mi rey.
Estamos arriba, pero pues vamos a ver qué pasa. En la final se dice todo.
Yeah, that would be very interesting to think. That's something that we have in our mind, but there's a lot of hard teams here like Influence, Alpha 7, but let's see what happens on the final. Pabi, muchas gracias. Let's go.
I like the interview. Hotjukes, sin palabras, no words from Juancho there, or not Juancho, but Remix, trying to answer those questions about do they have a better opportunity not only to make it to Worlds, but to win. He's saying we can win this whole thing, possibly take home the PMSL America's title over Alpha 7. So I want to see him head-to-head against the final boss. That's Revo from Alpha 7, who had an amazing first round, but second round was quiet day 1, but he's come storming back on day 2. So let's look at the head-to-head here. And Hotjukes, I gotta ask you, I mean, this is a comparison of just this round. And Revo started, again, slow. 4 elims yesterday, but already 12 today. He's averaging 4 per game today. But Remix, he looks like he's stacking up just nicely next to him. Look at the average survival time.
He's looking listo, baby, ready to go. I mean, I love his answer too. I mean, the survival time is crazy. The eliminations are phenomenal. His off angles have been what's been really surprising me so far this day. I mean, he's really putting himself in the best positions possible. And I loved his answer. I loved his answer. At the same time, he's also being very humble, right? He was talking about the different errors that they were having there on Airgale, that they were able to fix some of those here. And at the same time, you know, even though he is on top, he's like, hey, you know what? We're going to see what happens. You know, we're ready to go, and hopefully we can make it. If they continue to play like the way they did today for the rest of this tournament, I have no doubt we could see them there at the World Cup in Riyadh. And I would not be ashamed at all, because I only want the best teams possible coming from our region, right? Now, whether it is North America, South America, I do not care. I want to see one of these teams win the whole dang thing. So Remix, really proud of what he's been able to accomplish with the team in such a short period of time. Alpha 7, I mean, they're the champs, baby, right? So we're going to expect them to do good.
You really are. I'm impressed as well with 9Z as a team, and Remix with his personal contributions. He is currently number 2 overall in elims for the tournament and number 1 in assists. So this man is dealing it out left and right. Revo, an impressive round 1, and he's really coming on here in day 2 of round 2, Dave.
Yeah.
But Remix, can't say enough good things about him and 9Z.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too. Out of the 27 matches, Remix sitting on a total of 50 limbs, and he's on the come up here when it comes to round number 2. Still needs to get 25 more to catch up to Revo at the top with this 25. That's a lot, but he is on the come up, and that's something to kind of make note of. So those two players, hopefully we'll see a clash, right, for the MVP race. And kind of going back to what Jukes mentioned, let me ask you guys a hard question here. Bring it. Real talk. Alpha 7 qualifying. All right. They're gone. All right. What? Who are the other 2 teams though? Like, if we had to make a educated guess right now, the top 3 teams in our lobby that are going to EWC, Jukes is going with the Wolves, Alpha 7. So what's your third one then, Jukes? What's your third team?
Come on, baby. I want to see the Wolves do it. And honestly, I wouldn't be ashamed to see 9Z. The way they've been playing today has been beautiful. I mean, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? Loops obviously are super strong, but just the style of play. I always like to see teams that could perform in not the best positions possible. And 9Z today have shown that, you know what? We can handle the pressure, baby, right? I mean, we will set up traps for teams towards the end game. We'll put Remix in some crazy position outside of the circle to give us the best advantage. And they are doing outside of the box plays that are paying off so well. So 9Z, if they continue strong right here, man, I'd love to see them there.
EB, I'm putting you in the spotlight.
I'm gonna have to chime in.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to chime in on this one. 9Z to me looks head and shoulders better than every other team besides Alpha 7 in the lobby right now, and I'm judging that based on not just their overall spot on the leaderboard right now. Clearly they're in second place, but it's the fights that they're taking, their rotations, their positioning, and their decisiveness when they move. They look clearly a cut above. But for me, the other clear-cut third place team right now is the leader in round 2. It's Loops. They've got 3 players right now in the top 5 in elims for round 2. And that's really difficult to do. The only other team that's sniffed that has been Alpha 7. So take a peek at the screen. You got that Amazon code. Rewind it a little bit and catch that. Make sure you write it down and go redeem that sucker over at Amazon. Get you some goodies. But with that, we're headed into game 4. We got Erangel one final time before we head to Miramar and a beautiful plane path headed over to the western side of the island. You know the likes of Alpha 7 will like that because they're headed to northern Georgia. You can guarantee it. And the rest, well, we'll see where the chips may fall. But with that, predictions. Dave, coming to you. Who is taking round number 4?
Round number 4. I'm looking at Team Liquid still, man. I feel like I might be jinxing them here. I'm looking to hopefully get the Southern Circle number 1 to go their way. So that way they don't have to be playing catch up the entirety of the match here. And well, Team Liquid, they've been on my radar for the entirety of the day here. So hold up, PB, going back to that top 3 qualifying, you said 9Z, Alpha 7. What was your third one? Because I'm writing this down, man. What was your third one?
Loops.
All right. And then we got Jukes for A7, Wolves, and 9Z. Okay, that's solid. All right.
There you go. Well, with that, Hot Jukes, give me your pick for the winner of this game.
Who's gonna be the pick? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go back-to-back with Wolves. I got a glimpse at the circle here. I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? They are in a perfect position here to really, really dominate, and they're coming off a nice hot chicken. So I think that the Wolves are gonna win this one.
I like the pick. 9Z, Loops, Wolves, Alpha 7. Those 4 teams have all been super consistent today, all of them performing each and every game. And so I have no reason to believe it's going to be anyone outside of those teams for the moment. I'm going to go with 9Z to bring it home again in this one. Remix has been clutch, and really just depends on who's going to bring that full squad into the final circles. But throw me down for 9Z for this game, Dave.
9Z, got you marked down. All right, I got Team Liquid, and Hot Jukes has got the Wolves, baby. So, all right, going back to the Dave pick them. EWC top 3, this lobby. Alpha 7, without a doubt. You know what I'm saying? Alpha 7, without a doubt. I want to say the Wolves. Like, it's just, I feel like I gotta say the Wolves, right? There's a part of me. Screw it. I'm going Wolves. All right.
Let's go.
I'm
baby.
going Wolves.
Let's go.
And 9Z. I love 9Z. I love you guys, but I'm feeling Loops. Week 2 Loops. They're just on another level. I know 9Z, super consistent, super at the top right now. And definitely cheering for my boy Remix and Colgo. They've been popping off, but for some reason, I'm looking at Loops.
Orin with the Scorpion trying to make a play. Can he get the knock? Headshot.
Oh, he lands some shots there, but goes down. And now, will the Wolves be able to support him? Coop starts to run up, but they leave him to die. They're not going to be able to snap to his rescue that quickly, and Wolves lose one early. That's a tough break for them as they tried to sneak in and lay a trap there, because this has been VIOUS Gaming drop spot the entire tournament long. They have been camping the bridge nearly every single game. The Wolves surely had to know that based on VOD review. So they post up, try to get a fight, and it bites them there. So that's tough, but it is what it is. Would love to actually go and hear from Juancho's. We got an interview with him after their victory in round 3.
We're chicken dinner for the Wolves Esports. Juanchito, congratulations, great match. I was just telling you that was a really nice flank you got there. You covered the team. You told me you thought you won before you had. What's up?
Like in my head, I thought we already had knock 3 when I got the actual third guy. I'm like, oh, nice win. I was about to scream like, nice team, and then I'm like, oh shit, we still playing the game.
Tell me about the match in general. You guys were able to get some good zones and get some good fights too.
Yeah, I mean, we just got shoveless. I mean, it's not like we just took the comp and we worked, around the map. Finally took this spot after, our just like, yeah, let's stay here. Even though I wanted to fight on the hill after I got that knock with the monster truck, but he just said, no, calm down at the compound, don't fight. And I'm like, okay, let's listen to him, let's see what happened. And at the end of the day, we got the win thanks to that.
You gotta listen to the IGL, bro, especially if we can't see him, he's behind us, but that's Coops. Bro, bien papi, felicitaciones.
Juancho's funny, man. Hey, we're going to teach him to count before it's all said and done here. But Baton, Coops, they're hanging in there for the Wolves. But I just hate to see this from the Wolves, man. The early challenge like this, they didn't really, I don't think they needed to try to get an edge like that in the early game. They've been playing so well, and it's just such a huge risk. Easy to say that in hindsight. Had it worked out, we probably would have been singing a different tune. But again, a challenge from the Wolves does not pan out. And now we've got Alpha 7 on the move. Interesting little tidbit from Alpha 7, Hot Jukes. Oh my gosh, as they get into it with United 4 Gaming from range, they immediately take down iNCO, and they should be able to pick up some points here. They've got
these guys are not scared to fight.
United 4 way out of position right now, so this is a nice little trap from Alpha 7. I don't know that they even were looking for this. They just saw some players that were kind of down there that they could shoot at, and, well, they did. Revo's going to go pick that up. But Revo, on that note, he started out day 1 of round 2 with just 4 elims, as we talked about. And through the whole of round 1, he averaged 3.25 elims per game. So the dude was just on an absolute terror. Well, today he's averaging 4. So he's even stepped that pace up. So if it continues, Revo, look for massive elim totals from him as today rounds out.
Yeah, Revo's a monster, but even Lions have to take a break from eating. You know what I'm saying? They got to rest. So I'm not at all scared when I see Revo have an off day, because I know when the time comes down to it, he's going to perform. And he's already performed today. Let's be honest, right? I mean, Alpha 7 started off so strong. We saw a little bit of a lull in the past game, right? But now we're here in the final match of Aaron Gale that we're going to see here today. I think they're going to definitely start ramping up the pace.
Yeah, and the rest is great too for Remix, right? On the come up when it comes to the MVP race, and Remix has been having a really solid day number 2. So let the lines rest is what Remix is saying here. And interesting, we're starting to see some rotations now. Xforce, not even surprised. Oh, I'm a little surprised they got the double hovercraft going on right now. But I was gonna make a note that Team Liquid, instead of using the East Bridge, they actually rotated on the west side here. Oh, whoa, hey.
Oh no.
I like this. So stubbing in 24K. So they swapped out 3 points. They might swap him back out if he loses his hovercraft like that. But looks like he's able to save it.
Not really.
He's not able to save it. This thing's done. This thing's done. What a bad mistake there, driving from 24K. He's going to have to bail on it, and now they're taking on 9Z in the wild, but Remix has been knocked. Xforce able to force their hand a bit, but Fate gets returned on. He's able to hop out. Milo's down, chunked around half of his health, and this is really dicey right now. No clear victor between 9Z and Xforce, but I don't think this was a fight that really either one of these squads wanted. They're not in position, but they're going to try to make the most of it, Dave.
Go. Limb 4 grenades. Going to be trying to chuck that one across the way. Riaz behind the tree. Got a little smoke. This tree, though, I don't know if it's big enough to provide optimal cover. Here comes a monster truck support from behind, but I do see the wide flank coming on out right here in the hovercraft. Yep. Looks like both teams pumping the brakes a little bit, Hot Jukes. Yep. They see the next circle, and it is all the way out there to the west side.
Oh my gosh. I cannot say how proud I am of both of these teams. This is high level PUBG Mobile, people. You don't just stay and fight it out, because you know that if you do, you are screwed in the next circle, right? You might as well give up the whole game. So even though these teams were committed to this fight, they saw the zone shift and said, hey, hands up, don't shoot. Let's get to the next circle and we'll fight you, says Xforce. Never mind. They're hunting him down.
This is crazy from Xforce. They actually pursued, but only 2 of them. They saw a solo and Cold Goat run away, but now they're stuck. So right after the compliments, they are going to force the fight out in the middle of nowhere. So undoubtedly, you're going to see support come from both teams, and we're just going to move this fight down the road a couple clicks. Cold Goat goes down, and now Reyes is trying to make something happen here. It's a 2v2 currently over in the middle of nowhere. Fate and 24K trying to pick up a second elim, and now Reyes is on fire. I think they're going to get the better of him now.
It's on fire.
It's like Max Man's forehead, you know? Like, he puts a hat on, you don't think you're going to see it, but you still do, you know? I cannot believe Xforce is committing to this so hard. They're putting themselves so far behind. It's ridiculous.
It's going to probably work out here, but at what cost?
That's what I'm saying.
They're in the blue already.
Limbs? We'll see. Hopefully they prove me wrong. You know, there's a lot of commitment here.
Jump shot, drop shot. There you go. Got the confirmation. Oh, not able to. Valor crawling inside the building, and the support right there from behind. A limb, DBS to finally take him out. In the blue zone, though, like you guys both mentioned, it's going to be a difficult rotate for Xforce.
It's Alpha 7 versus VIP again. It's the 3rd map in a row where these guys have tangled. You know, VIP being the team that they are, in the position that they are, feel like maybe a different strategy is in order on rotations? Like, why do you want to follow the best team in the world to every little location they go to and fight with them? I don't even think they're trying to do it, but it's just like a really coincidental thing at this point where these 2 teams are always getting into it with each other, and it's VIP that's the later rotating team that's kind of forcing that action. If it were Alpha 7 and they're chasing another team, like, well, that's just tough breaks, but they're the ones that are kind of instigating here, and you wonder, if maybe deviating their rotations or their pass would work out better for them, because they're not a bad team, but man, going up against the best team in the lobby every game, that can't be good for the stats.
Can't be at all.
Look at the spot on the map where Alpha 7 was able to reach all the way over here, and they came from the top of the zone. So they actually achieved zone control on that eastern side. Very, very impressed that they were able to get there.
Let's see.
You got the hovercraft too, Juke, so they can utilize the water still, actually, if they want to.
I mean, they always find a way to put themselves in a great position, even when they are, even with the most ridiculous circles. So yeah, they're right there on that edge. They put themselves, they're back against the wall to circle. That's their favorite position to be in. So I'm not shocked if we see Alpha 7 put up some serious points. I mean, they've already put up 3. So, I mean, they're already not looking too bad. The rest of these teams are going to have to make something happen. They already passed up Wolves on the leaderboard, as a matter of fact. So they definitely need to start cranking things up. They got the best position in this circle here.
Next
right off
circle
the
goes
rip.
their way too. It looks like Luke took some shots at iNCO over here, tried to see what they can accomplish. Next circle, once again, shifts opposite of where those two teams were. Loops immediately pulling off that one. Going to be intertwining just a little bit with Savage Esports. Loops might be looking to utilize the shoreline, but we keep talking about it. There's a team already there. That's going to be Alpha 7. So a couple teams up here. Very dangerous rotate right now, PB.
This is a scary situation for 15. He's going to stop, get out of the vehicle just before it explodes, but that should be enough time now to get himself healed up and into the house. Man, that was a close call for him. Gusta's going to go ahead and smoke the path. VIOUS Gaming, though, I'm curious to see if they stay where they're at. It looks like they're going to. Too many other squads look in their direction to try to attempt that cross to the street.
Xforce still alive somehow.
Right there on the edge of the circle. They, I mean, this is what happens when you have to do that fight so early on, right? Trying to rotate on in is going to be so brutal. If they win a fight here, though, they could definitely prove a lot of people wrong. But look at this punishment they're getting. But with that knock onto a tense game, silence being knocked here definitely opened things up a little bit. Oh, he tried to sneak in between the trees, and they got denied.
Yeah, you got United over here as well. There goes Fate, gonna be traded out right there. UMP spray down, still surviving. 24K on the high ground, looking for the off angle, but looks like Xforce kind of putting themselves. Yeah, they're putting themselves between two different teams here. The blue zone will be starting to apply some pressure as well, chunking them down just a little bit. But this is very dangerous terrain to rotate through. You got these trees, and that's about it. Here comes United, though, from behind. They heard the shots and looking to be proactive, looking to get some eliminations before the next circle goes up. And Xforce, they're just getting picked apart.
Yeah, they are. This is definitely one of the toughest positions to be in if you're Xforce. It's like when, you know, Seven tries to grab a cup from his cupboards. You got to stay on your toes. You got to be able to make those plays here. And you got to make something happen.
Oh, man. You got Maxman shots. You got 7 shots. Let me hear, man. What's the shot? Shoot a shot towards me, man.
Dude, you know what, Dave?
Shoot a shot
That's impossible, dude. That's impossible. You're bulletproof, Dave. You're bulletproof.
Guess I shoot myself in the foot, so no one else needs to do that. iNCO finally pushing Savage Esports, trying to flush him out over here. Once again, circle just going opposite direction of both these teams. Both Loops, iNCO, no luck here this game when it comes to the zones here, as we got about 5 different teams just on the struggle bus on that East Coast right now. And honestly, I'm looking at Alpha 7. They're looking in. They're going to be rotating around all the violence, the mayhem that we're watching unfold right now, as it looks like shoot to kill going to be find themselves in a challenging position. You got Alpha 7, you got Loops, you got the Wolves. Shoot to survive. They're going to die very soon.
Who picked 9Z to win this game anyway?
Right? Goodness gracious. Just like that, out of there. Man.
Tough one.
It's the interview.
I hate to see hard shifts at this point in the match too, Jukes. It's like everybody's got their positions. Like, oh, never mind, yoink, back the other way.
These circles can be brutal. Look at Loops. Yeah, Loops are having a full send it. They're gonna probably stop right here at this dip. Yep. Nope. Never mind. They're actually gonna be pushing even more forward. right onto the shoreline here. They're gonna have to blow up that vehicle for sure.
Yeah. How are they gonna defend
go for the
behind
crate?
them is the question. This is gonna be really hard to defend behind them. Like, obviously they got the ridges in front that they can work with, but once A7 kind of creeps up, that's gonna be a world of hurt for Loops. But they don't have a whole lot of choices here as Wolves try to get into safety. Able to break in through a window, minimal health remaining. iNCO not able to punish them on the approach. The Wolves are gonna sneak in, but they do not have zone here, so they're safe, but for a moment, they gotta move here pretty shortly.
Oh, yeah, Wolves definitely starting to get punished. They're gonna have to fight their way out of this one, but they are surrounded by too many teams. It's gonna be really, really difficult to press on through this. No vehicles, Coops just on foot. Yeah, it's not looking too hot for the Wolves here.
Surprised they took so long to move out of their position. Honestly, it looks like iNCO trying to surround them here. A couple grenades getting chucked out there in the distance, but Wolves getting sniped from a distance. Alpha 7 being proactive with the new circle, kind of avoiding all that mayhem wrapped around the shoreline. Now going to be looking at all these squads trying to break their way into the play zone. Rosen rolling right up to two members of VIP Esports, just scrambling inside the first story, popping out, donating a elimination, in my opinion, right there. VIP Esports, I don't know what that was, but here comes McGrellin. We've seen McGrellin 1v3 squads before, cooking a grenade, getting ready to toss it out here. Oh, in the wide open though. No match for Alpha 7.
Alpha 7. This is where they do best, to be honest, but they're back up against a blue zone and just pushing their way through squads. It's a very tough thing to do, but they seem to be able to get it done better than anybody else on the field. Now moving to just leapfrogging little by little and just pushing their way with their weapons. That's how they do it.
Pick up here on a squash right in time too. Rosen, big chillin', scared back there, just trying to survive as a solo, and that's going to allow Alpha 7, like you said, to leapfrog a little further into the play zone. Now, Loops and INF, they are going to be two squads in front of Alpha 7 and their pathway here. Alpha 7 do have some vehicles to work with, as that was Bob right there. Big Bob doing Bob things here, fellas. Big Bob doing Bob things here.
I feel like it's an opening right now for some of the other teams that are in that mid pack trying to catch up, like iNCO. We've got Alpha 7 that's wounded and not in a great position in the circle for once, and Loops, who is also basically in the same position and possibly having to fight Alpha 7 here shortly.
VIOUS
Gaming. Liquid? Or no, it's VIOUS Gaming crashing onto Alpha 7. I feel like shortly, though, you're going to see Alpha 7 and Loops exit the lobby, and it's an opportunity for some people to catch up. Nice shotgun blast there from Nunez. Taking down Alpha 7. So A7's gone. Next up is Loops, and you're seeing the top four in the lobby systematically kind of cleared out right now, but the likes of Influence Rage, VIOUS Gaming, even Team Liquid, Intense Game, the people trying to make that jump into that upper category, this is the game where they can perhaps make pretty good strides into making that happen.
VIOUS not playing around. We saw this yesterday too. VIOUS quiet, nowhere to be found. And then all of a sudden they get a win with a bunch of eliminations out of nowhere. VIOUS Gaming playing the edge right now. They saw Alpha 7 getting pinched over there, and they just sent it with their vehicles. And when VIOUS Gaming, when they play with confidence, it's a completely separate squad that we've been seeing here throughout a couple of these matches. So they're going to be tested, though. Big Bob popping up with the AKM, not taking the shots. Position is compromised, though.
Oh, nice.
They call him Silent Bob. Because when you drive by, he does not shoot back. You just watched him roll by. Bob not able to pull the trigger there, but that's all right. They are out of here. Shoot to survive. Exits again with 0 eliminations. Did you guys notice Loops? All three players are stacked right on top of each other. They fully realize how crappy of a position they have, and they're just like, you know what? We're not going to try to hold angles right now. We're just going to try to go unnoticed and wait for a more opportune moment to potentially pop out and surprise some people, but Loops is all kinds of grouped up right now.
I think that's the right play. I mean, I think they were definitely keeping an eye on the elimination feed. They noticed that the 3 teams that are right next to them on the leaderboards have already gone out. So they're just like, hey, let's just chill out, group up,
they're
and
right
just
down here.
Yeah, try to get some points on the board. Yeah, you got All Glory Gaming and Influence Rage ahead of you. The next zone definitely makes things interesting. But at this point, I think from their spot, I think you have to push All Glory Gaming. Like, you have to be able to just full send and just try to get a position inside this next circle.
I feel like All Glory Gaming, they can basically stay in the same compound they're at. They just have to move up one house, essentially. But you're going to see Influence Rage clear out. They have to move. They're going to be fully in the circle. And the only place to really go is kind of like the farmland. There's not a lot of cover out there. There's like a shack, maybe a few hay bales to hide behind, but really... cover is slim pickings right here. You can see out in this area in the middle. That's where Influence Rage is going to need to go. But ultimately, that is a really tough path to kind of rotate to. Loop's going to be trying to make it in potentially to those houses.
Yeah.
And that is currently well defended right now by All Glory Gaming.
Yeah.
The timing that could happen, though, is like if Influence Rage realized that, hey, there's no way we're going to make it into this open field, maybe we push towards All Glory Gaming and full send it. And if that happens, then Loops can come and third party it. But it's really up to what these teams want to do.
Yeah, all about timing.
They got the vehicle started.
Blue zone's closing too. Loops crawling on the beach, on the shorelines right now. Looking at AGG, they have one member possibly looking towards the shoreline, but it looks like their main focus is INF. So Loops might find themselves in a nice position to surprise AGG here, as they are just creeping and crawling right now on the shoreline. M2M not looking over here. M2M, though, is going to be spotted. Nice. Yes, now they know, hey, there's a team behind us, and M2M had such an important position to safeguard the beach. So getting knocked right there, that's going to allow Loops to push up into that warehouse.
Good push here from Loops. Oh, almost made it. Didn't quite have the momentum to get all the way to the building. Mateen, though, he can get the finish.
Didn't even get the third.
Melgar, where was he hiding? He just came out of nowhere. Loop's dreams end right here. But like I was saying before, the top 4 have been wiped out. They're gone. This is the moment. VIOUS, Influence, Team Liquid, Intense Game. I'm looking at you. And here comes Influence Rage to third party.
Elgar, no HP, popping out with the shotgun. Little boy's like, hey, move out the doorway. Let me in here. Little boy now has to face off against 3 members of AGG, all with shotguns looking in your direction. The pull-up not successful for Influence, as they just get eliminated to the hands of AGG, currently sitting on 9 elimination points.
You said it earlier, Dave. It was all about timing, right? And the timing was completely reversed. Influence Rage was actually the team that third partied it, but just a little too late. All Glory Gaming was all locked and loaded, ready for them, and they punished every single team that tried to third party them. Let's go.
Peek at the zone here. VIOUS has got pretty good control of that upper part. Aleem's clinging to life in the center of the field right now, but All Glory Gaming, they've been able to weather the storm so far, but they are going to have to move. And so is Intense Game and Team Liquid on that western side of the circle. Really, Royals of War better get ready for some action, because people are coming for that particular location.
Oh, boy. That's it. All the top teams are gone.
Yep.
Just like that.
Big game. Big game.
Big opportunity, yeah. What do you want to see win this game now?
I would like to see AGG, because I've been harping on them and just kind of pulling it together in the late game. But right there, I mean, making the same mistakes. One of your squad mates, they pull up, they get flushed, and you know what? Let's all do the same pathway. Let's all just test our luck right there. And that's what I'm talking about. The pressure at the late game for AGG has just been getting the better of throughout this tournament. And they just came off of a 2 successful defense pretty much up against 2 different teams. So they got 9 points going their way, and just to kind of flush it away just like that is unfortunate here. And they're happy though. You can see he's a little happy. He's a little happy.
Yeah, you can see he's rubbing them hands together like
a
fly, dude. He was like, oh, I'll sneak some more.
But
VIOUS Gaming starting to make a bit of a move up the leaderboard right now. 10 elims so far this game. They've got zone control on that northern part of the circle as well. Next on their sights, they've got Influence Rage. They need just 6 more points, and they're going to get at least 2 of those from their rank position so far, even if they do go out next. So they're getting into it now with Intense Game. Intense Game also trying to catch up to some of those ahead of them. Remember, all we're playing for in this round is head start points, but those are absolutely crucial for the grand finals to see which 3 teams will move on to the World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
VIOUS with 10 elimination points going their way. They got the zone control up north. Everybody just kind of waiting to see where the next circle goes. But Ayala from Team Liquid, they're looking to flush out IG down range, tossing some grenades, tossing some Molotovs. Meanwhile, Rosa War kind of also looking in the direction of IG, trying to third party it here. Rosa War, I see they got a MG3, I believe, up there. Tonka smoking that position. Doesn't even matter because after that knock, Team Liquid just full on sending it right now. Tonka trying to defend their position, jumping up after getting a nice knock right there. But Team Liquid, the entirety of the squad, when they have their mind set to something, they get the job done.
Can they get this chicken, though? That's going to be the question.
Yeah, impressive fight win from Team Liquid and Royals of War. I mean, that position, it was inevitable. It was going to get pinched. And last team standing over here is Team Liquid. Intense Game chooses to rotate late. Probably isn't going to pan out for him, but at least buys him a couple more rank positions. But now they'll try to weave their way into position, but they've got the full attention of Team Liquid.
Oh my gosh, the punishment is crazy. A limb gets caught with a nade in his hand. That's brutal, but Chief trying to catch this angle. Does he spot him?
No.
When's he gonna take these shots? There we go. I'm about to say he's got so much ammunition. He could just keep on shooting here. Never mind, doesn't even need to.
There we go.
These guys
Still one member of AGG alive. The solo out there just thriving. He's like, yeah, this is good. Everyone's fighting each other. We're good to go. You keep doing you. Team Liquid, though, this is their match. They got the numbers advantage. They currently have 5 elimination points. VIOUS with 12. VIOUS are just racking up the points here. Mythic on the high ground, though, on top of the roof. That's a juicy position right now, fellas.
Sightlines are definitely in favor of Team Liquid as they have both angles and elevation covered. Guapo just trying to hide a little longer, trying to outlast, get that 1 additional rank point. Maybe he pops up and tries to get an elim here. We'll see what happens, but I can't imagine Team Liquid letting this one slip given their position. And also, they have kind of a de facto off angle with Guapo because Guapo doesn't really have sightlines onto Team Liquid, but he does on VIOUS. So we'll see how that works. If he comes around this side of the truck, I guess you could see Mythic, but as you can see, Mythic clearly has pretty good cover. He can duck behind at any moment, so position favoring Team Liquid at the moment, Hot
Quite a bit. Yeah, quite a bit, that's for sure. But at the same time, this circle is going to go central. So all these teams are going to have to fight pretty much at the same time. I think Team Liquid are going to be keeping a good eye on the clock here to throw some smokes in the center. But that off angle they got from Cardosen, I think is going to be the biggest payoff. So this should be a Team Liquid win unless something crazy happens.
Could be. And VIOUS Gaming also pretty low when it comes to the meds, when it comes to ammunition. And has 2 of those squad mates already getting knocked out. There goes VIOUS Gaming. There goes AGG. There goes a Team Liquid winner, 9 elimination chicken dinner here, fellas.
Did you guys notice All Glory Gaming? It looked like they were able to outlast the grenade storm, and VIOUS realized it and sent it towards him, trying to knock him out to secure their placement. Doesn't look like they were successful, and All Glory Gaming takes home a 2nd place. But Team Liquid wins in the 4th match of the day. It's been a long time coming. That's their first chicken dinner of the round, and Team Liquid finally finds himself on top. And hey, we actually predicted them to do so this round. At least one of us did. Not this guy. So Hot Jukes, again, Team Liquid comes up clutch here in round 4. What did you make of the action?
Let's go. I mean, this was a crazy game overall. The zone was just ping-ponging back and forth and back and forth. Alpha 7 got even caught out there. I think we saw some good surprises as well. We saw some teams that were in that mid-pack perform very well here, which is really huge. And for Team Liquid to get a chicken dinner right here and right now, I think was just absolutely massive for them. Hopefully they can repeat it here today.
It was huge. Started off with a really interesting, western plane path and then a really far east zone. And we saw teams having to rotate early on in this one, trying to secure their position, only to have the zone hard shift all the way back to the west. And so you saw a really, really crazy rotation game that really threw a lot of teams off their game, including our top squads in the lobby. We saw Loops, Alpha 7, Wolves all go out early. And so that was unfortunate for them, but fortunate for the likes of other teams like Team Liquid, like VIOUS Gaming, like Intense Game. They were able to make up some ground here for sure. So this could have been a very consequential game 4, Dave.
Yeah, Team Liquid and both VIOUS Gaming, the two teams playing edge here this game. Team Liquid, we saw them drop military base. We saw circle number 1 go to the east side. And instead of taking the direct path to the zone, taking that east bridge, crossing through AGG, instead they went to the opposite bridge, the west side bridge. They tried to possibly gatekeep a couple squads out there, get some early game elimination points. And right when we saw the next circle pop, they doubled right back where they know was safe and secure. They used the west bridge to get to Milton, pretty much played it nice and slow up until the end. And also, shout out to VIOUS Gaming too, because there was a moment where the zone didn't favor them. They had to make up their mind. Do they go and crash INF? Do they go and overtake those sketch fills that Loops were holding down? Instead, they decided to take a little risky rotate towards the north, towards those farmlands, and it just paid off big time, as we saw them in the late game with all 4 alive.
Felt a little crazy watching all these teams rotate into the same spot and battle, honestly, for the same house, the same position, the same A stack. And you can see here Team Liquid actually got the better of Royals of War. Really nice job from them, and it gave them the dominant position on the southern side of that zone. They were able to get height, get elevation, get those angles, and the nades rain in here. You can see Higor realize All Glory Gaming, oh my gosh, he's still alive. Yeah. I got to make a beeline for him. He landed a grenade, but it left him still with about like 5%, 10% HP, and All Glory Gaming able to outlast, able to survive, and really impressive stuff for Team Liquid to get the dub in this one. So, Hodgix, I got to ask you, what does this mean for a Team Liquid, right? This is a team that comes into today's round feeling, I don't know, maybe a little dejected. I don't want to speak for them, but this hasn't gone as, past tournaments have for them. Is this a team that you feel is resilient, always knows that they can perform well, or is this like a really important event for them where it's like, okay, cool, we're back on track, we can build on this? How do you think they're kind of perceiving this moment?
I mean, I think they're definitely going to be confident here. I mean, they're in their homeland. You got Coach Knight behind them, one of the best coaches in the game. He's pumping them up. I think they just need a big confidence boost. Like a good chicken dinner here is great. It's unfortunate it wasn't like against some of the top teams, so it wasn't like a win where they're like, yeah, baby, we're back. But you got to be able to take those dubs when you get it. Hopefully they got that one player on the team that it just hypes them up regardless and makes something happen for them.
Awesome. And Alpha 7, once again, looked like they were in a good spot, but the zone hard shifted away from them. They made the most of it. But finally, we see them have kind of an off game, Dave. Do you think another one's coming, or do you think they're going to be right back on that dominant tear that they've been all day long? What do we see in the future for A7?
Yeah, hopefully for everybody else in the lobby looking to get as many advantage points come tomorrow. Alpha 7, keep doing, finishing in 11th. But the thing is with Alpha 7, even though they got a low placement, and they've been having low placements today, they're consistently getting eliminations, so these eliminations are going to keep them afloat on the overall leaderboards, and all it takes is one really big win, which we've seen from Alpha 7 multiple times last week, to really just shoot them right up to that first place spot. So Alpha 7 finishing in 10th, finishing in 9th here and there. Everybody else loving it. The thing is, though, Alpha 7 still within striking range, and that's my fear for these other teams, because I love Alpha 7, but I want to see another team this week finish in first. That way we have 2 teams with the 15 head start points, and not just one team with the 30 to go to boot come finals time. So I think 9Z, they kind of been up there here today. 9Z not doing too hot this game, walking away with the goose egg. Loops also with the goose egg, and same thing for the Wolves, which really opened up this game for those mid-pack teams. So I think Team Liquid, AGG, VIOUS Gaming taking advantage of that here.
Love to see it. Alpha 7 currently leading all teams with 31 eliminations today. Second place, surprisingly, is Team Liquid. So they have had a dominant day. They win Game 4 on Erangel. We'll see if that can continue. We have Miramar, 2 games of it coming up next. I'm so excited to get into the desert. It's my personal favorite map. We'll see who is able to take the cake on that one. We've had 4 games in the books now. But before we come back from Miramar, we're going to take a short break. Make sure you guys go to the restroom, grab a snack, and we'll see you guys back here in just a moment for Game 5.
iNCO Gaming, it's a big organization in Brazil. They have some achievements in the country. It's very old in the scene of PUBG Mobile Brazil. And for me, it's an honor to play in iNCO and to start my new journey in this team.
Feliz, né? Tá de volta na iNCO, tá com os meninos, a line forte e brigar mais, tem mais chance de brigar ainda pelo título agora, porque tô com a line mais forte, tô mais confortável e tô executando mais o meu jogo também. Então, tô bem feliz de estar de volta na iNCO.
É muito bom estar aqui de novo. Eu acho que a Américas precisa da iNCO. A gente está muito preparado para esse campeonato e, se Deus quiser, vai dar tudo certo.
Eu estou muito feliz com o meu time. Nós estamos muito entrosados, nós estamos muito querendo ganhar o campeonato. Então, nós veio muito forte. Eu estou muito confiante com o meu time. Então, essa confiança pode trazer muito o título.
The roster of iNCO Gaming, it's very, very, very strong. I am the in-game leader. I do more free man in the game. I have 7, the support of the team, and Vitaly and Magrelin in the front, doing fragger, both do the same position.
Cara, eu tô achando bem forte. Tipo, é um time muito forte que tem Brunozinho, tem Magrelinho também, que é o campeão da PMWC, tem o Vitaly também, que tem muita bala, muito skill. O Gerx também tá sempre ali com a gente. E eu, né? Também tenho um bote no meio. Estou bem confiante, não só pelo NA, mas também para garantir o título da Américas.
Dessa vez a gente conseguiu montar uma line muito forte. A gente conseguiu peças muito importantes. Magralin, que vem que foi campeão mundial. O Bruno, que vem de uma PMDC muito forte, que é um grande líder. O Seven, o Vitaly, que, não tem o que falar, são grandes jogadores que já vem se provando há muito tempo. E, de fato, esse é um campeonato para a gente se provar como equipe e vai dar tudo certo.
Eu vou continuar na iNCO, porque eu tô fechadão com eles, já vai fazer 4 anos que eu tô com eles. E eu tô muito feliz com a nova line que a gente montou. O Seven já era daqui, mas aí voltou. E o Magrelo, que veio para reforço, e o Bruno, né? Tava na final da PMGC e representou muito bem o México na Vice, e é isso.
Eu tô muito confiante, igual eu falei. Claro que quer classificar para a EWC, mas o foco principal é ser campeão. Isso não sai da minha mente. Então, é treinar, ter o foco e esses dias de match point aí é de ir para cima para conquistar o título.
This journey wasn't easy. Every game, every scrim, every late night brought us closer to the stage.
Мы прошли через отборочный этап, сражались с лучшими и превзошли сами себя, чтобы заслужить свое место здесь.
Poveștile noastre sunt diferite. Unii dintre noi am început în orașe mici, alții în orașe mari, iar unii chiar au venit de la jumătatea lumii.
Somos más que una región, somos una mezcla de culturas, orígenes y sueños, unidos por nuestra pasión, PUBG Mobile.
We've sacrificed, we've struggled, but together we've grown stronger, turning our differences into our greatest strength.
This competition won't be easy. We know we're up against some of the best teams from across the Americas.
Cada partida será teste da nossa habilidade, do nosso trabalho em equipe e da nossa determinação.
We respect our opponents. We are ready to face every challenge head-on.
We know what's at stake. We're not just playing for ourselves, but everyone who believes in us.
This is our chance to prove that North America can stand tall among giants. We're ready for the challenge.
Winning here means more than just skill. It demands resilience, teamwork, and the ability to adapt under intense pressure.
This is our moment. The world is watching, and we're ready to show what North America is made of.
Together we are NA. Together we rise. Welcome to PMSL America's 2025 Spring.
Yes, so my team consists of 5 players. Myself, the IGL. Fate is our free man. 24 is our main fragger. Alim is our support, and then Freepoint is our other fragger.
With this new roster, I think it could go either way, honestly. I think we can have a chance to perform if, you know, the right pieces form together. You know, I think we are going to have a different play style as well, especially because we have a new IGL. I wouldn't be IGLing. I would be more focused on fragging out. So we'll see what happens.
I'm happy to be in Brazil again, so I'm feeling good and we are ready.
It feels good to be playing in America again, playing with Fate.
Мне нравится моя команда, хоть и у нас есть языковой барьер. Я не очень хорошо говорю по-английски, но я думаю, мы сможем победить.
Yes, so this is my first time in Brazil, being at LAN. I'm really excited. Obviously, I've played against these teams in the past online, but to be at LAN for the first time is really exciting.
I feel pretty excited, honestly. I think it's my 3rd time coming to Brazil, and I am playing for a different organization, different players except for 24. So it's a familiar feeling, but at the same time a new one because I am with a different roster. So yeah,
I've been playing with him a long time, so it's easy to play with him.
Both regions are so hard because in Europe we have both Team Spirit, and here also we have Alpha 7 and Team Liquid.
We are back, baby. Let's get it going. Round 2, day 2 of the PMSL Americas. Man, we're in Miramar, PB. I know you're hyped.
Predictions. The prediction master. Well, based on yesterday's 2 Miramars, it's a toss-up between Influence, Rage, or 9Z. I'm gonna go with Influence Rage. We saw them a couple times here tonight, very close to having a podium finish, and with Miramar being one of their better maps, lock me in for INF. What about you, Hot Jukes?
Oh man, I don't even know who to choose here. Honestly, I'm sensing an Alpha 7 win here. I think that they performed decent in the last game, but with that circle, I think they're a little bit frustrated, and they got a good zone here. So Alpha 7 chicken dinner, that's what my gut's saying.
Alpha 7 locking it in. I got to peek at the zone, and you know, they're not gonna have 2 bad games in a row. They're too on it today.
Exactly.
Even with an off game in last game, they're still tops in the lobby for elims. So I think Alpha 7's back. They're the team that we know and love, and I think they're gonna crush it here on Miramar. So we'll see. Influence Rage has been really dominant though on Miramar in the past, you know, the whole tournament. Really, they've been doing pretty good. Keep an eye on them, but Wolves really need to do something here. I tell you what, they went out last game, chose to fight a bit early, trying to take out VIOUS Gaming at the bridge, and it did not work out for them. The ambush failed, so I want them to loot up, you know, strategically get to a position and fight when everybody's kind of ready to go, and see if they can use their, you know, their experience to their benefit here, and you know, get some momentum going, not go out early.
Yeah.
Big risk to take if you're the Wolves.
I agree. I think that was you know, there's a thing like where you, after playing so many games, you kind of get a little bit of in-game fatigue. You know what I'm saying? And as a player, sometimes you just kind of shut your brain off for a second. And I think they kind of just went instinctual and just pushed it. So they learned their lesson pretty quick. But I'm glad it's a lesson they learned here, because you got to stay 100% focused and stay diligent 100% of the time. Like we see Alpha 7 do that, right? We see times when they have an opportunity to do a push, but they just realize that, hey, it's bad timing right here. If we push this, we're going to get third party. So they just wait. So you got to consistently make the best decision possible. Otherwise, you're going to get punished.
Definitely agree. I'm calling it the zombie mode, you know, the fatigue. Like you said, you see it towards the later halves of the days, and Alpha 7, they got that stamina, you know, that gusta, you know, what's needed to get the job done. So other teams, though, that we do see that fatigue from might be UT, might be Choose to Survive. We've been seeing that a little bit here today. They've been finding themselves in some awkward positions, some awkward situations, but come this game, they're going to have a nice position when it comes to the circle. They got Trailer Park. They got the whole west side of El Pozo. So they got first dibs essentially on where they want to hunker down. So looking at these bottom teams here this game to really get that come up. Oh, Valak finding out the hard way. Finding out the hard way. That mountaintop already occupied. And I love how UT, they waited for him to get like halfway up where there's like no other option there. And then decided to like, hey, we're up here. Yeah.
That's right. Your journey was in vain. They just waited to that last possible moment. Now they're shooting for a little revenge here, but I like the fact they got up here with some, you know, an SKS, a bolt action, if I saw correctly. They got some long-range weapons, but I don't know if that's going to serve them in the late game. We'll see what happens, though. It makes for some entertaining PUBG Mobile, at least for right now.
I just want to see one bolt action shot, baby, in PMSL. Just one. Please.
I agree.
Give it to
Give
us.
me that M24.
Come on, baby. Come on. PUBG Mobile, buff bolt actions, please.
There's the M24.
I'll never stop asking.
Send the email.
How do you buff them, though?
Okay,
I mean, do you just...
I have a thought.
Yeah, what do you do?
I have one thought, right? I think that if you make bolt actions automatic finish when they're knocked, they will become competitive. So that means you knock a player with a bolt action, same normal way. You know, if they have level 3 helmet, you gotta hit them twice. But if you knock the player, you shoot them once with the bolt action, done.
Interesting. I would give it a whirl just to see how that ends up tweaking things. I'm a fan.
Right? Because it makes total sense. Because that's the reason why people don't use bolts. Because if you get a knock, you shoot them again, and it puts them down to like 80% to get behind a tree and survive. Right? With an M4, you could flush them out easy. If they could just make that tiny tweak, I think we'll see bolt actions again. I hope so, because nothing makes me more hype in this game than a crazy flick headshot. And we don't see them enough. Please, baby.
I love it. I love it.
Right, you gotta put it out in the universe.
Send them the email.
Yep.
Dave, the Wolves are on the move.
They are. They are on the move. On the move down when it comes to the overall leaderboards, though. Right behind Alpha 7 right now. These two teams have been just yo-yoing back and forth here for that third place spot here all night long. 2 more games to go here. Wolves looking to end on a high note here tonight as we go into day number 3 for round 2 come tomorrow. So that's going to be it when it comes to who gets these advancement points, right? After that game, then next week we got the finals, baby. So I think the Wolves have definitely been fine-tuning their play style here, their rotations when it comes to this week. So huge improvement with that 1 day off. A lot of VOD review to be had. And well, they're at the top now, right? With Alpha 7, with 9Z, with Loops. They're going to be one of the front runners. As now we look at intense game. Looking downrange at UT. Just kind of moving back and forth, getting some loot in these warehouses right now. United 4 Gaming, 14th currently overall from Argentina. He's asking his fellow teammate, let me get some ammo. He gave him 33 bullets. He's like, hey, take that. Take that 33 bullets here. So they are struggling right now. They are struggling right now. Not going to do much with 33 bullets. I don't believe so. So I'll have to get some more loot from my dude.
Let's go. They're going to need it. VIP, surprisingly, not next to Alpha 7. Huge shock here. They decided to mix things up and go with somebody, you know, a little bit further down in the leaderboards here. To survive.
Klaus cooking a grenade, tossing his last grenade right there. Like, ha! Take that. Now with the UMP, going to be running right into that one. Dark Light, though, witnessing the shots, witnessing his teammate get thirsted. Going to be taking some shots out of range. Yeah! Pop their tires. As now, Shoot to Survive, the other 2 squad mates going to slowly be grouping up, looking to surround VIP Esports. Bob on the approach with Vector 6 times.
This is an interesting fight for sure because it's on the path to the northern part of the zone. The circle hard shifted all the way to the north, so all the teams right now racing for that zone position. And this fight is happening way out of the circle. And 9Z is about to cut both of them off on the road. So we'll see if this indeed happens. And it actually looks like 9Z is thinking, oh yeah, we're going to rotate around. They're about to come up the road directly into this fight. So we'll keep an eye and see if they continue to turn back. You can see them down at the bottom. They're rotating this way directly in here. So this is going to be super interesting as they roll into the fight as well.
I get excited every time I see live telestration. I'm like, let's go, baby. I know what you're talking about now. I want to see more of that on the big stages too, PB. Hopefully. Man, that's going to be a tough rotation, though, considering right now, looking at that map, you know, with it going up to La Correia, we're going to have to see Loops edge in there from the corner as well. Alpha 7 in a great spot. Not a lot of shots happening so far. So teams, I think, are definitely realizing the position they're in this tournament.
Next circle pops all the way up there toward north, like you said. So all 3 of these teams just in a cluster, and it looks like 9Z looking to rotate around them right here. But oh, we were talking about Team Liquid on the come up here after the last game performance. That they kind of just out here running and doing some scouting, getting caught right there. Instantly flushed.
9Z was trying to play edge, and they're like, what are these 2 clowns doing? What are they out here doing? They're trying to go around. They're blocking our path. Now we got a fight going on against Liquid, and Liquid is eliminated 16th. That's the second time today we've seen a 1 to 16. Earlier it was VIOUS Gaming going out early. And tough one there for Liquid, but here we are. We've got SVG taking on All Glory Gaming from across the way. They are in the zone right in the center. And it's a battle for position right now, but it's interesting. 9Z has finally made it by that skirmish unscathed, so they were able to get by, and they're gonna make it to zone. But yeah, I was thinking, how do you squeak by without getting caught up in there? But if we could see the map at some point in the near future, they're still going at it out there. It's hilarious. They're quite literally still fighting all the way in the south. I mean, we're about to see the circle close. The zone's going to get crazy, but these 2 squads, very bottom, they're still going at it. VIP, we've got S2, they're not leaving each other alone. We can see Bob here just eagle-eyeing it. VIP wants to leave, and so they're like, you know what? We're out of here. S2S isn't going to let it happen. They're not going to let it go.
Not Alpha 7. Yeah. Not like this. Frady with the underhand Molotov right there, trying to flush out that player from behind the boulder. Casper from downrange with the suppression fire. Here comes Darklight popping up with the UMP, trying to blow up the US, trying to get that splash damage. Frady finally taken down and out to the hands of Casper from downtown. But Casper going out to the play zone. Oh my goodness. Things are just crumbling right now for both teams.
Who could have ever seen this coming? It's almost like there's a reason we're sitting 13th and 15th in the standings, choosing to fight 400 miles away from the safe zone. This doesn't matter. 9Z, the second team in the lobby, you saw them roll up on a fight with 2 inferior squads and be like, nah, we're just going to keep going. And they go around the fight all the way to circle, and we'll see how it pans out for them. But you can see the difference in discipline between the squads for sure.
Oh, there it is. Hot jukes.
Oh, there it is.
I could die
Circle
happy.
has popped as well, and 9Z rewarded. They have they own the zone, basically, is where things sit at the moment.
Let's go. Yeah, I think that fight outside of Circle, remember what I was talking about in-game fatigue? I think that's what's happening right there. I think the brains got turned off and just said, oh, let's push.
Definitely could be a thing, and United 4, they'll be sent out a second in the lobby. Intense game, getting another elim. So they'll pick up 3 from that squad.
Need a replay on that headshot right there.
I want to see it.
Need
Dude.
a
Just replay that the whole time.
replay.
You know what I'm saying? That's how you do it.
Call that the Infinix GT30 Pro play of the game.
Absolutely.
VIOUS Gaming and 9Z potentially about to clash as well. You can see them starting to get position there, but 9Z's got quite the spread. They're in the hills. They're on the west side of the circle, and they control about a third of the zone right now where their position is.
Finally, Shoot to Survive pulling off that fight with just Bob and Darklight, by the way. So they're going to be rolling up into play zone. And I believe VIP with the duo. So we'll have to see how successful they're going to be here into this Miramar map. Meanwhile, Loops, though, in the trenches on the roadway right between the split from iNCO here. Looks like Loops did lose one of their squad mates. Rafina thought he was safe, prone behind the vehicle, but those toes were just so far out there in the open. Now Zelda pulling up with the shotgun, but the double spray down right there from iNCO, flushing out Loops.
Look at the control from 9Z.
Dude.
I mean, they rotated early, and that's what S2S could have had if they had gotten out of there. But impressive stuff. We'll see. There's an opportunity right now for teams to potentially fight 9Z because they are quite spread, but they're well aware of how much real estate they actually have because of how wide set their team is at the moment. So really heads up play from them. They're just going to take up some positions out in the dunes. See what they can do to work with it. You got Influence Rage getting into it now with Savage Esports, and they make quick work of them.
Yeah, they walked right into that doorway, and there was a shotgun looking right at him.
Thirsted.
Mafioso, Mini.
How in the world?
You see what I'm talking about? Bolts need to do that right there, dude. Goodness gracious. That Mini thirsted him quick.
That was crazy work. He have an elbow flap, hanging out of that window? That was crazy.
And that's why people do choose DMRs over bolts for that reason right there. I mean, you got to be able to
another bolt.
Those
Yeah, Force still
another
bolt.
Squash on the run. Oh, survived.
Oh, man.
Never mind.
He's still not out of danger, and he realizes, there's nowhere to hide here. Doran's got the high ground.
They can't see me. Safe.
So
man.
safe.
Nerve-wracking.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna run now.
Just in time.
Into a vehicle.
Just in time.
Teamwork. The teamwork is ridiculous, dude. These guys, I'm telling you, if you don't get that thirst instantly, they're gonna find a way to live. It's ridiculous.
Wolves.
Wancho
very
with the
spread.
shotgun.
Yeah, very spread. Wancho, nice little spray through the window here. Comes the support from his squad mates. Xforce, we're complimenting them moments ago. Like they will be losing a couple members in the process. Fate still up there on the high ground with the mini. Watching his teammates get thirsted right there. Unfortunate for him. So Xforce going to be down to just a solo right now. Meanwhile, Wolves, 2 points going their way with the whole squad alive here. Hot Jukes.
Wolves looking to make that chicken dinner happen here in Miramar. Last time, first Miramar last week, we saw Influence Rage take the chicken dinner. They are down to 2 already with 4 eliminations, so it doesn't look like we're going to see a repeat of that situation. But we could see a good game from the Wolves, that's for sure. iNCO Gaming still trying to control this north side right here. They're just fighting everybody they can see. Yeah.
Look at iNCO. I mean, they've got VIOUS right in front of them, but look at Reyes from 9Z. The
Nade!
amount of trust that 9Z.
Gosh, so lucky.
Wow.
That's
crazy.
The roll right there.
Now they've got to regroup and try to get back into this fight, but this may be an opportunity for Reyes to peek his head up. You can see he's right on the bottom of that mini-map right there in the green. And so he's like just chilling, waiting, and 9C is going to be rotating potentially north to take advantage of this third party here. It's iNCO versus VIOUS, though. iNCO takes down Marlon in the back row, and now it's up to Nunez to try to make a play.
Nunez swaps with the gun, man. I know you're trying to get the grenades, but you see him right there in the open. Out the grenades. One more grenade, and now look at this. Reyes, you were talking about him. PB gonna be popping up, take some shots downrange for the third party, and feel like Nunez could have had that. They just swapped to the N4 right there at the end. I don't know, Hot Jukes. What do you think about that play?
Man, I mean, it's a tough one, that's for sure.
Tough one.
I'm looking at this circle right now. That's what I'm really staring at. It 9Z with all their position. They only have 1 elimination so far. My question is though, when are they going to decide to finally group up here and start taking teams on? I think now is the time.
They really haven't made a commitment yet, have they? They've got 2 different compounds right now under their control, and they've had 3 players out kind of just hunting, like looking for those third parties. And honestly, they could have had a couple there from iNCO. But unfortunately, iNCO was able to rebound, get the last, like Brunesen got that nade elim on the toss over the hill there. And unfortunately, what looked like was going to be a free steal for now.
Oh, nice shot.
Quick little pop up right there.
Caught him slipping.
Doran on the high ground. Looking for Doran to over peak that. Make sure Coops doesn't get thirsted. But even if, I don't see the revive happening. Revo going to be using his grenades to flush this out.
If he has a vehicle, he can get down. But yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah. Coops going to be thirsted here. Another member down.
Wolves got to stick with the basics. I think Wolves got to stick with just like, rather than going on these splits, just stay together as a squad and just fight teams 1 by 1. That's when they really, really work their best.
Get the pick
Shoot
up.
to survive. Still surviving, too. They're
shout out to them.
They snuck their way into the circle. So, hey, they survived an early game spat several miles into the blue zone, and here we are. Still's a 2-man making it in. Long-range shots here from Revo, landing headshots across the way. And now A7 is under some serious pressure. Vehicle explodes, and Wolves, that's Doran up on the ridge, getting some shots off, trying to get revenge for Coops, and they are doing just that. Wolves now with 3 eliminations this game, and it's up to Mafioso and Revo to try to get their squad to victory. Squash is there to support as well, so Alpha 7 still very dangerous as a 3-man. They've got 6 elims so far.
Yes, sir. 6 points going their way. Squash might have recognized Bob and Darklight out there. Going to be on the hunt right now, so Shoot to Survive still with the trio. Going to be playing the edge. They might have spotted Squash too. Squash kind of on their own little mission, trying to get as many points as possible. The only team still fully alive is going to be 9Z with their 2-2 split. Now, Reyes did get knocked out. I don't know if Remix has a vehicle to go pick him up all the way down there. Reyes just might have to bleed out. Ooh, Milo going for the... Milo was going for the clutch pickup, but Reyes is going to be thirsted. So 9Z had the whole squad alive. Well, now they only got a trio, but they got 1 point. 1 point.
Yeah, there's not a single team in this game right now with a full squad up, so it's nothing but trios. So not the craziest loss for 9Z. They could still find their way to win this game. It's crazy how Alpha 7, every single time you see them kind of out of position and just kind of like in a weird spot, they're just like, all right, let's just decide to take out everybody. Let's just try to get as many eliminations as possible and see what happens. And the crazy thing is like watching sometimes see that strategy go from that to winning the game. Pretty wild to see.
It's like they could flip a switch for sure.
Yeah. They're just like, oh yeah.
Xforce is the lone solo right now. He's got that shack just kind of peeking out at the other teams right now. 9Z finally regroups. It's sad that they lost Reyes because they kind of brought that one on themselves. Like he could have had cover, but he drove around out in the desert by himself, just kind of as eyes for the squad so that they didn't get ambushed from any direction. And he just drove around in the buggy for a little bit too long and finally got spotted and wasn't able to win the gunfight. But 9Z has position. Influence Rage, probably the best position right now. They're the purple squad on your mini map, and in the distance there, here comes the Molotov. Fade has been discovered. Can they get it in the window? Not quite. But you know he heard it. He heard that glass break and that liquid spread.
His hand is stiff, though. His hand is stiff.
Got him.
The stiff
Beautiful
hand.
Molotov there. He ran out the window into the other Molotov, and he burned down awful quickly. So nice elimination here from Shoot to Survive, and that does move them up into the lobby. Now 7 teams remain, and the only solo that was left is now gone. So every team has at least 2. All but 1 have 3, though.
Calculated.
He didn't realize that first molly was an eviction notice. Hate to see it.
Dorn still on the cliff side, or the rooftop out there. Popped in their vehicle finally, the buggy.
Shot.
Looking to regroup with his squad mates. Looks like Mafioso did get knocked out right there, so this might be the opportunity for Dorn to group up. But Darklight, yeah, I mean, we were talking about Shoot to Survive, fighting in the blue for at least 10 minutes, where they're going to be showing up here in the late game with a couple elimination points. Not a lot of ammo on Darklight at least, but yeah, playing the edge. They're getting a little aggressive though. It's gonna be Bob looking to push 9Z. Darklight on the remix. Let's see what Darklight can do with the UMP swapping on over to the M4. Darklight putting in some work. Kolgo right in front of him, gonna be spotting him out. Kolgo soaking up a lot of damage. Kolgo though using his ridge to his advantage. Looks like Darklight gonna be popping back here, trying to get the heal off. Casper thirsted. Darklight swapping to the UMP, trying to hunt down Kolgo. Kolgo finally taken out at the hands of Darklight. And there goes 9 elimination points over to Shoot to Survive.
That was a huge heads-up play from Darklight there to actually pursue. And honestly, I'm a bit surprised at Shoot to Survive having the confidence to do that. They've been eliminated early in nearly every game so far this tournament. And being present in the late game, they fought early. They were way out of position. They got into the final circles. And then going up against a beast like 9Z, they got the jump on them. They were watching their back. They caught that rotation where 9Z tried to backdoor. They were ready for it. And not only that, when they were on the run, Kolgoat tried to escape. They pursued and finished the job. So really heads up play there from S2S. They are surviving so far, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, they are. They are just trying to survive their absolute best here. Alpha 7 still have 1 player up. The Wolves could make something happen here. But this is definitely that calm before the storm. But we got a few teams. iNCO and Royals of War are going to have to get into this next circle. They're going to battle it out. Yeah, they're pretty much done for just due to circle here. If they get into the zone, it'd be a miracle.
They're crawling.
Even Squash Boo's in trouble.
Yeah, Squash trying to get behind Bob. Bob's going to be looking back there. But Royals of War spending a lot of time here trying to make a game plan, trying to make a move. But they're just gate capped essentially from iNCO. Yeah, iNCO getting some more elimination points this game. 10 points going their way. Darklight, though, on the rooftop. Got some ammo. Got the 4 times. Level 3 vest. Level 2 helmet. Looking pretty good. The thing is, Darklight needs to be cautious because, remember, behind them, we still got the solo here, PB, from Alpha 7.
See them?
There he goes. That's exactly what needed to happen.
Spotted.
Very, very astute for him to turn around when he did, but now they're definitely aware of his presence. Bob is down, and the push is on. Dorn leads the way for the Wolves. They push up, but this is an opportunity. Darklight, if he can get a knock here, he has a chance. Not going to be able to pick it up, and now they have the angles. It's going to be tough road to hoe for him, and Wolves get the elimination to put them in the top 3. And now, Influence Rage sitting in those shacks still. Central Zone, they have the best spot currently. They still do. And Brunozin is eliminated. It's a 2v3. Wolves, Influence Rage, and the fight has begun, Hotchix.
Let's go, Wolves Chicken Dinner. Looks like we're going to see it here unless Influence Rage can make something happen with this off angle. But yeah, he has nowhere to go. He's going to drive out into the open and get blown to smithereens. So Gyarados lowers in, 1 player left. Another chicken dinner for the Wolves here, man. These guys have really
Send it off the ramp.
Send it off the ramp. They're looking.
Send it off the ramp.
Do it, Poncho.
Come on.
Off the ramp. Jump out.
Boo.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
That's what it's for.
Dude, that would have been insane.
That would have been epic.
Oh,
That would
he's
have
in
been
the shack.
absolutely
What is he going to do?
Oh,
He's
man,
just a
that would have been
little boy.
so cool.
He's just a
Complete
little
the
boy.
whole jump. Evil Knievel style. Little
Missed
boy, though, looking up the
opportunity.
ridge. He gets half his hit points chunked right away. Look at the angles they have. Wancho's going to be throwing in the nades any second. And it looks good, but a little too far. Little boy, he's going to get off the heel in time. I don't think it's enough time. He's going to get... Oh, it misses. It misses. Little boy's still in it.
Still in it, but for how long?
Yeah. Butts on, off angle, pre-fire through the smoke. GG. Yep, that is it. The Wolves get a chicken dinner. Could have gotten double points if they went up the ramp. They choose not to, but 2 chicken dinners on the day, PB. These guys got to be stoked.
Yeah, the Wolves looking really good. That's their 3rd chicken dinner of round 2. So the Wolves been the team to beat so far. Really impressive stuff from them. You know, we didn't see a lot of loops that game, so that's a good opportunity for Wolves to gain some ground, perhaps, and we'll see how much they're actually able to gain. Didn't seem like a huge game from them, eliminations-wise, but they're there at the end of the match, which is all that counts, Dave. So
Yeah.
they'll secure 10 from the chicken dinner, and they got a few handful of elims to boot.
I believe 8, so I'll take that all day. And they lost Coops pretty early on as well to one of the members, Revo from Alpha 7, who Alpha 7 walk away with 6 elimination points here this game. So shoot to survive. Listen, fellas, we were harsh on them. We were harsh on them, which for good reason. But they got 10 elimination points this game. Darklight really putting in the work on that ramp at the end right there. Aim on point. iNCO as well, another team who they're going to be happy, right, with their Miramar game. 10 elimination points going their way here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, you know what? There's a phenomenon in this game, too, where, like, you know, you're down on the leaderboard for so long that suddenly, like, the anxiety of the game just leaves you and you finally start playing your game. And I'm hoping that's what we're seeing from Shoot to Survive, right? They're finally just starting to get that confidence back, playing what they do, because we know this squad has the skills. I mean, look what they were able to do even with Klaus out early, right? So if they could replicate that here in this next game, I think they're going to definitely be a team that we could possibly see pop off tomorrow. But I mean, it's good to see a sign of life from this team for sure.
Impressive stuff, though, from the Wolves. Eliminated Coops early. They got the revenge. Coops was able to coach him from the sidelines to victory. The Wolves picking up another big victory here. Coops out with 0 elims, but Baton, Doran, they pick up the slack for sure, delivering 7 from themselves, and Juancho getting it done as well. Gets that vehicle explosion for his elim as well. The Wolves picking up their 3rd chicken dinner of the round. League phase is heating up. We are through 5 out of 6 maps here on day 2 of round 2. And remember, all of these teams playing right now for head start points that they can take in to the grand finals of PMSL America's Spring 2025. It's going to be happening here shortly, but 7 matches left to go in league phase, and Wolves have got to be smelling that chicken. So they're almost there. They're moving up the rankings, and they add another 18 points to their total. And as you can see, no loops on this page, so they will gain some ground here. But Alpha 7 also putting up 9 in this game, Hot Chicks.
Yeah, Alpha 7 always finding a way to put something on the board. That's why we see them so far up the leaderboards there. But the chicken dinner from Wolves Esports is definitely the big standout right here. 8 eliminations with the chicken is definitely going to push them up. You know, one team that we didn't really talk about here at the end, but one team that really oh, I felt like a little knife in the side was Team Liquid. You know, Team Liquid, they got that chicken dinner in the last game. I was starting to get really stoked to see, man, they were gaining a little bit of momentum. And then boom, we see them here. One elimination, bottom of the leaderboard here, Dave.
Yeah, such a shame. Usually when we see teams get that winner chicken dinner, they're feeling good, they're confident, and they roll into that next game, like you said, with that momentum and an instant, you know, stop of momentum. The momentum killer is dropping in game and getting taken out within 5 minutes. Team Liquid, they do walk away with only one elimination point. So let's see what that does to their overall after their last winner chicken dinner. So they moved down a couple spots, but guess what, PB? Look who is on the come up in that second place spot.
That's big. Wolves catching up to 9Z. 9Z had every opportunity in that game, and fortunately, Shoot to Survive just had their number on that little backdoor play, and 9Z falls. And that means for Wolves that their victory, along with 8 eliminations, is enough to vault them into second position with one map left to go today. They're still within striking range of Loops Esports as well, who maintains a 18-point margin of victory right now with only one chicken dinner. So that just goes to show you how consistent Loops has been on the games that they're not winning. They're still picking up loads of elims, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they are. And I'm telling you, that Loops, they always find themselves in a good spot in this circle. I mean, they play that very grouped up play style. It is working for them here. So I want to see them, you know, continue with that here in this last game. Only one chicken dinner so far. And to be all the way up on top, considering that Wolves have 3, is pretty crazy.
Really is. iNCO Gaming still sitting in 8th position right now from NA. They've had a decent showing today. I really like how aggressive they were towards the upper northern part of that zone. They had a good fight with VIOUS there, and unfortunately for them, they just lost too many players. They got kind of entangled with VIOUS for too long, and Bruno's unable to finish the fight, but they picked up some elims once again. But I would love to see iNCO kind of claw their way, you know, onto a podium finish, so to speak, as to finish out one of these rounds. So as we close out our first map on Miramar, we've got one more coming up in just a moment, but before we get there, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in just a jiff. We'll see you guys then. And welcome back to PUBG Mobile's PMSL America's Spring 2025 season. We're in league play. We're just about to wrap day 2 of our second round, and it has been exciting. The teams are starting to distinguish themselves here in this second round. We've got a clear-cut top 4 or 5 squads right now, and then we've got the rest, and they're competing for head start points. The top team receives 15 points to take with them into the grand final, and we've got number 2 team receiving 12 points. Number 3 receives 9. So those first couple of positions are a big deal as they give you quite a few more points than your competitors, and that's going to be huge when it comes to the finals, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen it before. I mean, even if you get 30 head start points, that doesn't necessarily mean you get first place, but it helps big time, right? I mean, to be able to get those kind of points, 30 will allow you to pretty much have 2 bad games, you know? And if you're a team like Alpha 7 and you have that kind of buff, you're pretty much unstoppable, right? So it's good to see some other teams here in round 2 fight for that top spot.
Absolutely. The players have been incredible so far today. I would love to take a peek at the overall MVP standings to see kind of where they sit as we go into the last little bit of our second day of round 2. Coming into today, obviously the clear front runner was Revo, but Remix has had a heck of a day, and I want to see how much ground we're gaining. And it looks like he's gained some, but my goodness, look at the damage from Revo. That is ridiculous. He's 15,500 damage put up right now, and we've got one other player in the tournament. Actually, 2 other players in the tournament now with over 10K, and they're both on his team. So that's cool. Alpha 7 looking quite dominant, Dave.
Yeah, last time we did the MVP check-in, Remix was actually 25 elims behind Revo. Now, the new check-in, 30 points behind Revo. So Revo not slowing down anytime. I thought Remix was catching up. Listen, Remix still doing a great job today. And I really thought, like, okay, we're closing the gap here, Hot Jukes. And then Revo's like, nah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
This is my favorite
couple of other players that... Yeah, go ahead, Jukes.
No, he's been doing great, like, honestly, doing excellent. I'm like, yeah, I want to see how much he gained. And then you just see Revo's numbers, and it's like, no, not at all, dude. Crazy performance.
Not only that was in consideration of Revo's day yesterday where he got 4 elims. So an off day yesterday and Remix having a great day today, and you'd think, oh yeah, he's gaining ground for sure. But Revo's like, nah, man. It's fine. I got this. So I feel like the MVP might be in the bag, but I'm kind of curious to see just how far he can push it ahead of the rest of the field. A couple of other players that I want to give some love to that we haven't mentioned a whole heck of a lot. Loops has been absolutely crazy. You've got Vitin from Loops' squad just putting up big numbers, and so we've got him as well as Doran as well from the Wolves. Both of those guys have been just crushing it, and you can see their total elims. It's not 80, but in round 2, they put up 25 and 20 respectively, but they're putting out a ton of damage each and every game. But the thing that is most interesting to me is the survival time. Like, what in the heck? 22 minutes on average? That's a monster amount of survival time, Dave.
Yeah, not everybody's going to be able to get the 80, the 50, the 49, but you know what? It's a team game, so the fact that both these players are showing up with pretty consistent damage per game as well, I mean, that's a really solid number. We can see Vitin prefers the grenades and the Molotov a little more than Doran, but both players definitely key players for their respective teams. I mean, we saw last game Doran up on the high ground for a good amount of time, just, you know, pow, 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 peppering opponents all over the place, and then he was able to get into the buggy and safely make it towards his squad mates to pretty much wrap up that winner chicken dinner in the late game right there that they just got. And I think both players phenomenal here, Hot Jukes.
Dude, yeah, I mean, these guys definitely nothing to really doubt, that's for sure, right? These guys have performed excellent. You know, you're right. So when we see like these crazy numbers from a player like Revel, I mean, this guy's one of the top players in the world, you know? So to see somebody even get close to competing with them is great, but the consistency from the Wolves, 3 chicken dinners today, is nothing to shake your head at, because if they, you know, continue performing like this, I mean, we could definitely see them make it to the World Cup.
You really could. So impressive stuff from Doran. We saw him last game on the top of that little plateau, if you want to call it that cliff that was looking down onto Alpha 7. Tried to save his boy Coops, couldn't do it, but ultimately that high ground was able to secure Wolves a lot of momentum and ultimately get them to late game where they were able to secure yet another chicken dinner. So Wolves riding high right now. North America having a bit of a swing of momentum this week, which is what we were hoping to see, as really no one was near the top in week 1. So I'm really liking the I guess the swing in momentum coming back this week, and you can swing your momentum by grabbing an Amazon gift card code at the bottom of your screen. Enjoy that if you're fast enough to type it in. And with that though, watching Wolves for sure in this one, Hot Jukes, I think that they may have an opportunity to run it back. Miramar's been a strong map for them, and they're fresh off a victory. So let's see where the playing path ends up going. We are going into our final game of day 5. This is day 2 of round 2, and the Wolves have been looking good. Give me your prediction, Hot Jukes, on how this thing finishes up.
Let's keep it going, dude. Wolves, baby, one more time. 4 chicken dinners today. I need to see it. Ooh.
And Dave, how we doing? We feeling Wolves, or you gonna pick somebody else?
I'm going with Influence Rage. Once again, we saw them show up in the late game. That last Miramar is their map here, PB. So let's see if we get a Influence Rage final game of the evening. Winner, chicken dinner.
I feel like this is the map where Loops pulls it all together. They've been really impressive individually, but they haven't been able to get that chicken yet today, and I think this is the map where they do it. So I'm going Loops for this one, but we'll see how it wraps up. Was really impressed with 9Z's discipline last game. They just kind of fell apart right at the very end, but avoiding that early fight with S2S over on that West Coast. We'll see if VIP and S2S get into it again, but this first circle about to pop, and Hot Jukes, I'm hoping for some islands, man. Give me some island finishes.
Puerto Payaso. Hey, it's in play. It is still in play. Let's go. A little bit of water action here in Miramar. I love to see it. Now, we're seeing some teams head already in that direction. Hey, Influence Rage, right? Already going in that spot there. Team Liquid. We got a hot drop, baby. Let's go.
Royals of War wins. Calling it.
We got a crossbow onto Victex right now. Got that crossbow, baby. Swap
bolt
it.
action. He drops it.
Swapped it. Got the M4. All right, ton of ammo.
Oh, and that's what you get for picking up the M4. That's what you get. You should have stick with the crossbow.
Uzi taking him down, Hot Jukes.
Pistol. Oh, but it doesn't finish him. Tonka, you can see him just. Whew, that was way too close.
Yikes.
PB called it.
Royals of
PB
War.
called it.
Well, I mean,
you called
all I was doing was playing the averages. They're averaging I don't even want to go with the averages. Savage hasn't scored a single rank point today. So, you know, the numbers tell me.
Today?
Nope, not a single rank point. So that's tough. Not a single time in the top 8.
No good.
So I figured this wasn't going to be the round to start it. You know, if you're rocking knives to start the match, it's not West Side Story.
Oh boy.
So Jukes, let me ask you. I mean, you competitive player back in your heyday. You're at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? You are at the bottom. You're in the trenches. How do they bounce back? We're looking at Savage. How do they bounce back tomorrow?
I don't know, man. Honestly, these guys, they need the pep talk of all pep talks. They need some of that Bugs Bunny secret stuff. You know what I'm saying? They gotta drink it, and they gotta come in tomorrow feeling like, you know what, we're the best in the world, baby, and just go crazy. I mean, honestly, why not? When you're this low on the leaderboards, just push everything. Just go crazy. Don't hot drop, but push.
Oh, no. We've got homie up on the ridge with a mini, and this man's got a crossbow firing uphill. So we'll see how this fight ends up working. But I have a feeling that Intense Game may have the upper hand in this one. We'll see if they choose to drop. I mean, they know where that squad is, and they know that they're short on loot, plus a little banged up from that drop that they had, and they know they're short-handed. So Grafa there giving that intel to the team. Curious to see if the rest of Intense Game will take advantage of it, but it's quite a commitment to drop off those cliffs as well. So it's also likely that they just say, you know what, we'll take the one free point, we'll go do some other stuff. So with that, we got Juancho standing by with Sarpatch after last game, and we're going to hear from him on how the Wolves have been doing.
Winner, chicken dinner for North America once again, Wolves Esports. Congratulations, Juanchito, another one today. It's important to do good today, but what's the mentality going to the finals?
I mean, we're just trying to get as much bonus points as we can right now, but I mean, in reality, it don't really matter what place we get on this round 2. We're just, you know, trying to get that momentum to the finals. So maybe we do good, maybe we do bad, but it's whatever. We're just, you know, playing our game.
You're playing your game and you're winning, so there's some being right. I know maybe some teams might be, you know, maybe keeping some secrets from themselves for the final so they can show it in the final, which where everything's important. Are you keeping something for yourselves, or are you just going out?
You know, other teams wouldn't be the only ones. We're also got, you know, some stuff, you know, that we're not using or, you know, showing to the other teams.
Interesting.
Secrets, huh?
Keeping something under the hat. The old Juancho hat.
Oh, the old switcheroo. As a matter of fact, dude, I wonder whoever created the old switcheroo, right? What do you think is in their casket, PB?
Not them. Not them.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I was gonna say something, and I'm like, I can't say it. So I'm just gonna.
Gotcha. Dude, I can't wait to see that happen, though, in the finals, dude. I want to see some tech that we have never seen before. I think Juancho, he's been working in the offseason. I'm sure he's downloaded something.
Hopefully not, but looking at VIOUS Gaming over here on the defense, I had INF pegged to take this winner chicken dinner here on this final game of Miramar. Looks like they're going to be sending it here, looking for a centralized position. VIOUS Gaming, though, already occupying it. VIOUS Gaming had a really nice winner chicken dinner here with a couple eliminations to boot. So VIOUS Gaming definitely on the come up, a mid-pack team here in week number 2. Week 1, they were on that second page, the only Brazilian team to be on that second page. So VIOUS Gaming definitely with a huge improvement here coming into week number 2, PB, what do you think about VIOUS Gaming?
I like them. They're fun to watch, man. It's like I don't know if they have the discipline of some of the other Brazilian squads, but they certainly have some good gun skills on the team. They're fun to watch, and they definitely are always kind of like that ball of chaos rolling around the map, and they're not afraid to mix it up. So again, for me, I feel like they're kind of a fan favorite to watch play. But again, I don't know that I would expect them to kind of be able to compete at the end of the day with the Loops and the Alpha 7s of the world.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, these guys are just a cut above the rest. I mean, you got to be honest. I mean, Alpha 7, you see them in 4th place right now, but you're not worried at all. I mean, they still got a whole day tomorrow to make this up. So I think Wolves, considering that They've already had 3 chicken dinners today. I think this last game is a big one for them, right? To really just put a good lead ahead of them, because tomorrow is going to be absolute craziness.
Uh-oh. Doing a little bit of scouting over here. Reyes is like, yeah, there's a couple players up here. Gonna be going back for a double. Switcheroo, you know, keeping them on their toes here.
You can see him in the cam talking. Like, look at his camera. He's like just relaying all that info to the squad. But this is what got him in trouble last game too on Miramar.
Yep.
He did the exact same thing, driving around in the buggy out in the desert. Team not really in a spot to support him. They're starting to arrive now, maybe looking to take this fight. But last game, I mean, this game he's way closer to the enemy too than he was last game. So it's even a little bit more brazen. But they're looking to get angles, looking to get info, and now they're going to use it to try to take advantage of iNCO here.
Right there on the edge of the shoreline. Looks like Remix is doubling back. Possibly making the call for Kogo to do the same thing as well.
Both S2S and VIP once again way out in the blue. So they're late rotators for sure. And everyone else kind of battling for that northern position right now. Wolves, though, have the whole southern part of this zone right now to themselves for at least a moment.
Dukes.
Yes, sir.
I got to hear your wolf cry, because you said my wolf cry was a turkey.
I thought it was for a second.
I don't know, man. You said you don't throw shots my way. And I tried my best wolf impression. You're like,
that was the best wolf impression? I thought you were phoning it in. You know?
Oh man.
I don't know,
because I know when you commit, you commit.
I commit, man.
I can't tell the difference, but oh my gosh, look at this. But he said commit. Now I'm out. Got that knock. Saw the whole team coming his way.
He's committed. He's committed.
Oh.
Good support from Busta there, but man, these guys are just riding the edge of what is possible. It does bite them here, but they're trying their best to give support to the team, but they just got caught a little bit too far overextended there. Vitin standing on the ridge while he got pushed by the entire iNCO squad, and wow, look at that grenade. Rafina pushed off the tree, but not before McGrellin and Vitali are knocked. And now check it out. United 4 Gaming zooming in to take advantage. We'll see if they can land the third party here, Hot Juice.
Oh my goodness.
Watch it happen. iNCO out of there just like that. Loop.
Team Liquid too. Everybody wants a piece of this.
Let's go. You know what? Last game of the day. Push everything. That's what we want to see.
Everybody wants a piece of this here, PB. iNCO, they're done and dusted here. They only walked away with 1 elimination point. United pulling up. You saw they were gassed up. They were full sending it, and then they pumped the brakes right there at the end.
United 4 doesn't know that Vitin is down. Like, they don't have the intel because they rolled up late. He might get a revive here if United 4 is too slow to push this, but it looks like they are starting to come in right now. Neil Zada doesn't have too much time left, and he is going to get pushed as well. Wolves have been eliminated also. Things are going absolutely crazy right now.
Jeez, it's the final game of the evening, right? Things get a little loose, things get a little heated. Players looking to make some plays happen here. I mean, this hasn't been a United that we've seen all tournament long, and now that we're getting towards the end of round number 2, they're just like, hey, let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. Currently 15th overall, and when they're playing a little more loose, a little more confident, they're looking good. I mean, they're cleaning house right now, taking out Loops right now, Hot Jukes.
Loops out of there. Top 2 teams deleted. Just like that. I think Alpha 7 and 9Z are giggling right now.
They're licking their chops, Hot Jukes. They're getting ready to do their best wolf impression.
That's right. And look, VIP, not next to Alpha 7, but next to 9Z. You know they're going to push this. They're not leaving this alone. There's no way.
You got to. VIP, they know.
Is it in the blue zone?
Brady's cooking.
It's about to be.
It doesn't matter.
He's cooking it.
No, it does. If it's in the blue zone, they will fight it.
If it's outside the blue zone, they're fighting it.
That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
If we're outside a zone, the fight will happen. They will push.
That is correct. I think we're just barely outside of it.
Listen,
yeah, look at the curve.
The only thing that's going to make us better is if Shoot to Survive also come over here. All right? That's what I want to see.
Send it.
We missed some action here. This is 9Z taking on Wolves. Golgo, Milos push in, make quick work of them. So it was 9Z that eliminates the team right ahead of them, and that evens the score. Check it out. 103's up on the board. And obviously 9Z, if they can make it to the top 8 or secure one more elimination, that will move them ahead of the Wolves in the standings right now. And that's a big deal because second place gets 3 more head start points than third place. So that's a spot that these teams will covet. And now Influence Rage into it with VIOUS Gaming. The action is real once again, and Alpha 7 lurks on the outskirts right now, trying to pick up the scraps.
Push it, push it. Let's just see everybody push this spot right now. Why not?
Got Law, DBS, Nunez going for that last minute heal with the UMP. Law, last one alive for Influence Rage. We're gonna be sending it through the doorway, connecting on a 1. Let's see if we get the final blow. Law taken down at the end for INF, but PB, you were talking about him. Alpha 7 here in the fight, seeing the action and cleaning house right now.
Man, you just see it coming. They were kind of lurking, waiting for the action to kick off. It did, and they are very, very quick to take advantage of a weakened team. You know, VIOUS Gaming wins the fight, but not without taking some damage. Felt bad for poor Nunez there. Stepped out in front of his teammate who strafed out first, and he ate the DBS shot for him. It wasn't even meant for him. But they are able to pick up one squad wipe there, but unfortunately quickly wiped by Alpha 7.
Oh, boy.
You know what's crazy?
It'll take that all day long. What's up?
Alpha 7 now with those elims. Look at them on that leaderboard. They're at 102. They're 1 point behind. So we've almost got a 3-way tie for second at the moment.
They're going to be in second, I think, after this for sure. Unless 9Z does something special.
9Z's under pressure right now. They're getting shot up. Royals of Wars took a chunk out of Colgoat.
Oof.
They might just leave him.
And they're out of there. Yeah.
Remix is out too. Unfortunate.
Milos is in the blue zone. Not a very good position at all. He does have this hillside to work with, though, so let's see how he decides to play it out. Maybe he's heading towards a different spot in the zone. Yep, they're going to be full setting it. They should just commit to a good central position here, but they're going to lose Coco in the process. Now Squash goes down. What is going on?
Alpha 7's got their kill mode engaged at the moment. Hopefully All Glory Gaming can put a stop to it. They do connect with a grenade on a Carrillo, but Mafioso's going to try to play the hero here from range. I don't know that he's in a position to support. This is going to be a really tough pickup for him. And United 4 Gaming, once again, is on the third-party action. Props to them. They're in 15th position, but they have been on it when it comes to smelling blood in the water this game, Dave.
Yeah, props to them, but you can see they want to send it, and then they just stop at the very end before the complete commitment right there. Looks like they threw out a couple grenades and then just doubled on back right there. And you gotta, if you're gonna commit, I mean, they were already in the play zone and they decided to head towards Junkyard, just full send it at that point. So we'll have to see what they end up doing. But Frady from VIP Esports still with their squad mate Legend and Poppy Sour. They're gonna be over here on the edge looking to take out Roars of War here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir. Roars of War trying to send it away near Minas Generales. Big Tex finds a shack, and that is where he's going to park himself. Last player alive for the team. Just going to try and survive. 5 eliminations. Nothing to shake your head at for sure.
Oops. Alpha 7. He's got no... Look at this. He's the only one left from those team, and no, he goes down. Alpha 7 out as well.
7.
They got 7. And they've moved into second for the moment, so Wolves will get passed up, but by how many teams? There's 9 left in the lobby. If 9Z makes it one more place, they will secure at least one more rank point. They got 2 members left up. All they need is 1 point to move into third, and just like that, the Wolves go from second to potentially fourth in just a half of a game here. So crazy action so far on our last Miramar of the day. Who else is looking strong right now? We've got UT with 4 up and really, really good movement so far this game. It's not a name that I thought I was going to be shouting out, but they've been impressive here in Game 6, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, they have. Team Liquid got their whole squad up. They're big chillin'. 9Z with 2 could still make something happen. They're not in a terrible spot. But now Team Liquid... once again, like Team Liquid seems to have success, but it seems to be only when all the top teams are taken out here, PB.
Well, it's a good time to do it. You know, make up some ground, maybe.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, a good chicken dinner here, they could be in play. They could be in play, you know, tomorrow, for sure.
They really could. I think they've snuck all the way up to 5th in this thing. They're down to 6th right now, but I think they've snuck into 5th at one point. And now it's just like, okay, do we have enough juice in our final day to maybe take a crack at the top 3? I mean, right now, good shots here from Intense Game. They're the other team with all 4 players left up, and so they're trying to be the strongest in the lobby right now. They've got a chunk taken out, and they'd spot All Glory Gaming as well. Nades in from Silence. They've got good angles right now, but I don't know if they know that they're engaged with 2 squads, so that's going to be really interesting to see as this fight develops, Dave.
Yeah, UT just so indecisive. I mean, we saw with that push that they were looking to third party, the Alpha 7 engagement, and well, they got split up in the process. So we are going to let our squad mate kind of just dangle out over there as a new circle does pop. IG going to be sweeping the edge of the play zone. They will need to reposition, but IG currently sitting on the entirety of their squad. M2M literally watched that grenade get tossed, bounced, made sure it doesn't get next to him.
Again.
M2M. I love this. Look at, hey, make sure you see where it goes. Okay, right there. Back up just a little bit. M2M not phased at all right now from IG's grenades and Molotovs.
Plus 1,000.
Use all that util. Oh, that one.
They can't catch him. They can't catch him.
Dude, he's cool, calm, and collected. He doesn't care at all. He's watched every one of these grenades fly in, land directly next to him, and he's just like, meh, I'm not even going to move back for this one. Oh, there's flaming gas at my feet. Well, maybe I'll take one step to the right.
The second he drives away, just gets deleted.
Maybe that's why he was so cool and calm. He just knew that was the safest spot to be standing rather than trying to rather than beating feet, trying to get out of there.
Oh, it was crazy.
That was wild.
Oh my gosh. Intense game. A very well-earned elimination right there. 2 so far.
Team Liquid. I'm looking at them.
Chilling.
Yeah, they had that one win, a lot of eliminations, and then followed up with a goose egg. So now they're here showing up in the final game of the evening. The whole squad alive right now on the edge of the east of the play zone as we move into stage number 5. We already lost a lot of teams. So much action. Mythic with a little drive-by leaning out the side of the window. Fate gonna be catching a couple bullets, popping back into cover right now. Fate, the last one alive for the squad.
I'm shocked that Fate's
grenades.
Put up as much of a fight as he did right here, like by himself, and he's single-handedly pushing Team Liquid back and interrupting the rotation.
Yeah, look at that. Fate popping the meds, holding it down there for Xforce. Last player alive with the injury.
With
too.
the injury,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, with the injury, holding on. That just shows unruling tenacity here.
Really? I mean, I thought he was going to land on the 15-day disabled list, but here we are.
I mean, if he goes out right now, he's pushing that bed again. I'll tell you that right now.
In the heel, everybody wants a piece of this. Here comes Shoot to Survive as well, trying to chuck some grenades over here, but it does look like Team Liquid are going to be pulling off of that one. Ayala did get knocked, so Fate might be able to survive just a little longer here, fellas.
9Z has made it to the top 8, so they'll receive at least 1 rank point here, and that's going to put them ahead of the Wolves. The Wolves slipped to 4th, but interestingly enough, Fate, he lost his hand wrap, it looks like, as well, so he's really playing loose out there.
Let's go. Recovery.
Good zone
hit with that
control
first aid
here
IRL.
from IG. Yeah, right? Ooh. Huge. 9-4 has been on it all game long, and they've got center position in the zone. Got that nice little building. It's a tough one to vend, but they're all in there ready to make a stand out of it. We'll see if they're able to do so successfully. Intense Game owns the northern part of the circle, but that high ground means nothing as they have to rotate and come down to play. They'll be looking to take on United 4 here in just a moment, it looks like. They're on the approach now. 9Z, they got to the circle first. They really secured. They were up on the Minas Generales, I think, and they were up on that ridge, and they just bolted for it, left the fight and said, give me that compound, and they were able to get there and hunker down with just 2 members, and they're still there fighting strong.
I'm glad to see teams moving because Minas, there's so many different places that you can hide, so much coverage in this area, so I like to see teams just move pretty early and just try to get one of those positions. And they definitely did here. Intense games. Going to be doing some gatekeeping onto Team Liquid. You can see Silence using the mini because bolts aren't buffed yet. And doesn't get the shot off, takes off.
I mean, I sent the email. I don't know what's taking so long.
Come on, baby. Do it now. Do it now.
Fate is still getting busy. Got a knock on Cardozo, and he's just been a thorn in Team Liquid's side. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the finish here, but definitely making it difficult for him as he's still big chilling. Now he's going after Mythic. He is indiscriminate with his fire, but it's all at Team Liquid right now. They're going to try to pick him up. No more utility.
Got the pickup.
Heads up. Yeah, heads up play here for Liquid to pick him up because they knew he's been stranded in that shack for a long, long time.
Watch this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Swing.
Out the window. Yeah. I was off by 2 seconds.
Enough of this, Fate. It's time to meet your maker. We're coming for you. Like, this is ridiculous. You've knocked 3 of us. It's enough. Go punch the bed.
Ooh, does look like Chief was knocked out over there by the hands of IG. Mythic, Cardozo, last 2 alive for Team Liquid now, trying to crest over that hill and take some shots at Adrian, take some shots at Silence. They do have the vehicle to work with and a little bit of smoke as well to hopefully avoid the sightlines of UT down there in the distance. Our 15th place team with 4 points so far. VIP, a big game right now for our bottom teams, honestly, to try to catch up and be one of the mid-pack squads moving into tomorrow. But we're really still looking at Team Liquid. Everybody's got their ticket. Everybody's looking to flush them out here.
Oh, Mythic. Yeah, that was close.
Close call for sure. That'll rattle the eardrums. He's probably seeing stars right now like they do in the cartoons. Mythic, though, is going to live to fight another day. 1 of 2 Team Liquid members still in the fight. A lot of short-handed team members right now. The zone goes again to United 4 Gaming. They're in a really good position, and there's a lot on that southern side that's available, but there's just no cover there. So VIP, S2S look like they might have to come together yet again, and 9Z likely going to be able to hide out in that compound and just buy some time. So we'll see how this works out, but Team Liquid's got a long road to hoe here. They're stuck on the outside looking in right now.
Yeah, definitely. Back against the wall. They got to show a little bit of what their Brazilian brothers Alpha 7 do here in this position, right? All you got to do is just push forward and eliminate everybody with your weapons. And that's how you win.
Dark Light.
Oh, 9Z pushed out. They decided to go for elims.
Oh, look at this angle. Right behind VIP. Ilo's trying to take some shots with the Scar. Riaz, the alternate angle. Blue zone is going to start to close in, though. We see the smoke cannon. Going to be tossing that one. Oh, running right into danger, though. Just the YOLO set. Can't get the run over. Popping at the vehicle, but VIP lock and loaded, ready to defend right now.
That was crazy.
Last ditch
Interesting play.
Right?
I mean, I like the angle, but they drove into the blue zone. Like, it wasn't like it was a safe, piece of cover. Maybe they just misjudged it and thought it was going to be in. Hard to say, but they were going for some elim points there. Oh, man, they do have VIP go down in front of them. That was S2S picking up those elims. Darklight doing work, and now Team Liquid chiming in from the side. All chaos is breaking out right now in the southern part of this circle. Everyone vying for the position in the zone, but only one team's going to emerge victorious here.
Bob cooking a grenade. Bob's looking to toss that grenade right on top of VIP. Bob getting a little too antsy right there in the wide open. Poppy Sour taking some shots towards Bob. Bob able to get behind the vehicle, get that heal. Still 3 more grenades. Bob versus the world right now. Bob chucking it. It's cooked. It looks good. There goes Bob with a bomb. Shot from behind. Taken out at the hands of Mythic.
1v1 v 4v4. Obviously, the 4s win, right? Like, I feel like we've said this once before today.
Obviously.
last time it was the two solos that were head-to-head at the end, so I don't think that's going to happen again here, but far be it from me to predict the future here. United 4 Gaming into it now. Looks like with 9Z gets the jump, but Hate survives the initial onslaught here, and now his teammates rotating to support him. Heel gets off, and this is not looking good now for Milos.
No, nowhere to go. Out of there. Just like that.
Thank you.
It's all the way to
for gaming.
fourth, though.
Sneaky, sneaky. Nice headshot there from Mythic. All by himself, has to run the wide open. Yep, and he's gone.
3v4. United 4 Gaming. This is their moment.
Who picked them?
I picked them. United 4 Gaming.
Good pick.
United 4 Gaming. 7 eliminations, the whole team alive. This is one of their struggles throughout this tournament, is showing up in the late game and just closing it out. They have the numbers advantage. They got that momentum going.
And they're united.
One united frontier to get the winner chicken dinner, the final game of tonight.
Let's go. The comeback, it starts now.
Intense game needs this one, guys. They're right in the mid-pack, but with a big chicken dinner, they could be right back in the thick of things going into day 3. And they got a shot here. It's a 3v4. This is kind of what I thought was going to happen earlier today with the two, heavier teams kind of making it to the end. But when you don't have Revo as a solo running around, maybe things work out a little differently here. But good spread, at least from Intense Game. Look at this. Crazy angles. And now I'm curious to see where this circle's closing. It looks like they have the zone. So United 4's got to push out into them.
Come on, United.
They can collapse to the center.
Not like this. Intense Game got all the angles on United, but United have a vehicle, Hot Jukes. And they're sending it, man. They are sending it. Oh, overshooting the mark right there in the blue zone. Losing one of their squad mates in the process. Hate with no HP popping in the vehicle, trying to get the first aid off. Mystic trying to make sure they don't look at Hate, but Mystic locked them in right there. And United with the numbers advantage. Everybody thought they would get the win there, but Intense Game coming out on top with 9 eliminations. PB, United Gaming. What happened, man? What was that?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. I gotta say, that was an interesting move to just send it with the vehicle. I don't know. They probably just figured, you know what? They're gonna have circle. We're not. Let's just send it. I think it would have been funnier if they would have just gotten the vehicle and headed the other way into the blue zone and just denied the points, because that could have been hilarious as well. But unfortunately for United 4 Gaming, they fall just a little bit short in this one, but it was an impressive game from them. I got to tip the cap and say nice job to United 4. They bounced back. A lot of great third parties in that game. They were on it when another team was in trouble. United 4 was there, but ultimately you got to give credit to Intense Game. All the top dogs went out early in this game, and it was up to somebody to close that gap, to gain some ground, and it was Intense Game that actually made the leap, Hot Jukes. We'll see how close they get in just a moment, but what was your takeaways here from Game 6?
Crazy game. I think this was a game of where just teams decided, you know what? Let's go hit the buffet, baby. Let's just start sending it on to absolutely everybody. We saw the top teams go out early, third parties like crazy. Honestly, very entertaining to watch at the start. And, towards the end, we got to see some teams in that mid-pack, even down lower on the leaderboards, be able to put out a good, solid performance. I mean, Mustache Dave, he picked United, and I did not see that coming, and he was this close to being right.
So close, man. I thought United would definitely take this winner chicken dinner, and they thought that too. I mean, they all pop in the vehicle, and they're like, let's just straight up send it. United, they did such a great job, though, at staying alive. We see them. They got involved a lot of times, like you said, PB, and they were able to constantly get the pickup on their teammates to allow them to show up into the late game. This was an interesting one. I get the play, trying to go for the run over, but even if you get the run over, like you're just running over one player, you still got to deal with the other ones. Not sure what that was about, but like
not
you said,
if you run over all
buffet.
3, Dave.
True.
You got to run over all 3. That's the clip he was going for there, for sure.
Good point.
That's it.
I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. But yeah,
you're right,
I think you're right, dude. It was a little ill-advised, I think. And I'm literally wondering, it's like, did they think that rock was in out there and they had another circle, like, time to work with? But
Maybe.
Yeah, it was just a little bit out, and I think that little angle they were trying to work just didn't work out for him. But ultimately here, Silence picks up 5 in this one, almost 1,000 damage to his name. Pedrinho dropping 69 damage in 1 elim. Shoutouts, dude.
Nice.
And Rafa taking home another couple of elims as well. So IG, they've been a bit quiet for my liking, honestly, this tournament so far. This is a team that you expect a lot from coming in from Brazil and with the name that they have, and nice to see them rebound here and kind of put their whole boot through the door when they see the crack just a little bit open, Hutchings.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see Intense Game be able to put down some good eliminations. Hopefully they can kind of carry that into tomorrow. As we take a look here at the match standings, we saw United before you. Yeah, 13 points. Team Liquid got something on the board once again. I would just want to see Team Liquid to be able to have a performance like this when we see some of the top squads there towards the end. I think they need another good game in order to finally get that momentum going.
Absolutely. The interesting thing to me is the fight for second right now. We're going to see the overalls here in just a moment, but we see 9Z snuck all the way up to 4th place there, and that was able to secure them some additional rank points that I'm sure are going to matter. Alpha 7 goes out in 10th. They don't get any rank points, but they did get 7 eliminations, and that was enough to jump over Wolves, who only got 1 elim. So, again, Wolves started the game in 2nd, but how did they finish? In 4th. So they drop a couple of spots. 9Z leaps over both of them back to 2nd place, and Alpha 7 finishes the day in 3rd. But we've got a 4-team race right now for the lead, and it is Loops on top with 123, still sitting on only 1 chicken dinner. So they've been very consistent, very active in the eliminations. 9Z finishes 2nd in eliminations and also 2nd on our leaderboard. Alpha 7 in 3rd, Wolves in 4th, Team Liquid in 5th. They picked up their first chicken dinner today, and now every team in the top 8 has at least 1 chicken dinner, Dave.
Yeah, well, on top. One thing about Alpha 7, even when they're not getting the placement points, they're consistently getting those elimination points. I know that's something that we've mentioned a couple times here tonight, and it's able to maintain them up here in the top 3 within striking distance come tomorrow for that first place spot. And all it takes is a win and winner chicken dinner, honestly. But looking at that second side, though, Shoot to Survive really taking advantage of these last 2 Miramar games and really, putting in the work here, getting some points on the board. And we see them moving up the overall leaderboards. Yeah, we were kind of questioning their plays through the first half of today, but definitely a late bloomer when it comes to teams cranking up the volume, cranking up the heat towards the end of the evening here, Hot Jukes.
Hey, USA, not last place. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I love to see that there. I want to see some more from Xforce and Shoot to Survive. I mean, I think it's only a matter of time before Klaus finally starts heating things up here, PB, and I want to see it happen sooner rather than later.
I've been a bit surprised by Shoot to Survive. Maybe it's the new name. They came in previously as Dauntless, now rocking the Shoot to Survive. I don't know what's going on with them, but good to see the turnaround here in the last couple of matches. I'm hoping that continues, obviously, in day 3 tomorrow. Round 2, day 3 will continue tomorrow, same time, same place. So make sure you guys tune in for that. But an incredible day number 2 here of round 2 of our PMSL Americas Spring 2025 season. The last day of league play will wrap up tomorrow, and all of these teams battling, trying to get those advantage points. So with that, I hope you guys enjoyed today's show. My name's Powerbang, been your host. Thank you to Mustache Dave, Hot Jukes for joining me. We'll be back tomorrow once again, same time, same place. We'll see you guys then. Take care.
Look at this, Shoot to Survive. Shoot to Survive, putting in some work.
Wow, that's huge.
Play for them.
That'll turn that fight right around.
And look at, Diego.
And, Alpha 7's got to feel pretty good about their chances.
They rip. Casper doesn't even know what's coming. The drop down. There goes Casper.
Carrillo gets picked up for the point, and now he's just got to find little boy.
He's up in that water.
Little pre-fire action right there. Going with the DBS is waiting for
Excellent has the zone to his back. He's going to have to make a big play here. He's off.
Hey, unfortunate for Baton there. Never really ran is all that's left now for All Glory Gaming.
Rolls of War trying to hold this
right now, and it's up to Marlon to try to make it rain for them. He's the last
behind the wall. He's going to be making the call to go.
The angle by Remix. He's posted up this vehicle.
But Team Liquid also have these vehicles, hot jukes, that will be blocking. They'll be tossing about the tree. There goes Remix Squash, turning into 10 eliminations. Plus, the winner, chicken dinner.
Probably sensitive. To survive sensitive, and they said, we are out of here.
Yeah, got the P90. That's all they need right now is just looking at the doorway. Nose is right behind this wall. Good spot.
Here's a free one.
Let me get through the same rock. Flush him out over here. Once again, Circle just going opposite direction. VIP Esports just scrambling. Oh, in the wide open though. No match for Alpha.
I feel like shortly though, you're going to see Alpha 7 and Luke exit the lobby, weave their way into position, but they've got the full attention of Team Liquid.
Oh my God.
Who could have ever seen this coming? It's only 3-mans as well. They got each with a member down.
Oh, right on the remix. Let's see what Darklight can do with the UMP swapping on Olo here, PB from Alpha 7. There he goes.
With his off angle, but yeah, he has nowhere to go. He's going to drive out into the open and get blown. That's on off angle, 3-5 to smoke.
Really good. That's a third chicken dinner of round 2. So the Wolves been the
Law, last for live for Influence Rage.
Flaming gas at my feet. Well, maybe I'll take one step.
Trying to make sure they don't look at hate, but this thing locked them in right there. What was that?
Old strategy cut. I gotta say, that was an interesting move to just send it with a vehicle. I don't know. They probably just figured, you know what?